All right, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, people from all over. Hope you are well. Hope you're doing fantastic. I hope you are doing so well. Karibuni sana kwa hii show. This is another good one, another fantastic show we are about to have. Karibuni tu sana. Nijuze uko wapi, zaidi ya yote karibu, like hii video, subscribe to Afrique 24 and let us keep the conversation going. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for joining this wonderful show we are about to have. All right, show ndio hiyo yako imeanza. I know jana ilianza quite late I'm sure wengi walistukia asubuhi. Kuna show inaendelea. All right, but here we are again, same time, same place at Afrique 24, doing what we normally do, giving you content, giving you nice shows day in, day out. That's what we do. That's what we love doing for you, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome so much. I know you are doing well. Karibu sana. I don't know where you are. I don't know what you are doing, but I hope your month of February has started at a high. All right. So now show fiti, show kali. Hii wadau mtapenda. Hii. This one you're going to like. This one you must like. And I'm telling you, you're going to enjoy this wonderful show. Nijuzo unatazama ukiwa wapi. Let us have a very comprehensive show, a very detailed show because of you, wananchi wa Kenya watukufu. Karibuni sana. All right. Karibuni sana. Sorry, I'm just doing one, two things. All right. I think now I'm set and I'm good to go. Let's have a show. Karibuni sana. Karibisha wawili watatu kwa kulike the video. Sijui kama umesubscribe. Wadau, subscribe to Afrique 24 and let us have a decent one. Let us have a decent one. I'm telling you. Kumbe Baba, as they normally say, has a way of talking something that is true. I'll be telling you why I'm saying so. So tune in, tune in, tune in, because the deep secret is out. What am I talking about? Oh my goodness, that is your thumbnail. That is what appears on your thumbnail. That is what you should be seeing. Ruto and Koome dark secret revealed. Siri kali, siri kali kutoka kwa serikali, siri kali kutoka kwa serikali. That's what we are looking at. What could have happened in State House? What could have happened in State House between William Ruto and Martha Koome? Because where wadau, the secrets coming out ambazo zimekuwa confirmed today. I'll be telling you by who. I'm telling you, zisha happen, zisha anza ku happen. The truth of the matter is coming out. William Ruto and Martha Koome, they didn't talk about corruption. That was that was just what the public was told. But what they discussed, ladies and gentlemen, that is what we are about to talk more of. We of course looked at it in our previous shows. So today we dive even deeper. We dive even deeper, looking at why. Why is that important? Why is it important to have Chebukati back? Why is it so important to have Chebukati back in a position that can really change a lot in our country? Why is it important? What are the secrets? What are the secrets? So you must really stick around to find out why I have that show. Why am I having this this show? All right. Welcome so much, ladies and gentlemen. Karibuni sana. I'm about to equally have other fine panelists joining me. So to join me is not difficult. You must follow two, three things, alafu najikuta umeingia kwa show. All right. So that's what we are looking at. Ruto and Koome dark secret revealed. That's what we'll be looking at here at this show. Make sure you have subscribed to Afrique 24 and the show begins now. All right. Okay. It began kimchezo. How did it begin? It began with fights. Oh, judiciary this way, judiciary that way. Judiciary corrupt here, judiciary corrupt there. It began with serious accusation of, hey, our watu are so corrupt, our watu are not ruling well, our watu are doing ABCD. All right. Oh my. Just one moment. So that is what happened and that is what occurred. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, even as we go on, Just one moment. Allow me to do this. Sorry for that. So sorry for that. I'm so sorry for that. So what are we looking at? We are looking at what one Saliam Davadi was able to confirm. I'm looking at what Musalia Mudavadi, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, was able to confirm. That's what we'll be looking at now, and that is what we'll be talking about in this show. Equally, our condolences to now 6 people who lost their lives because of the tragedy that happened in Embakasi. Our hearts goes out to them, and our hearts really are mourning with them even now. And those in hospitals, we wish them quick recovery. The numbers are quite shocking. The many who were admitted um, because of the Embakasi fire and explosion. We really are so sorry for what happened. And at Afrik, we pray for all those who are injured, all those who are admitted in various hospitals. We really pray for them and we wish them quick recovery. We wish them all the healing that God can give unto them. All right. So here at Afrik, all we can say is it's well with all of you. All right. All right. Now I paused because I had to give a moment of silence to those who have lost their loved ones. Equally to other news, we have lost the president of Namibia, who succumbed secondary to cancer that has taken his precious soul. So we wish the great people of Namibia great solace, and we ask that may God equally touch them even now as they mourn. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. G, for joining me. I'm equally um, doing one just introduction to the show. All right. Okay, so let's go on. Now I want to take you back. Sumnanijua Kamakawa. Let me take you back. It was the month of August after the general election. Wakenya wamejiandaa, wameenda wamepiga kura, alright? Amka asubuhi na mapema, umeenda polling station yako, umevote, umerudi home. Then we began waiting for the results. We waited and waited until that moment that it became almost obvious the results were not coming sooner than we anticipated. One day turned to two, two turned to three, until the 6th day after the election. That's when we had all the results. Of course, there was drama. There was sheer drama in Bomas of Kenya. One Chebukati came out to announce the results. I'm sure you remember this, ladies and gentlemen.
In accordance with the law, the constitution and the law, I, Wafula Chebukati, chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, hereby declares that Ruto William Samoei of ID number 6847208 has been duly elected as the president.
And after that, what did they say? They said that one Chebukati was the hero. All right?
That they want us only to carry out an issue-based election, but we have also managed to have a peaceful election and a peaceful transition into the next dispensation. I think this is a step in the right direction. Let me also congratulate the Electoral Commission. I think if there is one hero of this election, it is one Wafula Chebukati.
And Wafula Chebukati was crowned, all right, was crowned as the best in as far as the last election was concerned. The president then elect crowned him as the hero akamdescribe kama hero wadau, and tukadhani story za Chebukati zimeisha. Of course kukakuja story za Cherela 4 nini kesi, and then they even resigned, and there was a case especially against Masit, yeah, and the hero Chebukati now is coming back. How is he coming back? Listen to this.
Okay. Well, the statement I want to read here is about the judiciary executive deal should get Kenyans worried. We raised alarm when information emerged that the head of the judiciary, Madam Martha Koome, was seeking a meeting with the head of the executive, Mr. William Ruto, supposedly to iron out differences between the two branches of government. This followed a threat by Ruto and some members of his party and the administration against the judiciary, following a string of unfavorable rulings against the executive. We warned that there was more than met the eye in the threats by Ruto and the request for a meeting by Madam Koome. We warned then that Mr. Ruto's real intention was to complete the capture of the branches of the government by the executive by taking over the judiciary, force it to forever rule in his favor, in addition to populating the institution with the loyalists. We also warned that in this entire plan, the judiciary was showing signs of willingness to prostrate itself before the presidency in an arrangement that spells grave danger for the rule of law and the entire country. We now know what transpired at a State House meeting, and it is completely different from the lie the country was fed after that event. We can now confirm that there exists an elaborate plan that will allow Mr. Ruto to appoint friendly judges to the judiciary with the complete concurrence of Chief Justice Koome. This was among the issues discussed and agreed on during the ill-advised meeting between Ruto and Koome at State House. At the meeting, the Chief Justice and Mr. Ruto reached an agreement that will supposedly allow Mr. Ruto to provide additional funding to the judiciary. In return for this additional funding, Justice Koome is to advertise vacancies for 5 additional High Court judges and 11 Court of Appeal judges. This is in addition to the 20 High Court judges advertised last year. As a matter of fact, the advertisement of the 11 judges has just been done today. It is in today's Gazette. In that agreement, the 5 High Court judges and 2 Court of Appeal judges will be for Mr. Ruto to forward to the JSC. And he floated the names. Immediate former IBC chairman, Mr. Afula Chebukati, and former IBC chairman, Ahmed Isaac Hassan, are to be appointed as Court of Appeal judges, with Chebukati later being elevated as the Chief Justice before the 2027 general elections. The targeting of the High Court and the Court of Appeal by Ruto is intentional. The administration believes it has completely captured the Supreme Court and now wants to target the problematic lower courts by stuffing them with loyalists with the cooperation of the Chief Justice. After filling the executive with people of questionable integrity and capacity, and who will remain eternally grateful to him, Mr. Ruto is looking to set up a user-friendly judiciary full of people with questionable pasts and limited capacity. And unfortunately, the Chief Justice is gladly smiling along and playing the ball. Officially, Mr. Ruto is supposed to have agreed to give additional funding to the judiciary. That is a cover-up. The judiciary does not draw any funding from the executive or state house. Article 173 of the Constitution of Kenya established the Judiciary Fund, which is administered by the Chief Justice, Registrar of the Judiciary. Which is administered by the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary. The provision of the Judiciary Fund, as contained in Article 173, states as follows. 1. There is established a fund to be known as the Judiciary Fund, which shall be administered by the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary. 2. The fund shall be used for administrative expenses of the judiciary and such other purposes as may be necessary for the discharge of the functions of the judiciary. 3. Each financial year, the Chief Registrar shall prepare estimates of expenditure for the following year and submit them to the National Assembly for approval. 4. Upon approval by the National Assembly, the expenditure of the judiciary shall be a charge on the consolidated fund, and the fund shall be paid directly into the judiciary fund. 5. Parliament shall enact legislation to provide for the regulation of the fund. The presidency cannot allocate any money to the judiciary. Madam Koome knows this, and yet has willingly proceeded to associate herself with and endorse an illegality. Where Koome sought money from the State House and not from Parliament, only she can explain, but it spells doom.
All right. Now, thank you, people from all over. Let us now continue from there. Now, so far, I've brought you from how Chebukati was praised for being a hero, for how he announced the elections and declared the winner. I don't know if you remember that one time William Ruto said that some of the things that will come out will shock Kenyans, all right, concerning the general elections. So there's a lot that we are going to discuss in this show. And we will be looking at, of course, we tried to look at this issue the other day. Then it was just a rumor. Now it has been confirmed. I'll be showing you who has confirmed the rumor and what Raila Odinga was trying to explain. That there was more than what we had or what was explained to us that happened in State House. According to Raila Odinga, as you have heard, Martha Koome was given some goodies. All right. And equally, William Ruto was promised in return something in kind. What was in kind? 5 judges for the High Court and 2 judges for the Court of Appeal, with 2 names really standing out. One, Chebukati Wafula, and the other one, Isaac Hassan. These 2 have really played a critical role in our 2 elections, 2013, 2017, 2022. All right. These 2 are former IEBC chairpersons. Now, it really brings out a lot to be desired. These fine gentlemen, they are the reason why we have had the 2 consecutive governments. They are the reason why we went to court and why our judges declared what they declared, either to annul the elections and we were going back to the repeat election as it happened in 2013, or have a very brief explanation and ruling as it happened in 2013 by our able judge, Justice Morunga, and eventually what happened now in 2022 with the verdict by one Martha Koome. So that is what we will be looking at. Now that they are now being proposed, there were so many allegations that were peddled that one, there was irregularity, theft, and above all, lack of transparency in the elections. Now they are being brought back to act as judges. Already the docket they have left, Kenyans have question marks. Kenyans still believe that probably something might have gone amiss. All right. So that, among many other reasons, are what we are looking at in this show. We'll be trying to ask ourselves, really, why is Chebukati being fronted back? Is it because he had done a favor to one William Ruto? And if it's because he had done a favor, what kind of favor had he done? He called him a hero, right? He described him as the man of the election, the man who was the game changer in the 2022 general election. Now, with secret meeting between one Martha Koome and William Ruto that they have to negotiate on his coming back as a judge, either as an appellate judge or even as the Chief Justice. What do you make of all this? Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the happenings, does it still instill confidence or doubt? Does it instill that you believe that what happened was genuine, or someone had his hand in the cookie jar? What we are looking at is, why did they have to create an issue? Go out and say the judges are corrupt. Go out and say there are issues with the judiciary, and then invite Martha Koome, then have a sitting. But before the sitting, what do? They have a side agreement. They have a side understanding of what? Bringing this man, that man, Wafula Chebukati, back in form of a judge. What do you make of it? So that's what we'll be discussing. To join us in the studio here at Africa 24, what do you do? Hiyo link ambayo inakuja hapo kwa comment section, inaingia kwa comment section through Mtembei TV, Africa 24, YouTube and Facebook. Hiyo ndio link unatumia, inakujoinisha hapa kwa show. So hiyo link inaingia kwa stream, inakupeleka StreamYard. Ukifika StreamYard, asha kamera, asha mic, alafu najikuta uko kwa show. Karibuni sana. Here, as I have always told you, it's not as an extension of the government, so we will not parade praises for the government. Neither will we sing accolades for Azimio. It is a show for everyone. You are invited. We might not agree with your sentiments, but we will listen to you. Here at Africa, we listen to everyone else who listens to us. So that you take time to see us, we are grateful. Asante sana. I'm being joined by one Mr. G and equally Honorable Lex for this great show. I'm seeing kwa panel, naona wengine sorry wametujoin via comment section. Allow me to read one or two guys kulingana na jinsi wametuma ujumbe. Namuona Goodia amejaja, karibu sana. Coach Collins, I see you, karibu sana. I see many joining us. Okay, asante for your comments. I see many watching. Thank you so much for watching the show and being part of Africa 24. Kimbia hapo ndani, ingia kwa Africa 24 na ujikute uko ndani ya show. Welcome everyone, welcome ladies and gentlemen. Gentlemen, can we begin the show? Fantastic. Good evening, Mr. Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Jets. Good evening. It's night there.
Karibu sana kwa show. I see naona umejiandaa na kahawa. Karibu sana. I'm sure the hot topic, you must really be prepared. Karibu sana. Aha, Mr. G, how are you? Good evening.
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Karibu sana kwa show. Umeshindaje?
Naona pia Alex. Nimeshinda poa. Salimia Alex pia. I hope you are doing good. And our brothers in the comment section, kina good pia nawasalimia sana.
All right. Na wengi ambao mnatutazama, karibuni, karibuni, karibuni sana. Wow, let's put the ball rolling, eh? Musalia Mudavadi has brought out a statement. I haven't played it. But let me begin from where we stopped. Why Chebukati? Let me begin with you, Alex. Why Chebukati? Why now? What is his importance right now?
I believe Chebukati has been a loyalist to Moi Ruto. in
Mhm.
2015. You
Mhm.
saw what, and we went to the Supreme Court
Mhm.
that are nullified.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, no advice Baba not go to the elections.
Mhm.
Uh, Chebukati refused to open the servers for the sake of
Mhm. Mhm.
honest. The result will show itself,
Mhm.
and that is an electoral felony
Mhm.
that the government had to come. Chebukati could have gone in because he defied the Supreme Court order. A
Mhm.
Supreme Court order. If you look at even the qualification, Chebukati does not qualify to become a Chief Justice because he defied a Supreme Court order. So that.
Mhm.
But why Chebukati? Chebukati has been a loyalist to one
Mhm.
Williams, and he's assured that in the event things do not go well,
Mhm.
doesn't trust Koome right now. Koome is jittery.
Mhm.
Koome is baffling. So I
Mhm.
think they will need a loyalist who will, when if a petition is taken to the Supreme Court, that is
Mhm.
a firm for him. He doesn't have to worry. He will just take
Mhm.
just as proxies. But I think at that time they will have talked to Chebukati, and I think the
Mhm.
case will collapse. It will be dead on arrival. So Chebukati has been a good loyalist. That's what I think.
Uh-huh. All right. So that's what we are looking at, ladies and gentlemen. Junior Maoni, one Alex, even as we begin the show. I haven't played what I've told you that has made this show, but these are just opening remarks. Mr. G, what do you make of that expose by Raila Odinga, which today has been confirmed it was true? Chebukati was among the topics that one William Ruto and Martha Koome were discussing about.
As we just spoke, I think it was 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
There were rumors, kulikuwa na allegation that a wife of Chebukati alikuwa apewe kazi kwa this government. I don't know how it went, but there were some allegation. And remember, even the clips that umecheza, it is Ruto who told us that this guy ambaye ni kuna makelele ya watoto, sijui kama inasumbua hapo kidogo. Maybe let me come back later. Watu walale kidogo.
Endelea tu, tunakusikia. Hawayuko sana. Endelea tu. Just go on, we can hear you.
Yeah, what I was saying ni kuwa kulikuwa na that allegation, and that shows that there kulikuwa na something fishy that happened in our election. No, watu wana distract. I don't know if kama nitaweza. Let me first listen, alafu nitakuja. Wacha kwanza watu walale.
All right. Now, at one point, these were some of the allegations. That one, the life of Chebukati was in danger. All right? Listen to this.
At Bomas. Represented a dismayingly low point in our democratic history. We also know that there was a direct attempt to abduct Wafula Chebukati and murder him. So that the commission would be paralyzed, or a compliant commissioner take over and subvert the people's sovereignty. It was a hard, cold, and lonely time.
That he said. But today, listen to one, Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi. Listen to this.
There are people who want to always criticize the president. Oh, he has commented on the judiciary, he has commented on this. But I also want to say...
It's very low. Can you add volume?
Before you remove the log
Oh, you can't hear?
In somebody else's eye, what about yours? Nukiri kuturiza amajira momoni yunde.
That's the whole volume. I think he was talking at a low tone.
Nasema hivyo kwa sababu Judicial Service Commission is also independent. And Judicial Service Commission has the right to recruit anybody who qualifies to be a judge of this republic. So it is wrong for the Azimio leadership to start determining who should the Judicial Service Commission recruit. You cannot tell us that a son of the soil in this area, if they are interested, kama ni Chebukati ama nani, if he puts his bid for the position of a judge, that is the responsibility of the Judicial Service Commission, not the responsibility of politicians to try and direct the Judicial Service Commission. These kind of contradictions are not acceptable. Kwa hivyo, tusimame imara so that we can move forward and be able to move the country in the right direction. Mheshimiwa Rais.
Now, that is one Wycliffe, who is Ambetsa? I'm forgetting. Oh, Paranya ndio Ambetsa. Now, oh, Paranya ndio Ambetsa. Now, this is Musalia Mudavadi saying, you know what? I think there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong in appointing one Chebukati as a judge, confirming that truly it's possible that what Raila Odinga said was true, that there is, of course, there was already an issued gazette notice of judges to be appointed, around 20 of them. But now Ruto, William, the president, wanted to have more, all right, favorable judges added to the list, okay? 5 for the High Court, 2 for the Appellate Court, with 2 names being flaunted, Isaac Hassan and 1 Chebukati. Now the question is, we all know the process of appointing judges. We have everybody. We have to send, no, not everybody. All people with qualifications to be judges, they have to send their application. They have to, all right? There is no backhand negotiation. They all have to send in their application, and then they have to be vetted by JSC. That's the process of appointing our judges. But how comes already 2 are almost getting we don't have direct nominations for judges. No, they have to go through vetting. We don't have direct nominations for any employment in Kenya. You only get that during elections when you get direct nomination from a party. So let me begin with Alex. From all I've tried to explain, from what Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi has tried to say, what do you make of it? What do you make of it? Was Raila on point?
Of course, it's coming out that the dossier is very right. Because the first asked when we had the dossier was on Friday, and there were many other news that, but when that dossier came, everything was forgotten. So we concentrated on the dossier from X, which was Facebook and everywhere. And news dominated. And the question that was, put the information. And now the information is being confirmed that it is true. Now, when Mudavadi speaks that everybody qualifies, and it's not the politician who are supposed to talk, and he's a politician and he's already talking about it. It's, you know, it's a paradox.
Equally, he's contradicting himself, is he not? Because all judges must go through a vetting process. All right. Now, here is a process where already 2 names have been fronted. Already 2 names have been favored. All right. So does it not already interfere with the independence of JSC already, when you think about it?
You saw the qualification to go to the Supreme Court, you must be in the appellate judge, appellate court, or the High Court. You must have served. But the ones who qualify more in terms of seniority is the appellate court. So I think by putting the 2 there, it's positioning them that either they want Chebukati, but if the heat is too bad, the alternative is Isaac Hassan. So equally, we are refusing to talk about Isaac Hassan, because why is he putting the two together? And they were former IBC commissioner. He is calculative. Now, the dossier says, and it's not politics, we're just talking about what the dossier says. The dossier states that when they spoke, Ruto asked, if you want more funds, this is what we should do. Give me 7 seats in the court. I will give you all the money that.
Yes.
And in the 7 seats, the other 5 are not known who he will, and that might be a surprise too. But there are 2 that he insisted, which was Chebukati and Hassan. And, you can almost tell what that is it, because all these people came from the IEBC, and all the elections went through the IEBC in their tenure. They were very controversial, especially for 2017.
Yes.
What Mudavadi is saying is that this is a confirmation that it is not wrong for Chebukati to become Chief Justice. Yes, that's what I can say. It's a confirmation to us.
Now, from where you sit, is it wrong for him to become Chief Justice?
I mean, you see, it's a head of one arm of government, and a man of reputation that acceptable in all eyes must be chosen into that. This tenure in a very partial way. And since then, we haven't seen the guy at all. Okay?
Yes.
I wonder where he is. Sometimes people say he's in Germany, he's sick. I mean, many rumors have come out. But I hope he's not sick, because he's a Kenyan, and I can never wish anybody to be sick, because I myself have been sick to a point that sometimes I've been hospitalized. And feeling in the hospital is not the best feeling. So we can never wish him bad. But what we are saying simply is he left in a very controversial way.
Yes.
You know, this is a man who was told open the servers by the Supreme Court, and the very Supreme Court that told him he didn't open the servers. So I think he defied the Supreme Court orders, and that's why we have a problem with him.
Yes.
Some did not have, because they feel like that is in 2022. But when you look at the legal framework, if you defy a court order, I don't think it is wise for you to go back to the same court, because how are you going to issue court orders if you yourself cannot obey them? You know, that's that's our conundrum. So I have no problem with him. He's a Kenyan, he's qualified, he's in the role of, is it advocate role, he's a commission of all. You know, if he goes to vetting, it's okay. He can become a judge, you know, he can sit on the bench, whichever that he can. But him defying the court order of the Supreme and going to the same seat which he defied, I mean, I think morally, spiritually, every way, I think hiyo ni story za Java. I mean, he needs just not. I don't think it would be comfortable for Kenyans, and this is one arm of government that we all must believe in, because when everything goes off, when everything there's desperation, this is where we go to see arbitration. And therefore, I believe that we are not just opposing the man Chebukati. We are opposing his actions and his defiance to the same court he wants to head. Thank you.
All right. Now, there was this other rumor sometimes back that they wanted, or they want to have one Mr. What do you call him? Mr. former CJ Maraga to be the chair of IEBC. Now, what would happen if we have a Chief Justice who is Maraga? All right. Sorry, an IEBC chairperson who is Maraga, and CJ who is Chebukati, bearing in your mind the 2017 nullification. How do you look at it? Maraga, IBC, Chebukati, CJ, the two, really, what do you even make of it?
I do believe, I think we should have a retirement clause in our constitution. A total retirement. If there is anything, these people can sit in boards. Okay? Mudia worries in boards until he dies. You know, there are seats that are very sensitive in the Republic, or even all over in Africa, because elections have been contagious.
Yes, yes.
You know, and
Yes, yes.
and they have been very brutal. In some countries, when you look at the electoral commission, when it is announcing, yani ni vita vingine hata, yani by the time kura inakuwa announced, ni majeshi imekuja ikachukua the chair ikampeleka somewhere else, anatangazia sijui ni kwa ndege juu.
Yes, yes.
So when that combination, that you know, of former IBC commissioners now taking the best and the most sensitive institutions in Kenya that actually moves the country. But I don't think Ruto in his senses will choose Maraga as the next IBC chair, because that man is so honest to the core. The other day he was given the prison reforms, something of the sort. He went and did his job, and when
Yes.
he finished his job, what did he do? He brought the report, he gave the president, and he left. You know, we used to go to church together. He used to teach us the Sabbath school lesson, and I know him personally. The man is honest to be an IBC chair. So I don't think Ruto will choose him. He might disappoint him.
But already Ruto has been giving him Ruto has given him some favors, you know, appointing him as the person who was to bring reforms for police sector. Don't you think that is an indication that Ruto trusts him, that this is a man who maybe the opposition might trust, you know?
You know, immediately after election, before, when even when you saw he said he's going to swear in the judges, the person he called, first of all, Maraga, because he knew Maraga had complained to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta for several days, and Uhuru refused to listen to him. Then swear those that you want and leave those that you deem corrupt. You remember that?
Yes, yes.
What happened was, when he invited Maraga, Maraga was very happy to see those judges being sworn in. Why? That has been his desire for a very long time. So Maraga was happy finally to see. So he believed that Ruto maybe is going to do a good job. And he gave him that seat to do the reforms. And I hope they are going to do those reforms. And as when Mudi Awori was the minister, the vice president, and Home Affairs. But now what I'm saying is that since then, a lot have changed. Since then, things are in a different way. Since then, there's a lot that has taken place. There are a lot of allegations, you know, that to a point that I think Maraga had to sit down and ask himself. Because when our president is very new and he gives you an appointment, you can do it because it's a country. You know, you have to separate. You have to separate when it comes to the service to the people, when you are appointed, and also now when you are a politician, when you are now serving the party, because it's the party that chose you. So you have to work within the party clauses. But in this case, Maraga saw that let me work for my country, because if I can do something better for my country, I can do it. He didn't care who was the president. What he cared was that he wanted to do true reform. So he went, did his job, and so at that time, at that particular time, he did accept the assignment. The question is, what is today happening to the country? Is it an atmosphere that anybody can easily accept to take an appointment? You know, that is the question. If today you are to take an appointment, can you take it with this environment? That's the question I'm asking. I feel what has happened, so much revelations, and the PSS work and how the public service and how the institution, you know, the social fabric has totally collapsed. So I'm that there are people who may decide not to. I sent you a statement. I don't know if I sent you.
No, you haven't.
It was from a senior official government.
Just now?
People's
Ah.
in secrecy, he said that Muturi is not the problem. The president doesn't listen to anybody. In terms of policy, when policies come, the president refuses to listen to everybody. And therefore, if you want to be in good books with the president, what you need to do is that you just accept what he has said and you move on. Otherwise, if you want to argue with the president in terms of policies and how things should be done, I think he finished that because of the election. He decided how I'm going to govern. And he doesn't want to be swayed right or left. And therefore, even Muturi, that's why Muturi is not able to come out and do his work as what? As a legal advisor to the government. So the question is here, can Magara take that? I doubt it. I doubt it at this particular time. Yeah.
All right. Beautiful conversation happening here at Africa 24. To join us, it's not difficult. The link appearing at the comment section. Hiyo ndio link unatumia kujiunga nasi hapa kwa StreamYard. Ukiklik hiyo link inakutuma moja kwa StreamYard. Unafanya nini ukifika hapo? Hakikisha umewasha kamera, washa mic, alafu ujiunge pamoja nasi. All right? Like, subscribe and share this. All happening in Africa 24. Karibuni sana. Mr. G, I don't know if now you're ready, but swali langu kwako kwanza ni hili. Bwana Chebukati yeye kurejea, him coming back and heading to the courts, and already kuna that doubt in Kenyans. Many are still asking why was the servers not opened, among many other challenges associated with Chebukati. He is the first person in Kenya whose election was nullified, an election he headed. All right. He is the first person that many have never really believed the outcomes of the election that he has declared the winner. If he now becomes a judge, does it increase confidence? Does it increase doubt in our judges? Given that already he's receiving favors from the president, because if truly JSC is an independent institution, it should be allowed to conduct a free and fair nomination process, vetting process, and even appointing process, and or rather sending the names to the president. These names ought to be pure from any form of intimidation, coercion, or even blackmail. All right. So what do you make of Chebukati coming back as a Chief Justice or even any form of a judge, as much as it is his right to be anything in the country?
You know, Jex, just looking at Chebukati on the first place, I don't think if there's a person in Kenya who can have that confidence to take his case before Chebukati, just because of the events that happen. Now, you know, Chebukati ndalikuwa chairman. Okay, let's go to judges and just ask ourselves a question. How does judgment made? Now, this is a judge. Huyu Chebukati amechukula amekuwa judge. And you know that judge is also always made based on a balance of probabilities. Angalia illustration ambao nani alikuwa ambao anaitwaje Chebukati alikuwa. Kwa that situation, in fact we had one day extra. We had an extra day ile clip ambao umeplay. We had an extra day ambao this guy angeza kukaa chini with his commissioners ambao ni Chebukati na the other Cherera 4 and the other group, and they decide on how to do their things. At least we agree in one unison. In fact wanaweza kosa kuagree kabisa in one unison, but at least kila mtu angepatiana his view on what is really happening, alafu sasa wakubaliane as a commissioner, kwa sababu inafaa iwe unanimous. As a commissioner the whole 7 we agree kwa hii ndio result tunaenda nayo kwa kunini tunaenda nayo ku announce, even though Chebukati not announce, but it has to be unison. Now in that situation tunapata kuwa kulikuwa na a lot of question mark, but he went ahead. Na in fact hata kulikuwa na vita pale, watu wakapigwa marungu kwa kichwa nini, but still hakuweza kuona that situation. Why? Kwa sababu there is something fishy behind it. Inaweza kuwa alikuwa ametoa pesa ukweli, kwa sababu the allegation inaweza kuwa iko sawa. The situation ilikuwa enough to postpone that situation that day to the next day, because we still had an extra day. But you see, out of that chaos, still alienda ahead na announce Ruto kuwa president. Now if this guy anakuja anakuwa a judge, and yet we know that judgment is done basically based on the balance of probability, whereby tunaambia kwa at any time, even though wana judge using the law, inafaa iwe based on the law, but also pia kuna ile likeliness of being truly and fair. Sasa huyu jamaa nani atakuwa able na that confident to stand before him ampelekee kesi awe sasa ndio judge anaenda kutatua hiyo kesi? Sioni, kwa sababu exactly kwanza probability yake and balance haiko kwa any case ambayo ataenda kufanya. This is a guy ambaye ako na ile what we call anaenda na ani ako na what how to call huyu mtu ambaye hana stand, anaitwaje? Nimesahau jina, imenipotelea kwa akili. He's somebody ambaye ana compromise. He's somebody ambaye ana compromise. So I don't see kama kuna mtu anaweza kuwa na confidence ya kupelekea kesi huyu jamaa afanye. He doesn't qualify to be a judge, even though tumeambiwa amesomea judge, ako na hiyo nini, but kulingana na vile act is not hata kwa a good judge. Alafu pia on the same situation as nimesema tu, hakutakuwa na balance kwa hiyo commissioner ambaye atakuwa obviously huyu ni mtu ambaye ameletwa na Ruto kwa a specific role kuplay. Na sasa sioni kama itakuwa ni rahisi. Even though anaweza force because he's a president, but haitakuwa rahisi.
All right. Now, even as you look at it, why does the president need friendly judges in either court, high court, or even the appellate court, and eventually the Supreme Court? Why does he need friendly judges? He will not always be the president. Some of these judges will outlive him. Why does he want to make that move?
I think what is happening right now ni ile kitu inaitwa state capture. He just want to capture that judiciary. As much as unaona in our parliament wamecapture parliament, so what he's trying to do sahi ni kucapture also judiciary. Wakati atakuwa amesha capture these judges, anything ambayo atakuwa anataka itakuwa ina happen. That's why unaona lazima atatoa wale watu ambao wanajaribu kusimama against him. Kama nani alikuwa his side, huyu Koome was on the side of the president, but recently because anajaribu kujiosha, anajaribu kujisafisha the mess ambayo alikuwa amefanya kitambo, ameanza kujitoa. Sasa every time the president anapeleka kesi yake, ama every time anything inapelekwa kwake ambayo inafaa iwe on the favor of the president, yeye amekataa kwa sababu anasema haijafuata law, it is unconstitutional. Sasa he cannot use Koome again. Koome sasa hizi msaidia. So any person ambaye anaweza msaidia ni mtu ambaye ataweza kumleta yeye mwenyewe, mtu ambaye atakuwa anaweza kumsikiza, mtu ambaye anaweza kufuata his command and everything that he want, kwa sababu anataka capture judges.
All right. Now, so having a favorable judge would mean
he want to capture the judge. When he has somebody ambaye ako favorable kwake, atakuwa anapeana hiyo judgment ikiliwa on the side of the president. That is what he wants. Somebody ambaye atakuwa anapitisha vitu zake hata kama ziko unconstitutional, as long as ako his side atakuwa anapitisha. Look at what happened kama sahi, kama wacha nisiongelee kwanza hiyo because I know tutaongelea hiyo baadaye. On the based on statement ambayo baba ameongea leo. Wacha tuongee hiyo baadaye.
I'll be coming to that, including IEBC and many other issues that were raised in Kamukunji today. But before even we go further, when you look at Chebukati, many say during that time, especially the time to announce the results, the reason why Akina Cherela walked out, they said they couldn't verify. In any case, they said the results, everything went smoothly until the tail end. The tail end, according to them, there is where kulitokea discrepancies. And according to Cherela 4, the discrepancies is what they felt these are figures we cannot vouch for, and hence wakajitenga nazo. With such moves, Cherela 4 being vindicated, that this is a person who can disappear, come back, and come with results, and the results are challenged, and no one can really disapprove the results. What do you make of that? Does the move by William Ruto really speaks volume about what transpired during the election, and especially what even happened to the Cherela Force?
Exactly, Jex. Everything that Ruto is doing right now, just it shows that kulikuwa na something fishy that happened in that time. And remember, amejitokezea akasema kuwa court imejaa na corruption. How did he know that court imejaa na corruption? Yeah. So what happened, you know, on the Cherera 4, these are the guys ambao walijitoa mapema sana. Yeah, walijitoa mapema sana even before kutangazwa kwa Ruto. When they were in that room discussing, alafu nani akatokezea, Chebukati akatokezea from nowhere with a paper, ameandika hizi results. Walikataa, wakasema no, these results sisi hatujui. Umetoa wapi these results? These are things ambayo hata mpaka sasa hii bado iko kwa public media, ukifungua kwa YouTube utapata. Wakalalamika, wakasema no, hii sisi hatujui, hatuja verify. Na kumbuka tunaambiwa kwa around 27 constitution zilikuwa hazijakuwa verified pia. Yeah, wakasema no, we need to work on this thing. Yeah, we need to verify everything, tujue kwanza hii results ambayo umesema umetoa wapi, kwa sababu sisi tujaziona ndio tuende tutangaze. He was in the hurry, na akasema mimi naenda kutangaza, na hata wakakosana. And in that room hata pia watu wetu walikuwa pale. I think nani alikuwa huyu Masai, the Masai senator, he was also in that room. Yeah, so
it just was in the room was Kanchori was in the room.
He's talking about Oledama.
Yeah, Oledama also was in the room,
but the one who was in the room,
Kanchori.
Yeah, Kanchori was there. Now I think Alex. Hello.
Yes.
You have two logins, Mr. Alex. You have to log out on one.
I have two logins. I don't on my side. Can you log me out both of them, and I will log in afresh because I don't see the second one.
All right. Okay.
Log me one out or both.
I've tried to. No, you have to log out yourself.
I don't know. Okay.
All right.
Did I log myself out? Because I'm still seeing
You haven't.
myself.
You have to go out of the studio. Because I'm now using you as a. All right. Now, some of the things Raila Odinga exposed are interesting. Why do you think Martha Koome had to go to seek funds? Yet Parliament is the one vested in issuing funds to all these institutions. Why go to the president? The president has no such powers.
No, these guys had some hidden agenda. That unajua wakati wasema wanaenda kuongea matters concerning the nation, it was just to cover up what they are going to talk about. Yeah, because we know very well that every fund ambayo inaenda kwa judiciary lazima ipitie kwa parliament, and it's parliament to debate on it. Wakisha agree inaweza pitishwa likapelekwa kwa judges, you see. But this guy, kwa sababu ya that hidden agenda ambayo anaenda kuongelea, sasa ilibidi alete, I think hiyo ilikuwa ni kama alikuwa anaitisha what we call ile chai. So unajua kama what happens in Kenya, wakati unataka kichako ifanyike haraka yeah. So those are the things, because hao walikuwa na their own agenda ambayo walikuwa wanaenda kudiscuss pale. That's why unaona hii mambo imeanza kujitokezea kuwa Chebukati pia ameanza kuletwa in, ambaye huyu mtu alikuwa amesharetire na alikuwa amepotea. Kumbuka hata in fact I don't think he is in Kenya, hayuko Kenya huyo mtu aliepa. The other guy ambaye ni Hassan also, I don't know if he's in Kenya, because you remember by the time walienda kutangazia hiyo results, waliacha simu zao kwa hiyo room after kutangaza na wakapotea for some days. Sijui kama unakumbuka. Kwanza wakatuambia walipotea, wakaenda wakakaa kwa room moja, sijui hoteli gani, wakawa wamefungua TV kuangalia waone kama Kenya inaharibika. You know how can somebody, a commissioner, anaweza sema kitu kama hiyo? Kwa sababu walisema vizuri kabisa, walitangaza, wakachukua TV, wakachukua simu zao, hata wakuzima simu, waliziacha tu hapo kwa meza, kila kitu akaacha hapo, wakatoka wakaenda wakajifungia kwa another room ambayo ilikuwa na TV, wakawa wanaangalia waone kama Kenya itachomeka ama haitachomeka. So I don't know if the guys are still in Kenya, but on the question ambayo umeuliza, it is not proper for Koome kwenda herself to the state house alafu aanze kuitisha funds. No, that is not procedural. That's why hata Raila amesema haiwezekani. But now okay, sawa ngoja kidogo.
All right.
Kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kuingiza lakini hujauliza. Yeah, there's something ambayo nilikuwa nataka kuingiza lakini hujaiuliza hiyo.
It's still okay because really nice. Now let's come to this. There's this bit. Raila Odinga says that when the president is seeking to have these 5 favorable judges, the nation should be worried because he says that the president has succeeded in capturing parliament. Hence, once he is able to even influence an independent institution like JSC, is able to influence having judges working on his favor. With all that culminating, is it now true that finally the president will have captured both the judiciary and the legislature?
Exactly, that is what he's doing. This is a guy ambaye amejipanga to capture those two. A capture parliament and then a capture judiciary. Kwa sababu those are the main institution ambayo inaweza kumsaidia for the next the next election ambayo ni 2027. Wakati atakuwa amesha capture that judiciary, somebody atamuannounce na hakuna mahali utampeleka kwa sababu hata kumpeleka koti. You know kama what happened this time on 2022. The parliament look at how we produce our evidence on that petition. But after producing those evidence and everything, angalia siku ya judgment venye ilikuwa. Everything ambayo tulipeana, it was ruled out. Everything was ruled out. Mpaka tukawa na suspicion kuwa no, this cannot be right. Out of every evidence ambayo tulipeana, how comes zote zinaitwa hot air, zinaitwa sijui white goon, sijui nini, alafu wote wanakuja na one unison judgment. Ati Mungu ametuambia kuwa this is the right person, this is the judgment, au wengine hao ilikuwa ni hot air. Hiyo peke yake ilikuwa inaleta ile speculation kuwa something was wrong on that judgment. Sasa sahi ikiwa atakuwa ameleta watu wake ambao watamfavor, still tutakuwa na that perspective for something wrong inaenda ku happen.
Now
you see,
when you look
no way.
Now when you look at all this now, does it now bring in so many questions? Because how comes Martha Koome is easy to agree to have Chebukati come in, Isaac Hassan come in, yet she told us the other day that she will not be compromised. She will not allow any form of corruption, because it is corruption to favor someone over the others. It is a corrupt dealing. So what do you make of such a move? And does it even go past what we are thinking? Because think about it, she was appointed just a few months or a year or so before the general election. Could there have been a plan all along to really have William Ruto the president, and equally Martha Koome to be the one to still make him uphold his win after Chebukati did what he did? Could there have always been a plan that these people have always been in cahoots together? They have always been working together, the three, Martha Koome, Chebukati, and William Ruto. Could they have always been working together all along?
No, all alone. Let's remove Koome in that group. But Chebukati with Ruto wamekuwa wakiwaka since 2013. Wamekuwa wakiwaka pamoja. But now for Koome coming in, Koome will come in wakati nani alikuwa ameanza kufrustrate judges, huyu former president Uhuru Kenyatta. By the time alianza kufrustrate judges, inafika mahali hataki kuandika hao wengine, inafika mahali anasema kuwa no, we have to look into something before we do it. Sasa tukaona ni kama that time court ilikuwa imeakwa sana against yeye. That's why unapata mpaka BBI ilitupiliwa mbali. Although wanasema kuwa haikuwa constitutional kwa sababu the president alihusika sana, but mimi nilikuwa naona kama hiyo haikuwa muhimu. Hiyo haikuwa a strong point ya kutupilia hiyo kitu mbali, but anyway tulikubali. But by that time Koome with judges walikuwa more so against the former president, so walikuwa wamelalia upande wa huyu, but tukisema kwa from 2013 ama from 2017 no, Koome hakuwa kwa hiyo group. Mtu ambaye alikuwa kwa group ambaye anafanya kazi sana na Ruto ni Chebukati, and that is the guy ambaye alikuwa anafanya evil plans, dark plans usiku, hiyo dark deals walikuwa anafanya na Ruto usiku, wanajuana vizuri. Sasa Koome came in later wakati things were not working with the president Uhuru na some judges, akakam in later. So he believed that wakati Ruto anakam, Ruto unajua alikuwa amepromise kwa anakuja kusaidia siji nini, anakuja kupeana pesa ya kusaidia watu wawe independent au kuwasaidia kwa anything ambao anataka. They believed that this guy anakuja kusaidia and to change what was happening, but wamekuja kugundua kumbe he was just a liar, alikuwa anadanganya. So because of that lies wamejipata sasa ina fix, ndio wanaanza kujiosha. Sasa hiyo kujiosha ndio unaona most of the time kila kitu kifanyika wanaangalia waone kweli hii kitu iko sawa ama haiko sawa. Kama haiko sawa wanatupilia mbali. Sasa na Ruto anajua kwa vitu zake mingi haziko sawa. You see, that's why he cannot work with Koome again. Mpaka nani akuja, mpaka Chebukati akuje, and other group ambayo inaweza fanya kazi yake ambayo anataka. Yeah.
All right. Now, when you listen to Wycliffe anaitwa Musalia Mudavadi, his English name is is he Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi?
Yeah, he's Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi.
And the former governor
is Ombesa ama Wycliffe Ombesa.
Oh, Wycliffe Ombesa Oparanya.
Oparanya.
All right. All right. Who is Mandiba? Okay.
Mandiba.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what are we? But I'm forgetting. He has another name. I'm forgetting. I'll remember it just now. But what are we discussing, ladies and gentlemen? This expose.
11 judges has just been done today. It is in today's Gazette. In that agreement, the 5 High Court judges and 2 Court of Appeal judges will be for Mr. Ruto to forward to the JSC. And he floated the names. Immediate former IBC chairman, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, and former IBC chairman, Ahmed Isaac Hassan, are to be appointed as Court of Appeal judges, with Chebukati later being elevated as the Chief Justice before the 2027 general elections. The targeting of the High Court and the Court of Appeal by Ruto is intentional. The administration believes it has completely captured the Supreme Court and now wants to target the problematic lower courts by staffing them with loyalists with the cooperation of the Chief Justice. After filling the executive with people of questionable integrity and capacity, and who will remain eternally grateful to him, Mr. Ruto is looking to set up a user-friendly judiciary full of people with questionable pasts and limited capacity. And unfortunately, the Chief Justice is gladly smiling along and playing the ball.
Now, Raila Odinga says it so well that the judiciary, William has captured the upper part, the Supreme Court. Ile part kuko na tatuish mshki ni the lower courts. That High Court na Appellate Court actually uko ndo amepoteza koti nyingi. That now brings in the question. One Wetangula has gone to the Supreme Court now. Raila Odinga alleges that William Ruto has held captive the Supreme Court. Now, here comes the Speaker of the National Assembly coming to bring a case and a petition after it has failed in these lower courts that Raila Odinga says haijakuwa na hajaweza kuimiliki. So, do you see some of the changes that may happen that the Supreme Court may rule against both the Appellate Court and the High Court, given that according to Raila Odinga, it's already captured. What do you make of that? Given that Nani has already gone to, he has already gone and appealed in the Supreme Court the housing levy. What do you make of such form of understanding?
Yeah, exactly the way you have said, Mr. Jex. That is the play game ambao alikuwa amejipangia. So at this moment I can assure you that vene nani ameenda, vene Wetangula ameenda, they can rule against the other courts vene kwa amerule. Yeah, because Raila asha the Supreme Court asha capture, and that's why huyu jamaa amekimbilia kule. There's something about I wanted to say, but I think let me just say it right now. Unajua wakati walikutana, kumbuka kwanza Raila amekuwa against Ruto kudefy court orders. You see, amekuwa against Ruto kudefy court orders. Hao watu wamekutana. We don't know what they talked wakiwa pale kwa ile secret room ya State House. But from nowhere, umeona there's this issue imekuwa introduced, issue ya IBC. Imekuwa introduced. About the same issue, kulikuwa na a committee ambayo imetengenezwa to look into that thing. But Raila ameongea leo akisema kuwa that thing was hiyo nini ilitolewa na parliament, and they had to constitute another thing wakati walikutana kwa this bipartisan talk ambao sasa wanafaa wachukue that report wapeleke kwa parliament, and then parliament discuss about the report, wakipitisha then they can start the process of hii mambo ya IBC. But from nowhere courts ikatokea from nowhere ikasema no, hiyo watu wasifuate hiyo maneno, wanafaa wafanye direct, tena inafaa iwe urgent. Unakumbuka hiyo report ambayo courts walisema? Sasa now again baba ametokezea anasema no, we have to defy that order. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu parliament ilikuwa tayari ishakata hiyo nini, hao watu ilikuwa cancel hiyo committee ambayo imewekwa, ilikuwa cancel, so they have to follow this one for bipartisan. But court inasema no, cannot wawezi fuata hiyo bipartisan, they have to do it urgently. Now baba tayari ametokezea anaambia we have to defy. Yaani inaonekana ni kama pia baba anasema we have to defy court. Umeona vile the setup imekuwa. So it is as if ni kama kuna setup ambayo imepangwa so that wanaweza fix baba. Yeah, right. Kwa hiyo mambo ya court. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be coming to that just in a few. But before I even come to the next topic, Alex, you had some mushki. I think now you're good. What do you make of these revelations coming out in that Martha Koome, she's almost willing to leave her seat, because if we'll have a new Chief Justice by the next election, it's like she's willing to leave that seat. What do you make of such? Yet her tenure ends at 2031.
I think when Martha Koome went to State House, he knew that Ruto was fixing her. It's just a revelation that has come from Raila. And that here has shocked, the whole community of the courts. And there was a report that came out that the courts now, I think they're having their own meetings to understand and ask Martha Koome why she took money from State House. Because as you heard from Raila Odinga, His Excellency Raila Odinga said the State House does not issue money to the courts. There's a special committee in that issues money.
Yes.
And if they have a deficit, they have a request whereby it goes back to Parliament, and then a supplementary, or whichever way it can be done, so that they can receive money urgently to continue with their business and whatever they need. So from where I sit, Martha Koome was fixed in a way she didn't know. So Raila Dozia also came to a surprise to her, because what Ruto asked was to see, he did not tell her that Chebukati and Hassan are the one who are going to sit. She asked only for 7 seats. But the woman went beside and advertised for 11 seats. Which means even her, she wanted also to fix her own people, because she understood there might be a war coming up. So she's preparing for a war. So she has her own, and then she put 4 more. But this thing came to a surprise to her. And when it came to a surprise to her, now she's also in arms. Now, what you must remember is Wetangula, Muchele, and Chebukati have all married from the same family.
Yes, yes.
Chebukati's wife and Wetangula's wife are sisters, which will mean Chebukati has to fight for his in-law tooth and nail to get into that Supreme Court because he also has the case for the gold is hanging for him. And also illegality, the artificial parliament that we have is also another thing that in any time if the courts declares, they can declare Wetangula as not as a speaker because what they have right now is truly not a majority if you take by the books.
Yes, yes.
So he's also afraid that he might pay for that, how they created an artificial majority and how it happened. So Chebukati has his, Wetangula has his own fears. That's why you see him running to court. But the man Muturi has realized the mistakes that have been made and the mistakes being made again and again. So he's staying back. You see, and that makes him have chills that somebody is looking at the law in a different way. The same man has been the speaker for 10 years, remember. So he understands the intrigues of being a speaker. You have a role as the head of one arm of government. And therefore, you are not supposed to be bipartisan or partisan in whichever way. I think I keep on confusing those words. You are supposed to be one that the parliament so that you are able to discuss and able to come to amicable, even contagious issues. So Wetangula going to court is in bad. He shows that he is with the government. The executive cannot be with the legislature. Otherwise, we cannot get good legislation. And therefore, whatever the judiciary, it will be of bad taste. So what I'm saying is that I think Koome fixed herself and how she will rescue herself. It's very easy. Now it's work with the opposition, it's work with the judges, it's work with the people that he never wanted to work with. It will work with the hot air that he did not want to work with hot air. Now it will be cold air. Now he will stop working with cold hair and start working with hot hair. And you see a man called Raila Amolo supporting Koome. And it gets to a point where sometimes you have to support somebody you don't like. Just to say Democrats. So the issue, the one issue that I have a problem is Chebukati and Wetangula marrying from the same family. It's a thorny issue that once it gets there, two brother-in-laws, one head of one arm, and the other one heading one arm. And the one arm, which is the leisure, has already been swallowed by the executive. We are not going to have a government anymore. So all these arms will be swallowed into one, and they will be controlled by the executive, which is a scenario that we don't want in our country.
Now, another interesting question is this. We have seen William Ruto award loyalists, people who helped him become the president. Now, is it now almost obvious one of the loyalists that he wants to award is Chebukati? And if that is so, could there be a story that is not known to many that probably, just maybe, one Chebukati could have influenced the elections in a way that only favors Ruto and affects Raila Odinga, and that's why even when the servers are asked to be opened, that one is something that probably cannot happen. And even when it's happened, it would still be skewed with a lot of interesting issues therein.
It's redemption time. You connect the dots to form the line. Baba said this thing long time ago that Chebukati is going to be rewarded to become a Chief Justice. This thing did not come right now. Baba predicted it or he knew it because
he called him a hero. He celebrated him. I think as we started, we were able to see how he seriously celebrated him. I always hoped that he would get an appointment. I never knew it was of that high magnitude.
But Baba said it. Baba said
Yeah, exactly.
Chebukati will get was Chief Justice. And I think we need to take this man Raila Amolo Odinga seriously sometimes. It's not like he's a prophet, but I think he does his research before he talks. He doesn't just talk. Baba said it clearly that the man Chebukati is going to be rewarded to become the Chief Justice of the country. And we took it right. Now it's coming to fruition. Now is when now we are, gunning the gears and, ready with our arms in the social media and everywhere. We saw this coming, but we didn't know, we didn't believe what we were told. Now, if you connect the dots to form a straight line, I think it has come at a wrong time when the country is experiencing. We had lost confidence in our courts to a point that if we had a contagious issue, you saw Baba not going to court. Nobody was going to court because the court had become the hot air that Martha Koome had described. And even other judges walikuwa nashangaa, why are not people coming to court? See what happened to Kisii, where people were shot. We never went to court because the courts were deemed useless. So in returning that confidence, now again, that dossier has come. Now, I think we are degrading our courts, which are our natural attributors, when everything and anything has gone sour to a point that we are not supposed to correct. We go to the interpretation of the law. Sometimes, sometimes we may not get justice. But it reached a point we never went to court completely because we believe we can never get justice. We had started now to go to court. Then this dossier comes. It has done the court. And I think there are judges, there are people within the court system who are looking, and now I think they have talked to him. Now, not only privately, now openly, that look, this is way beyond. We have never had a rogue Chief Justice. This needs to stop. And that's why she gave the statement, and then she made a blunder. This is called liberal intelligence. She made a blunder and then went to step against the advice of the former CJs, the two of them, against one of the oldest lawyer in Kenya who has practiced over 60 years. Anaitwaje, he had an interview with Anaitwaje, this Luo lawyer who has practiced over 60 years. He had an interview.
Haminwa.
Yeah.
Haminwa.
He advised.
Haminwa.
Yeah, Haminwa. Yeah. He told the CJ, and if you watch that interview, she said the dangers that it will bring even to them as lawyers once it happens. Why? Because it affects the whole system. Now, even if you don't want, as Mania said, now money takes place in courts. And once that starts happening, from the Judicial Service Commission to LSK and to other bodies, the jurists in of Kenya, I think now the judicial system collapses. And once it collapses, I think we at Mwananchi are going to suffer immensely because the politicians don't know how to cover themselves because they have money, because they can buy anything they want and they can get money the way they want. So what I was saying is this: the impact of this thing is of such a magnanimity that Koome did not understand. Now Koome understands that she's going to be taken out. I don't know if she has slept since Friday. I don't know how many meetings the judiciary has had. I think there are a beehive of activities happening. But from what you saw, say in whatever in Kakamega, I mean, that was a leading statement that they have discussed, they have decided, they are going to fight for Chebukati to become the Chief Justice. What is the other side going to do? What is the judiciary going to do? Are they just going to fold and allow it to happen? That is the question that we don't know. But I think on Monday again we'll have a continuation of the dossier. I don't think that was the whole dossier. Baba liked giving excerpts. So tomorrow he may decide to give more. so that we can continue to know what is happening in the judiciary. Thank you.
Okay, just to add something,
All right.
Mr. Jake,
Yes,
just to add something on what Alex has
yes,
said.
yes.
You know,
Please
we know
do.
that by the time Baba alikuwa anauliza kuwa they have to open servers, the president and the team were against that issue so much, na hata ilileta shida sana.
Yes,
No,
yes, yes.
wakati mambo ilikuja ikaanza kuwa imezidi, when they decided to form the bipartisan talks ambayo iligisha juzi ya nini ya former vice president Kalonzo. Yeah.
Sorry? Ako ndani.
Okay.
Ako ndani. Oh, sorry, I need to change this one to be this one. Okay. Sorry, SG. Ulikuwa ndani.
Okay. Now what I'm saying ni kuwa the president hakutaka the opening of the server. Hakutaka kabisa. But a time came whereby ilibidi mpaka aseme no, we have to talk to Raila. And talking to Raila, we have to form a committee. Ani ile bipartisan talks. Ambao bipartisan talks ya kwanza ili fail. Kwa sababu they never agreed on opening the server. Hiyo ikakansoliwa. Sasa they had again, kwa sababu ya that pressure that Baba had on them, wakaamua form another one ambayo ilikuwa sasa ni ya huyu Kalonzo Musyoka. And when Kalonzo Musyoka, they agreed that they will open the server. Now I'm coming to understand why Baba alisema anapenda hii report. That's where now naanza kupata that image. Baba aliamua kupenda this report kwa sababu wali promise they will open the server, and he knows in the server alishinda. But now the question comes, Koome atafungua server ama atafungua server? With the current situation, Koome atafungua server, and Ruto ataki server ifunguliwe. You see, Ruto in any way he doesn't want that server to be open, but with the current situation, wakati mahali Koome amefikia, the server has to be open. Wakisema afungue itabidi ifunguliwe, so he has to take her out, alete Chebukati ambayo ni Roger kama yeye. Yeah.
Bwana SG,
this is the play ambayo tunaanza kuona.
Okay, I'll be coming to you with more, and even Mr. Alex, but allow me to have Mr. G. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in and joining us here at Afrique 24, and we are having a very great conversation. Pia wale wako comment section, asante tu sana. Mr. SG Kamau, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending na time. Oh no, wewe uko mahali niko. Good evening, how are you?
I'm fine. Tuko ground. Sisi tuko hapa.
Sisi tuko kwa system.
Tuko kwa vumbi bwana. Tunaumia kwa vumbi.
Now you I'm sure you heard the speech, or rather the expose from Raila Odinga, and today equally Musalia Mudavadi almost confirmed that it is true that one Chebukati could be coming back as a judge, and probably at a very high position. What do you make of it?
It's a ping pong. It's a story we have had for all of us. I mean, I don't know. I think it is important to note that Raila Odinga has very good intelligence. And whatever he speaks, it doesn't just come from nowhere. He knows, and I know when he says this now, he prepares the people's mind psychologically. Now you and I and many other Kenyans get angry when they hear the kind of plots and conspiracy that this Ruto has. And today I just want to Mr. Hage. And before I come back to my point, I want to say that God also remember us Kenyans. We are your children. Just as you've remembered the people of Namibia, remember Kenyans.
Did you just say that?
Sisi ni watoto wako, utukumbuke pia.
You are praying for them.
You're getting it wrong. I'm just saying we are also his children in Kenya.
We are mourning with the people of Namibia, and you are making a very serious prayer request, man.
God has remembered them, so we should also be remembered as the children of God in Kenya.
We almost remembered us in Meru.
Yeah, that pothole did us. I wish it was a bigger pothole. So
But
we
we
could
had
have
a
been.
chance.
Are you serious
TJ,
right
we
now,
had a
you guys?
chance. Unakumbuka ile time ya Safari Rally? We had chance. We had that chance, a better chance on the Safari Rally.
Oh,
Oh
what happened
yeah,
in that time?
ile time alikuwa amebebwa na ule jamaa and he was driving crazy.
That was the day.
Oh,
That was the day.
yeah, hiyo ni ngumu. Hiyo ni ngumu. Unajua kwa nini safari rally ni ngumu? Kwa sababu zile chuma za protection ziko hapo ni mingi na safety belts. So our hope is si tunangojea mtu kama hii ndege kama Recho pia, unajua anaweza tusaidia Recho pia. Unajua kuna vile unaweza pikia mtu chameleon. Chameleon pia inasaidia, na kuna hii wanaume wengi hapa Mount Kenya wamewawa na chameleon. Unachinja chameleon, unakausha juu ya nini ya mabati,
But
alafu
SG,
unapika.
chameleon kuna jamaa, ukumbuki kuna jamaa amekula chameleon.
Achana na
SG.
hiyo, kuna
Kuna
vile
jamaa amekula
inapika.
chameleon bichi.
SG, twende siasa, wacha hiyo siasa yako, twende siasa.
Sawa, turudi pale kwa IBC. Turudi kwa IBC. Thank you so much. Thank you guys from the diaspora. Thank you people from Kenya. We are happy that you are
I hope
tuned in.
you don't have any
We are
so that I
we are
don't
back
watch
to
it.
politics. We are back to politics. So when Raila tells you your wife is pregnant,
Buy diapers.
buy diapers. And Raila is telling us there is a problem here. Yeah, the deal that was struck between Mother Koome and the president was just to make Chebukati the CJ, and Mother Koome resigns and become a multi-billionaire, being and then he's gonna let the seat go to Chebukati so that Chebukati can manage the election. So whatever is bothering Ruto now, it is not the 300,000 the 300,000 children that have not gone to school, the Bagadi hospital that has no money, has no drugs, the many roads in Kenya that are full of pothole, him being, of course, a victim, the many unemployed youths in Kenya. Whatever is bothering him is 2027. And that is why this man has gone to Western Kenya, because lawyers can be a great substitute for the Kikuyus, because it is rather obvious that the Kikuyus will vote for the economy, and they vote for the economy. Now the economy of the Kikuyu is not working. The kahawas and the macadamias and the milk and the kahawas and the majani chai is going down the drain. The net importers of vehicles and many other electronics, a big percentage from Mount Kenya, cannot do that. Why? Because the dollar is at 160 plus. And therefore, the only people he would want to hoodwink to substitute for the Mount Kenya are the lawyers. Because as we speak today, the clan that Honorable Alex comes from, that one cannot vote for him. It's a gone case. The people from Eastern, they cannot vote for him. Coast cannot. Nairobi is a no-go zone. So the only people who can be hoodwinked probably are the lawyers, of which I also don't believe they would be hoodwinked. And therefore, all these machinations are for 2027. That is why he's so busy moving around on top of vehicles, trying to understand because he knows the ground is hostile. The ground is hostile. And I want to tell you what Kikuus are saying here in Mount Kenya. They are saying like the days of Kamotho when he could not manage to become an MP despite him being given a very small constituency. Many Kikuus are saying anything but not Ruto. They are going to vote for it. But that calls upon the Azimio group because I sense danger and I see danger in the Azimio group. As a person who is concerned about this country, I can see self-interest and bad politics destroying, because the only thing that can make Ruto win in the next election, because that is what we are talking about here, it is the disunity of the Azimio. Because we need to prompt a guy right now, and I'm proposing Wakina Omtata to be floated, Wakina Matiangi to be floated here. So that at the end of the day, people can see we can bring back our country back. Because as we speak right now, I see someone like Kalonzo doing his own things. I see someone like Martha Karua and the group doing their own things. But I think what we have learned in history is a divided opposition cannot unseat or unsettle a ruling government or a ruling regime. So from where I sit, I think it is important for what Raila is doing. But I think the biggest thing should be who is our candidate, so that we prompt this guy and we rally behind him, because we are status quo remain. In fact, let me tell you, Azimio group is still intact as it was. And what is fragmenting, it is a group of UDA, whereby you find UDA, many people are discouraged and disappointed by the regime that promised them heaven. And that is why you see that the lies of President Ruto are not selling anymore to the people. That is why he has resorted to telling them that the only thing I can do to you ni kuwaletea kompyuta mfinye, mkifinya kompyuta dola zinatoka binguni kwa kina Alex na zinakuja kwa mfuko yako. So he's getting mad. This guy is getting mad. And Alex bwana, sinanga namba yako bwana. Unajua you are supposed to remember us bwana, huku chini tuko nataka bundles bro. So that is the position. Naitisha pokoni bwana, mi nateseka na niko na wananchi huko. So the point I want to put close is that baba aendelee kuexpose hii nyang'au na hii serikali mbovu ya Zakayo. Asante kwa machache, wacha tugojee tusikie wengine kidogo. Naona Mr. G is burning.
Yes, Alex, before I bring another twist of the same story.
Do you believe that we should hang out our parties and form a grand party instead of operating kuna Jubilee hapa kando, kuna NAK ya Mama Martha Karua and other parties within the coalition? Do you believe that it's now the right time that we should do that?
Yeah. It's a ripe, and I can tell you, we should form a formidable party now. Hii story za Kamwene, sijui ODM, mambo ya na Kenya, sijui Jubilee, that one is going to cause more confusion. So for me, I think because we still have the political party act that gives us an opportunity to build a formidable party, I think it is important because Kenya is locked for Azimio. I can tell you that. It's locked for Azimio. So it is important to build a party now. Na tuache story mingi ati there will come a time we're going to do this. Let us do now, because it is rather obvious The mistakes of Kenya Kwanza are so much and so many that we even don't know what to criticize anymore. Me, I left criticizing because every day there is sijui a licensed gas station imelipuka mahali, tunaambiwa sijui ilipeano license. It is in the yani, there is too much things that are happening in this government that you do not know what to even talk about. Everything is a mess. Yes.
All
Now,
right. Mhm.
the other thing, SD, don't you think it's a danger to front presidential candidate now because ataletewa cases ambazo ziko, ataanza kuletewa shida nyingi. We need to maybe 1 year before the election we should do that because this is 3 years. They will, let's say it's Matiani. Do you think they will revive cases that were not there? They will start looking for things that are non-existent and plant on him. What do you think about that? Because you say, let us unveil our candidate now. With the Kenya Kwanza, if they know that person is very popular, let's say it's Matiani, don't you think there will be a lot of persecution? Because somebody like Simbarat is getting a lot of persecution because they think it might be him.
Prosecutions are very good in Kenya. I will tell you, if you want to to tunasemanga in Kiswahili, ukitaka kukula, be on the side where the government is harassing you. I can tell you right now, if we prompt Matiangi or Simba Arati naanza kushikwa kusumbuliwa, it works for him. It works for him and it works for the betterment of tomorrow. Because even what prompted this guy to become president, it is these idiots that are full of sympathy in Kenya. That there are so many. They think, oh, ametolewa polisi, na huyo mtu atatuona katika election. So for me, I think it is good to prompt a guy because one of the things that is going to do to that guy is going to make him popular, and then number two is going to make him known to the people. Because as we speak right now, we are too much second guessing. We have Kalonzo, and for me, and I will say this without any fear of contradiction, I think Kalonzo is a non-starter. I'm sorry, I have no personal issue with Kamba, but I think this guy. You want to become president? We do not see you in Kakamega. We do not see you. In other words, let me put it this way: you have a party. Raila is 80 years old. We are finding him in Taita Taveta recruiting people. He is there. He's in Meru. He is recruiting people in Kakamega. What we find in Kalonzo is him rotating in. And sorry for Mato if he's reasoning. He rotating in Kazozweni. After Kazozweni is in Matu. Akitoka Matu ndio Macha. Macha ndio huyo tena ameenda Tala. So we are wondering, do you want to be known? The social in Turukana who wants to vote for you, and you see, your presence matters. You might not even have any solution for Kenya, but your presence matters to the people. Yeah. So for me, I think he is doing little. If he really wants, and if he is banking on just being supported, it's going to be funny. So for me, I would want this, and this is my prayer. I want the likes of man. And the reason why I'm saying this radical, hata mtu kama Simba Arati, uzuri wa Simba Arati speaks it as it is. I remember when he was telling Ruto on his face as a deputy president that your people killed our people in Kericho. You should apologize for that before you come and ask us for votes. That is the kind of people I want. I want the people like Akina Sifuna, who are telling the president, you liar. Yeah, clip my wings if you want to clip my wings. But the truth of the matter is, everything you speak is a lie. We want people who will speak against this president as it is. We want people who are going to remind the president that we do not know when your wife who had an accident to get injuries in your head, in her head. We want to know, is it you who is beating him? Because those are things that we want to talk about as a people of Kenya. Because the position of a presidency of Kenya is a position of role models. It is a position that we want to sit with our kids as we eat ugali at home and say, I want you to aspire and one day become a president. And how do you become a president in this world or in Kenya? You treat your wife with decorum. You treat your family with decorum. You treat people with decorum. You don't abuse people. You don't steal land. You don't kill people. We want people who are articulating these things because we want a country. And I can tell you, and I think there are countries that are having elections in Europe, whereby you find that even campaign, it is being done by letters and emails. And people are saying, this is my articulation to your life, to this country. I'm going to do this. So when you look at this and vis-a-vis Kenya, where we are hiding, ati ukienda makutano ya president today, I was watching them in Kakamega, praising a lunatic, praising a president who has no shape, who is a double speaker. Ati sijui umetuletea maendeleo. Which maendeleo? And it is kupanga, kutenga, kunini, all those nonsense. Kwa hivyo, Alex, I think it is important. Hata kama utakuwa harassing any individual today will going to make you very popular. It makes you very popular.
All right, interesting. Alex, any other more question?
Yeah, there's a question here from Budia. She's part and parcel of the comment section. She's very, very active. She's asking, SG Kamau, Kalonzo does not like flying. Is he watching his footprints? Let me repeat, SG Kamau, Kalonzo does not like flying. Is he watching his footprints?
I'm trying to understand the question. Is he watching what?
You can read it if you can't understand, you can read
okay.
it.
Hello?
Jex, can you mute?
Yes.
I don't know. I've read it, but I'm not. How do you understand it? Because I'm not understanding it. He doesn't like flying. Is he watching his footprint?
Also watchful that he doesn't like going other places. Is he watching? Is he trending softly because he fears Ruto or something like that? I think that's how I understand it. Is he so watchful that he doesn't like going to other places?
But he has never done it even before Ruto. There was a time Ruto was not a problem in this country. Yeah, the problem was Uhuru and Kibaki. Well, and you know, when he stood for presidency and became number third in the days of Kibaki, he rotated in a particular location, and that is why we are asking ourselves: is he banking on Raila's support for him to become the president? Azimio must be serious. In fact, let me put it this way: we have to clip these people. I know he has a very big influence because Kamba people listen to him. But I think it is important we look for an individual who is a little bit young and not non-Kikuyu, non-Kalenjin, and non-Kanu. If we can get that individual, my brother, we are going to sweep this guy with 75% of the votes. Because what we want to do as a people of Kenya, it is to cut the umbilical cord of Kanu. We have never gotten out of that yoke. That is where the problem is. Because it doesn't matter whether we call it NAC, whether we call it Azimio, or we call it this thing called Rainbow or whatever. It is Kanu. The people who have been leading this country since 1960s are Kanu people. It's only that the Uhurus and the Kibakis were good Kanu, but they were Kanu. They were Kanu, and that is why we have not gotten out of this. Because someone like Ruto, I can tell you, it is just the same way you can go and rescue a snake that is dying in the forest. Ukuje uipatie maziwa, that is Kanu. Uipatie mkate, Eventually, you create a beast in your house and he destroys you or your family. That is what we did. Mtu ambaye ameleta huyu mtu anaitwa Ruto katika siasa is none other than Moi. Huyu ndio alimpatia ile baby inaitwa baby powder, ile inaitwa nini? Ile unapea mtoto akiwa nani? Unapatia mtoto Cerelac. Unakaa kidogo, unampatia mtoto, unaambia Kibaki sawa, anapatiwa Ministry of Higher Education na Agriculture. So even if we were to blame anybody, we were to blame even wakina Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta, because personally I know if Uhuru never chose this person, he could not be the president today. If Kibaki never reinstated him when he was sacked by Raila or Molo Odinga because of stealing everything, even pencils in higher education and agriculture, he could not be the president today. But we pampered this beast that is causing a lot of problem in this country. And therefore, from where I sit, I think Kalonzo should do better. I think there are places in this country they don't know about Kalonzo. And therefore, if he thinks that he's going to be backed by Raila Odinga, then it will be unfortunate, because any disunity and disorganization of Azimio, it's a clean ticket and a straight ticket for Ruto, and that is what he's looking for. In fact, I saw Ruto saying he wants to compete with Kalonzo because he knows Kalonzo cannot outsmart him in the campaign. He knows that Kalonzo has no strength, he has no money, he has no good support in the whole country. And I have nothing against Kalonzo. I wish he could do better so that he can become the next president and the 6th president of the Republic of Kenya. Kwa hivyo Azimio tuwe serious, tutoke kwa hii matope ya kufikiria ati things are easy. This guy does not take alcohol like me and Alex. He doesn't take whiskey. Unajua sisi tunaweza pumzika mahali tuseme nipatie John Walker, nipatie tot tatu. Kichwa iwe msuri. This is the only person, the only thing Ruto does, it is woman. Skirt atakangi kuona karibu na hiyo tu, na hiyo Kenya, hata Kenya inajua ni mtu ya skirt. Nasikia hata kitanda yake inakuanga hapa katikati imebend katikati. Kwanza hii hapa
Hey, Mr. G, unachoma kuchoma, but ni sawa tu.
Hiyo ni hizo, unajua
sawa.
Tunasikianga hii story. Si story. Ndugu yangu. Haujaienda lodging ukakuta mattress imekatika hapa katikati. No, these are things that are reality in Kenya. Kuna mahali unaweza enda lodging ukute mattress hapa katikati ni kama imetoboroa simu. Ni kazi. Ni wanaume wanakula mihogo na njugu. So these are things that happens in this country.
Baba lately amekuwa akisema vitu vingine kwa rally zinanichekesha.
Kwanza ya leo ilikuwa serious, hata siwezi jaribu kuicheza hapa.
Kuna vitu vingine kama anasema
you cannot play because of PG, parental guidance. You have to, you know.
The 6,000 ilikuwa inaenda kupewa watu wasichana ambao vijana walisema twende kazi. Kazi kisha vijana.
All right. Now, SG, Mr. G, and Alex, I want to bring in another aspect, what Mr. G was trying to talk of earlier, the IEBC. We are now headed to the third hour. Now, the IEBC is a very interesting topic. 1 year, actually 15 months now, ever since we have this government, we are yet to have any commissioner, we have zero commissioner in the IEBC. The quorum, when we say our IEBC is quorate, it has to have a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 7, but they want to raise it to 9. Now, before I even play any clip and any ruling from judges, let me begin with you, Mr. G. Why are we in that position in the first place? 15 months later, we don't have any commissioner.
Jex, kwa sahi tungekuwa na commissioners, but the process that was being followed by this Roger, the crook guy, the president, Baba
No,
stood up na
the
akasema no.
president. Achana the crook guy. Endelea.
Okay. The president of Kenya.
But sawa tu.
The president of Kenya. Yeye uliona vile alikuwa na speed ya kutafuta hao watu, but Baba akasema no, it cannot happen because this is something about it is very delicate, yeah? So we need to have a public participation. Now to have a public participation, a process has to be followed. That's why walikuwa na hiyo bipartisan talks, wakaenda wakapata committee na wakasema let us discuss this thing, alafu ikipelekwa kwa parliament, now they will have a formidable formula ambayo atatumia kupata watu ambao wako. This is a delicate situation whereby unaweza chukua mtu yoyote na akuja akafanya vitu ambayo Chebukati alifanya. So we need to find better people, wale watu ambao wanaweza stand, wanaweza simama independent na wasidecide na kitu ambayo inakuja kusaidia Wakenya. But when you decide to do it haraka when president akwa anataka, huyu ambao amekataa tusimuite jina yake, atachagua watu ambao ni watu wake, everything itaribika. Already something I wanted to comment before we continue this issue ya nini ya election ya ABC. Kuna hii issue Alex ameuliza hii ya forming one party, at least inaweza kuwa ya manufaa. I can agree with Alex kwa sababu look at what is happening at the moment. Sasa tunapata it is only ODM ambayo inatembea the whole country, only ODM. The other parties wameambiwa wafanye hivyo, but sijiona hata mmoja ambaye ameanza. Wote bado although Jubilee inafanya kisirisiri, inafanya kisirisiri, inafanya the grassroots kule kwao ambao ni Central Kenya, but tutapata haijakuwa na that impact kama vene baba anafanya chama yake. So I think when we have one party inaweza kuwa sawa, but now can these other guys, watu wetu wanaweza kubali waeke aside their parties wakuje kwetu? Inakuwa is another headache ambayo itatokea, ambao I'm sure is not possible, but that was the best way, kwa sababu ukiangalia at the moment utapata ODM is gaining a lot by doing what is doing, and all other parties wanafaa wafanye hivyo. And yet remember, we are the same team, we are in one basket ambao ni Azimio. So for us to win the next election, ambao vene amesema, vene SG amesema, this guy hakunywi pombe and his focus, akili yake yote imekuwa focus to 2027. We need to be more sharp than we were last time. Last time unapata mtu kama mtu kama ule alikuwa anasema hii imeenda. Jamaa alipiga kelele sana, mwingine akaa upande wetu na tumbo kubwa akituambia mkateni miti, and yet kumbe hakuwa na any other solution ambayo ingekuja kusaidia kugada our votes ili tuchukue hii kiti. We need to have all strategy ambayo inaweza kusaidia we gather our votes, tujue how we can win this thing, and to take power. Taking power is not easy, and we have to take it. When Ruto alitunyang'anya pale Bomas, ndo Ruto alitunyang'anya kura yetu pale Bomas pale ambao tungekuwa na watu wamejipanga vizuri, tuache hii mambo ya siji imeenda tu, na watu wamejipanga kama nani alikuwa vile ule Masai the Masai guy, kwa napenda kusahau jina lake, the senator tungechukua kiti yetu. So what I'm trying to say ni kuwa Ledama, what I'm trying to say ni kuwa we need to be more serious than we are sahi. And as much as tunataka tuwe as one chama, one party, vene Alex amesema, this other party wanafaa jitokeze pia wakuje, ndio tunaweza faulu kwa hii issue. Okay, back to you.
Alex, same question. We don't have a IBC. What does that even mean 15 months after the election?
In a normal country, this could be a constitutional crisis. And this could have gone to court, and the court will issue a quick surprise order, and if the institutions that are supposed to form or whoever, if it's parliament, a couple of days to make sure that it's there. As we say today, some wards that still don't have MCS, just because we do not have, 2 years later, they do not have representatives. A sad situation. But how did we come to this situation? It was a calculated move, because, if that we could have had an existing IBC, the people that had gone from Azimio to this side could have been taken to court, and the court to interpret that IBC should recall them, withdraw their winning, and we go to election. So for Wetangula to continue having this artificial majority, they had to make sure that we do not have IBC. The IBC situation is an intentional thing because people were forced to resign. Apart from that, they knew that other people were retiring. So what does this mean? The positions were to be. So the judge that interpreted the law the other day, I don't know if he was taken a case or something of the sort, said that this thing needs to be constituted as soon as possible because this we don't have to wait for an article report to be discussed or everything. And it's sad again, I don't think people like Ichungu are going to take this article report to the speaker. I'm telling Baba very well, Baba, don't wait for the article report, okay? Because this article report is supposed to prepare to the majority leader in parliament. Then the majority leader will present it to the speaker for it to be discussed. I don't see a situation where that Wetangula is going to allow that, and yet he has gone to court. He has aligned himself to the UDA. So we are sitting or we are walking on eggshells, thinking that this thing is going to into fruition. It's not. The article report was null and void, and I support Martha Koome there that we've wasted our time. Though we proved a point that these people are not willing. They just want to govern this country as they want. So for me, the IEBC is a thorny issue, and it is through IEBC that results are declared. You must control IEBC in one way or the other. And I think there is no way Ruto can leave IEBC to be neutral. There is no way. I don't see a scenario that can happen. So we are wasting time. So the solution either, and I hate to say that, it's a situation that is complex. If we really want this country to change, I don't think the courts may be able to interpret us correctly because even themselves, they are being defied. The housing thing is going on. Things are going on that we do not want. So the only situation ambayo imebaki, I think vile TJ Kajwanga alisema leo, and I don't want to use that thing wakati alikuwa anafanya hivi kofia yake.
Revolution. Customer revolution.
So I think that's the only way. But otherwise, we have tried many ways, and these people are buying time. You see, from since the report came until now, has not been presented to the speaker to be discussed. And now we see the scenario whether the speaker is going to call to seek water. And that we have seen that Chebukati and the speaker are related because they're married sisters, true sisters, blood sisters, not even sister-in-law. So I don't think why we should wait for that report, as Baba is saying, but the issue of IBC is a thorny issue. And Ruto was there when IPPG was formed, that was neutral. And that is how we lost. And Ruto stayed outside, and it was cold. And Ruto doesn't want to be cold. He wants always to be warm in the government. So my take on that is that there is something that we can do to make sure that it's not formed. We can defy as a whole country. If we are going to defy Chebukati, let us put these two dual things together, and we use them as our reason to go to the whole country and say enough, enough. Because these are things that the courts can listen to. I believe these two things the court can listen to, because don't think that the court itself is going to be comfortable by Chebukati coming there. They know that they are a target. There are judges who knows that they are the target. Once Chebukati becomes the CJ, they will lose their jobs. Also, they are willing to fight for us for the sake of themselves. This is the right time to go to court and fight in court, but also in the court of public opinion. Thank you.
All right. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome so much here at Afrique 24. We really appreciate your feedback and above all, you viewing this channel. Thank you so much. You don't really take it lightly. We appreciate all that you are doing. Thank you, many still watching and many still liking the video, and equally many subscribing to Afrique 24. Join in the conversation even as we look at what is happening in our country. Welcome. All are invited. Join Afrique 24. Hii ni pale ambapo kila kitu ina happen pasipo kubagua. All right? Join in the comment section, join in the liking section. Wacha tuwe na show moja fiti. Now, what are we discussing? Raila Odinga today alikuwa Kamukunji, and in Kamukunji we had so many speakers. Some really were able to bring the roofs down, and a lot of politics came out. But one of the things that came out is that ruling made on Friday concerning IEBC. The IEBC was the court ordered on Friday, probably this you didn't get, that it ought to be reconstituted as a matter of urgency. In fact, what Alex you're talking about the NADCO, the court already has made its position on that. The court equally has made its position on that, in the sense that the court has said that is a report that lacks a framework and has not been based on any constitutional law. Already, that is to say that that law as it is stands null and void. Even before it goes to parliament, already the court has made a ruling on it. It has made a ruling. In any case, very soon, that is a ruling that will really impact our news here at Afrique 24. Why? Because if the court is declaring the NADCO report as unconstitutional, and in the NADCO report, therein lies the issue of IEBC. So what happens from there? The court has already made a ruling. Raila Odinga is saying Parliament, as it comes back next week, we should anticipate the NADCO report being tabled, and therein lies the question, or rather the answer to the IEBC question. What do you make of it? Is this a looming challenge or battle in the courts and even in the parliament? Because already the courts, if you remember this, I think we were able to discuss this in our previous show. This was the article that we looked at. Of course, here we see the report, or rather the ruling made by Justice Mugure Dande, who declared the following. Now, this, as they say, the court deals a major blow to Raila Odinga. Now, this is what oh my goodness, sorry for that. So sorry for that. All right, here we go. Sorry for that. So wanasema aje that a key recommendation of talks between President Ruto and the opposition chief leader Raila Odinga could render dead in the waters after the High Court order for the immediate recruitment of electoral commissioners, emphasizing need to obey constitution and noting that the talks here they are talking about is the NADCO talks. They are saying that the talks did not have any backing of law. In fact, a quote is that compliance with the constitution should not be suspended for the sake of political expediency. In fact, it says this intervention is therefore justified. Someone had already gone to court challenging the NADCO issue and about equally stories IBC. So endelea by saying that more so because the talks here being NADCO talks were not anchored either through the constitution or through the law. Today, Raila Odinga came out guns blazing, saying we should almost equally defy these orders. Alex, I want to begin with you. Is that not double speak from the person who is asking Kenyans and the president to obey court orders? Because the court has already made a ruling on this, especially the NADCO report. Raila Odinga is telling us to defy the courts and equally go and table the NADCO report and go through as what the NADCO report was proposing. What do you make of such turn of sequence?
You know, the reason why we changed it from bipartisan to national dialogue is because there was an urgency. and
Yes, yes.
people were in the streets, and the economy be revived. I mean, the natural sequence of operation needed to be executed, and therefore agreed between the two parties because there was political instability. That look, let's do this because Raila declared so many national days to a point that the economy too was being affected. But the people were ready for that because they felt that the standard of the cost of living was also going berserk. So we sat under a clause called national dialogue. Whenever we have a national dialogue, it can supersede the court's expectation because this is a national criteria that has come, and the People's Court usually supersedes the courts that we have in Kenya. If, for example, when there was post-election violence in 2007, which clause do they use? Which law do they use to form the post of the PM and also make it legal to a point where the PM the PM post had to be formed? So I think this is completely wrong because it has been done before when there is a national dialogue. So we put 7 people this side, 7 people this side. That was PNU and that was ODM. We put together, they spoke under the umbrella of international community. So to bring sense to the country, because I think the country had been on standstill for more than a month, that clause was used of national dialogue because the country was not going on. Okay? This judge is interpreting things also in a childish way. Why?
Yes, yes.
Because when things come to a national level where the country cannot operate because of political instability, we must find other ways to bring the country into sanity. And so you cannot squash off that under law it's not there, so on and so forth. There are many things that have happened that causes national instability or disunity that we have put the courts out, we have put a new stature so that we can resolve completely the current situation. So I think the judge is wrong. I don't think Baba is defying the court orders. He's been it before, okay? So those who may not understand how we formed the government in 2007, the coalition government, may think that is a defilement of the court orders. No, it's not. It was also done in the 70s. I remember when 2007, now 2008 came, when we were having those negotiations, they gave an example of the 70s. Such things happened. In Moi's era, things happened, whereby the teacher used to go where? To strikes months and months. So now, during Kaimenyi's time, we went to the longest strike that teachers have ever won, because Kaimenyi was not diplomatic enough to know how to do it. And that's what Matiang'i was put in. He used that clause, he negotiated, teachers came back. And so I think these judges also needs to be reasonable so that they can also put the country into unnecessary tension. There was an agreement between the president and the minority leader of the country. And I don't want to call him the opposition leader because we do not have such kind of titles. They sat down,
yes,
agreed, or they sent their emissaries, they sat down and they agreed. And once they agreed, they formed a committee, and that committee was valid. It was funded by the government, and it completed its report. It's supposed to go to parliament as a process, and you cannot squash it out just because you are in the judiciary.
yes.
You need to give such reports of significance and such magnitude an opportunity so that the country does not dive again into instability. Because instability of a country means even you as a judge, you are going to be affected. Okay? So you ought to be sensitive when you are interpreting the law. The law cannot just be the law. The law can use something also compassionate. Okay? That's why even temporary insanity can be used in court to forgive people who have killed people or people who have done crimes that of large magnanimity, that they're supposed to go prisons for even 100 years. But if the community is able, maybe they go to the rehab, maybe they go or so on and so forth. We put the country stability first. So I think this judge should also understand where we are coming from. Otherwise, you put the country in stability just because of the law interpreting in a wrong way, the country is judging wrongly. Thank you.
Mr. G, same question. Is Baba not breaking the same thing he's saying that Ruto is breaking? That is obeying or defying court orders.
Okay, going with the sentiment ambazo Alex has given, I can agree with him that he's not going and he's not defying. But literally, ukiangalia, you find that he's defying kwa sababu it's the same courts ambazo zimesema we need to do it urgently, you see. But remember, going with your statement, you Mr. Jex, umesema kuwa our analytical report tukipeleka kotini hii itakuwa null and void, you see. So here we have a situation which is just, how can I call it? We are in a crisis. Yeah, we are in a crisis whereby we need to make the right decision to find a way out of this thing. And that's why in the beginning I started by talking about the judges and what they're supposed to do. That's why I brought in that issue of decision making, whereby the courts make decisions based on balance and probabilities. They need to be fair in everything that they look at. They need to be fair, and it's supposed to be truth in anything that they do, although they have to base on the law. Now look at what's happened right at the moment. It's almost 2 years now. Hatuna IBC commissioners, and I agree with Alex because in fact I thank Alex because nilikuwa nimesahau that it is by design. Sikumbuka that situation whereby he's the one, Ruto is the one who forced our 4 judges to resign. Hiyo kitu kimetoka kwa akili kabisa, nilikuwa hata but I thank Alex for reminding us that thing. This thing, it is by design. Because ilikuwa iko sawa. How comes akaamua tu kuforce the four judges, and yet what the 4 judges were standing for was the truth. Si atakuwa na wameleta stories zao. Everyone has the right, and the 4 judges had right to go against something that they don't believe in. Na that's why walisema no, sisi hatuwezi enda na this report, but tunapata kuwa the guy came out na akaamua kuwa force ku resign. After forcing them to resign, imebaki vacancy, imebaki vacuum, whereby you have hatuna commissioners. So if anything happens, nothing can be done. We have by election ambazo zinafaa ziwe zimefanyika tayari. Since the time tulifanya election, hakuna by election imefanyika hata moja mpaka sasa. Even I have a friend in Chuda whereby we need to have a by election, but hiyo kitu pia hajafanyika mpaka sasa, meaning that it may to cost. Going to your question, I don't know how I can put it, but I can agree with Alex when Alex amesema. I think we need to follow the route ambayo ilifanyika by ile time ya Baba na Kibaki wakati walikutana hiyo 07, the way it happened mpaka wakaamua kufanya kazi pamoja. I think we need to follow that route if we can save our country, because it's true by side tunafaa tuwe tumekuwa na IBC, but still bado hatuna IBC commissioners, you see.
Okay, now let's listen in to what Raila said today in Kamkunji.
Leader Raila Odinga has rubbished a High Court ruling by Justice Mugure Thande directing the IEBC selection panel to proceed with the process of reconstituting the polls body.
Speaking as he presided over the ODM membership recruitment drive at the Kamkunji grounds, Odinga said the reconstitution of IEBC will only happen through a bipartisan process contained in the final report of the National Dialogue Committee. Chebukati Goin reports.
With the reconstitution of the polls body IEBC seemingly the next political battlefront, ODM leader Raila Odinga hit out at the court following an order directing the IEBC selection panel to immediately resume the process of reconstituting the commission, saying the political truce between Ruto and Odinga did not veto the constitution.
Nimesikia juzi mahakama moja anasema ati ile kamati ya mbele huko ya kuteua wale wanachama wa IEBC ataendelea kufanya kazi yake. nasema hiyo ni upuzi. Ni upuzi. Ile kamati yaweze kufanya kazi, manake ilikuwa tayari imevunjwa na bunge.
And though the commission has remained a skeleton following the exit of all commissioners, Odinga maintained that only a bipartisan approach of reconstitution will be acceptable.
Sasa hii ripoti ya kina Wandai na Kalonzo ikienda mbele ya bunge ipitishwe, ndio tutaanza mambo ya IEBC. Walikubaliana ya kwamba mambo ya kuunda upya ya tume ya uchaguzi mpaka tushirikishwe, mpaka tukubaliane na majina yote.
With Parliament set to resume its sittings mid-February, it is not clear yet when the report will be tabled before the House for consideration, with the government in opposition still split on the question of approaches to countering the cost of living. ODM leaders continue to hit out at government policies, including housing.
Kuna mradi mkubwa sana wa ujenzi wa nyumba kwa sababu all the old council estates baba, almost 13 of them across these constituencies, kutokea Kibira mpaka huku Makadara na kwingineko, wanasema wanaenda kubomoa nyumba zile watu wanaishi ndani, wajenge nyumba zingine. Vile baba mwenyewe amesema, sisi hatupingi ujenzi wa nyumba. Tunasema wananchi lazima washirikishwe katika huo mpango ndio waelewe nini kinaendelea, si ndio?
Ruto mwenyewe anatuambia vizuri ya kwamba watoto wazazi walipe school fees na e-citizen. Kama saizi ndio wazazi wanapeleka kuni shuleni walipe nayo school fee, wanapeleka kuku ndio walipe nayo school fee, wanapeleka ng'ombe ndio walipe nayo school fee, wazazi watatumaje kuni kule e-citizen?
During the membership drive targeting to have 10 million members by April, Odinga welcomed educationist Janet Ouko from the Jubilee Party.
Any freedom that this country is enjoying now is courtesy of you, courtesy of the ODM party members. Nitupigie makofi. Na ndio nikasema nataka kujiunga na nyinyi. Umesikia ile maneno wanasema ya mambo ya education? Si mnanielewa? Watajua hawajui.
Tunataka vijana na kina mama waingie ndani ya chama. Wale mko pale ndani, msizuie watu wengine kuingia ndani ya chama. Manake watu wakiingia ndani ya chama ni chama inakuwa na nguvu zaidi. Niliambia watu wengine kwamba chama ni kama mto. Tunataka maji mpya yaingie ndani. Kwa hivyo hii exercise mwichukue ni kitu ambayo tunataka mwichukue serious, ili wananchi wetu wanachama waone ya kwamba sisi kama ODM tuna na nguvu ya kuunda serikali 2027.
Tujipange, tukomboe nchi yetu kutoka kwa minyororo ya wale wanatusumbua saa hii.
ODM intends to intensify the membership recruitment drive ahead of party elections in April. Chebukati in Citizen TV.
Now, I begin with you, Mr. G. When you listen to Baba and the tactics he's saying of having the NADCO report being tabled back in Parliament, is this the first report we will see a unison between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza?
Okay, I cannot say that itakuwa unison because we have some leaders ambao they don't believe in this report, and they are from Azimio side. Yeah, they don't believe in it. So I'm not sure if it will be unison. Although Baba believes in it, and I said Baba believes in it. I think because of that issue ya saba kufunguliwa. Because for us, even going on the street, we went on the street because life of living and cost of living. Unapata cost of living was not discussed in that NADCO report, meaning that hiyo kitu hata haiko pale. What was discussed ni kitu ambacho haikuja kutusaidia sana kama hustlers, kwa sababu unapata what was discussed ni mambo ya the seat of the opposition leader, you see. Now those are things ambazo zinakuja kuongeza more cost and kwenda high, because when the seat comes on, when the seat inaletwa, Baba hataenda peke yake, he has people who will be under him, na itakuwa na another cost ambayo itakuwa imeongezeka kwa hustler, which itakuwa another burden, you see. So what I can say ni kuwa I'm not sure, but I think maybe let's just wait and see what will happen in the parliament, kwa sababu Baba believes in that report. Anataka hiyo report iende kwa parliament Ishafika kwa parliament, then they can start processing the issue ya IEBC. But going by your statement, umesema this thing ni kama null and void ikipelekwa kotini. So you know, it is a confusing matter ambayo inakuwa ni hard again kuiongelea, you see. Yeah.
All right. Alex, what do you make of Raila's sentiments that this will be tabled in parliament? And now if it's tabled, my question to you is this. Will we see now Kenya Kwanza and Azimio working together to have this report pushed?
You know, this was a process to buy time from Kenya Kwanza. We had put and inserted a lot of pressure. The economy was not working. Rigiji said that they are collecting a certain amount of money in Nairobi. They are not able to collect anymore. The taxes were being collected less and less. We had affected the economy to the core because ya maandamano. So they decided to have what we call a dialogue. And to the wisdom, they succeeded. Okay, they succeeded because they were able to convince us that we need to cool down and we can have a conversation, amicable, you know, similarities whereby we can say we agree on this, we disagree on this, what we do not agree. Now we had now start having negotiations on how. But there are negotiations that Ruto said we are not going to have. Ichumba made it clear. And even when they were in that, they made it so clear. So what I do not, and I think I predict, there is no way Ichungwa is going to put this report to Wetangula. And even if he put it to Wetangula, I don't think Wetangula will be in a situation where now he wants that report discussed. Because they are at war with the judiciary. They have an agenda to put. The agenda is to change the Chief Justice. They are looking at 2020. So we were duped. And I don't know why Baba believes that this thing is going to be discussed. In my estimation, this thing is not going to be discussed. We should never have wasted our time to go on table to discuss these things. It was a waste of taxpayers' money, but so in my estimation, unfortunately or fortunately, both time and the momentum was lost. And now we are in a situation whereby we must just look, because this artificial parliament is powerful. They have more members. They can pass whatever they want. They have been passing bills in one day. So, and if we were even to discuss it, it will be voted down. I don't see a situation where it will be voted. Because
the court, when you look at how Justice Mugure, is it Mugare or Mugure, what she said, Justice Mugure said that the report was not anchored on constitution or any law. So by that basis alone, she has kind of pronounced herself that this report, as even we head to parliament next week, it's already an illegality in happening. What do you make of that? Because already the court has declared a position on the NADCO report even before it's tabled in parliament.
You know, a lot has changed since Friday. You know, the statement and the dossier.
meaning some phone calls have been made.
One day in politics can change a lot. I'm telling you, Jex. One day in, you see, there are targets within the judiciary. And it looks like it's all of them. I mean, it must be anchored and favored to the Kenya Kwanza, and not even Kenya Kwanza, to Ruto. That's why he's putting a loyalty there called Chebukati. So if they follow what is called the clause that there's something Mr. G said, there's a clause you said which was good, and I forgot it, but I remember. If they follow that, you see, and there is a principle that says when you are threatened that you are going to lose a job, you will react in a way that the person that is threatening to get your job, you must push him to the river and make sure that they are drowned. So since Friday, when he was giving all this, I don't think that he understood how the courts are going to be taken over. And now that they've been thinking about it all over the whole weekend, I think they are going to soften their stand, because in the end of the day, sometimes it's the politicians that save their faces, especially when they are in trouble, deep trouble. This man who Sonko took to Judicial Service Commission, complied to some or loved some members. It could have been easier for his face to be na what? This judge that was dismissed by Natembea, not by Natembea, by the Judicial Service Commission, had
Justice Chitembwe.
Justice Chitembwe. If he was aligned in a position or in a seat that was so influential, I think the politicians would have come gun blazing, because he had a duty and a soul to do for the politicians, and therefore he was an asset. Just because he was not an asset, nobody cared about him. But now you have a situation whereby politics is taking center stage in the judiciary. That's a big fight, bwana. Usifikirie ni fight kidogo. Now we are going to gun blazing there. You know, as we are rolling and chasing after, we are paper chasing, which means nobody is going to put his gun down. Politicians,
all right,
the judiciary, they both must save their faces. The article report might be null and void, but somehow, if the judiciary is threatened, it can change its mind. Don't think they were sleeping the whole weekend. They've been meeting.
All right. Now, equally, we are joined with Ashley. And before I come to you, Mr. Just one moment. Allow me to do this. Before I come to you, Ashley and Mr. G and Alex again, allow me to appreciate the many wana comment hapo kwa comment section. Eli Akondani anasema shida huyu jamaa ni mbaguzi. Sisi ametuita wazee, Ashley amemsalamia kwa jina. Ni sawa tu bwana Eli, we appreciate. Asante sana for your sentiments. We appreciate your sentiments. Karibu sana kwa show. I see Kenya Rebel Akondani. Thank you so much, my brother. Naona mimi ndio sasa ameamua kunidisa, ananifanya mimi ndio nitasalamiwa mwisho, but it's okay. We accept. I see good dear Kondani, Geoffrey Ruto kama kawa. Asante my brother kwa kuwa kwa show. Nani mwingine? Naona wengi mnatuma ujumbe. Thank you for your sentiments, and many equally still watching us. I'm in the house with Ashley, Mr. G and Alex. Tunayo show kali, show fiti. We are discussing quite a lot. The expose from Raila Odinga.
We don't want him in the comment section today. Eli should just come to the house. He doesn't fit there.
All right. Eli squeezy ameamua kupelekana na goodie hapo kwa comment section. Wacha tuache leo. But you are free to join us, bwana Eli. The show is open to every person, all right? The link happens to appear on the comment section. Hiyo link ukiguza inakupeleka StreamYard. Ukifika StreamYard, hakikisha umeandika jina, asha mic, asha camera, alafu unajikuta uko kwa studio. Comment hapo section mahali unatutazamia, there is a comment section. Hapo kuna link ambayo inatumwa kwa comment. Ukijikuta hapo una click hiyo link, inakupeleka moja kwa moja hadi kwa studio. So everyone, Kenya Rebel, good dear Eli, everybody, Geoffrey, karibuni kwa show. But let's go on, okay? We are now at IEBC, but now since we are joined by Ashley, I'm sure she will have something to say regarding Chebukati coming in as a Chief Justice. But before I come to her with that, yes, Mr. G.
Okay, thank you, Jakes. You know, I just wanted to comment on that issue. You are posting that to me about we call him the terrorist recruiter, alikuwa ameandika, there's a reckless statement ambayo ameandika hapo kwa comment, alafu unaileta hapo mbele, you know. And in fact, let him come in, as I invite also Eli kuja tu kwa show kwa sababu
that guy should never come in. You know very well he's going to abuse people here. He doesn't have decorum. You know very well.
All right.
We don't want to
Let's
destroy
go.
the
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's not build things that we didn't have even when we began.
Okay.
Are you through? Was that the only thing? Was that the only thing?
I wanted no, I wanted you to also share another thing. That is a very reckless statement kwa jamaa. Hoja anapenda ku make reckless things ambazo si mzuri. Okay, just wanted to say, you know, with the time nilikuwa najaribu kusema earlier come in kwa sababu I'm almost leaving because naona time imeenda sana and I have to wake up very early in the morning. Now I wanted you to bring in a topic pale kwa hiyo mkutano ya leo, the today's meeting ya baba, because I wanted us to talk also a bit on ODM only, the ODM part. And then I leave. Back to you.
What do you want to say about ODM? Because we have discussed ODM.
On ODM, I wanted to talk about, you know, like today, Omona still again tumepata the governor of Mombasa amekuwa Nairobi kwa that meeting and a new guy again ambaye ni Simba Arati. You know, on this show tumekuwa tukiongea sana na Alex tukisema Simba Arati was the best guy.
These guys are in ODM.
They are in ODM, but he's new. You know, this guy hajakuwa kwa hizi meetings outside Kisii, hajakuwa outside Kisii. But now for the first time he's coming in Nairobi. Unaona, that's why I wanted us to talk on that issue, on that participation as ODM, kwa sababu mimi naona ni kama the guy ambaye ni Simba Arati, he was the best person to take over that mantle from Baba. But at the current situation tumeona ni kama Baba is mentoring this guy, this former governor of Kakamega, the Wycliffe. Is as if ana mentor to take over. So Simba Arati ameona ni kama that opportunity imeanza kuchukuliwa, so he's trying to come back aweze kuchukua that opportunity, but I know it's not late. But ukiona mtu kama mtu kama Nasir ni kama he's taking over the kingpinship ya Mombasa, because nani haonekani. Mtu kama Joho is nowhere to be seen, you see. Yeah, so there's something that is being created ambayo nilikuwa nataka tuongelee hapo. That's why I wanted you to talk about that issue.
Okay, since you want to leave, what did you want to say? So because we'll still look at it, we have still have time with Alex and Kina Ashley. What do you want to say?
No, I wanted Alex to comment on this issue because nimeona Simba Arati. We have been talking about Simba Arati awe akishow up so that he can seize this opportunity to be a kingpin and to be named to take over from Baba, because he is a guy ambaye amekuwa na that quality of taking over from Baba, but most of the time amekuwa cold. At the beginning alikuwa anaanza kufanya kazi na Ruto, but kuna something ambayo ili happen mpaka ikafika mahali akasema no, right now haiwezi fanya kazi na Ruto. In fact imeshafika wakati if every person ataacha Baba, he's the only man anaenda kusimama na Baba. Na akasema alikuwa ametoa ile usimba kwake, but a time has come that amejivalisha tena ile ngozi ya simba sasa. Una remember the last meeting walikuwa nao pale upande wa huko kwake kule Kisii. Yeah, he said that sahi anakuja anarudi kuwa simba tena, ule ambao watu walikuwa hamjui, kwa sababu alikuwa amejaribu kutulia kidogo, but ni kama watu wakumuelewa. Sasa imefika wakati if anyone ataamua kuacha Baba, wacha waende, but yeye anabaki na Baba. At the moment tulikuwa tunasema kuwa he is the best person to take over that seat, but alikuwa haonekani. Now Wycliffe of Paranya and Wycliffe amekuwa na Baba all over. Kila mahali Baba anaenda amekuwa naye. Shows that there's something that Baba anaenda ku build up on that issue ya taking over from him. You see, ni kama kuna kitu ambayo inajijenga polepole. Now is either the guy ameona that opportunity, Simba Arati ameona that opportunity, akaona this was my chance, but nimeplay sana, can I come out sasa nianze kuonekana so that I can seize the opportunity niweze kuitumia, kwa sababu bado we still have time, you see. Alafu na kwa Mombasa the same thing is happening. Yeah, the people who we thought that were kingpin hawaonekani, wamejificha. So the government is taking over.
Wow. Now I don't know if I'll be very fair if I bring in Alex, yet Ashley will still be waiting. Alex, I'm sure you have noted all the requests from Mr. G. I'm sure you have noted. So When I come to you, please kindly touch on that. Now, Ashley, hi, how are you? It's been a minute, but I hope you're well.
I'm doing fine. Actually, I won't stay much. So I just came in because I had Mr. G say that the reason Raila wants the NADCO report is because they were promised that the IBC will be open. And I didn't see that. They say the process will be re-looked at. The processes and the IBC are two different things. The IBC being opened is different from the processes. When you look at the processes, you see where they failed, so that in the next election, those processes will be rectified. That is entirely different from having the server opened. The processes is a way forward and leaving the past behind. So it does not include the opening of the server. It's looking were the processes compromised, were the processes inferior, so that they can see how the next time they cannot be infiltrated. That was my understanding. So there is nowhere where they were promised. Everything they wanted, they were not given. And I feel bad when people still talk about ODM and Raila as a party, because it's just Ruto and Raila are no different. None of them is working right now for the people. From my look, even the NADCO report, those people who died, if they knew they were dying so that people can get an opposition office and do deputy and shadow cabinet, I don't think they would have gone to the streets and be ready to give their lives. But that is what happened. And Raila is supporting that. And ODM supporters have agreed to give him a blank check to do as he wishes. The only reason he wants the NADCO report to go forward is because of his own selfish interests, because he knows there is a seat there for him. He is not thinking about those people who died. There is no even amount for them to be given compensation for the victims. None. Yet he is advocating for it. Why aren't we holding our leaders responsible? Most people in Kenya Kwanza are holding Ruto responsible. But when it comes to ODM, they do not hold Raila responsible, because even him is playing dirty in opposition. If he's playing dirty in opposition, what makes you think that if he could get that opportunity to be the president, that he will not play dirty till? So I just hope. And now we are here discussing who will take up next. So we are just walking. We are just cheerleaders. And this thing is going nowhere. It's not addressing our needs. Why don't we say what is in it for us? Nothing. Why can't we be talking about a party that is looking to the welfare of the citizens? Yes, because of Raila, we have these freedoms, but that doesn't give him the right to sell us for his own selfish interests. Because right now, with the NADCO report, that is what he's doing. So that's number one. And those opinions are my own. That is how I look at it. The second one was, it doesn't matter whether it is Chebukati, like the system is, every time you read news, it's like now they're saying use the e-citizen. Money has already started getting lost from the e-citizen. So even without Chebukati or with Chebukati in, there is a problem. Today, Raila was talking of 2027. If we have more people, if the system has, if the election, the processes has not been rectified, if Ruto stole when he was out of government, as he claims, how much more that he is president? Why even go for elections? You see, you cannot follow a blind leader and you're trusting him to lead the way. How is he going? Where is he taking you? And we have not come back and said, we love him so much, but either because of age, he's not making the right decisions for our party. We are still following him. Guess what? 27, you'll still be singing the same song. You can't keep hitting your head on the wall expecting a different outcome. Because you're talking of 2027, Ruto is president. If he was able to rig, as you claim, when he didn't have the instruments of power. Alisema hiyo kisu si ya kukata mboga. How much more now that he has the sword, the instruments of power? What is even the need of talking about 2027? Can't you see Raila is outdated for this very noble cause going forward as a leader? Either he's outdated or he doesn't care as long as he gets the opposition. Kwa hivyo after 2027, you will be even in a worse situation or position than you are today. Au maybe yeye atapewa tu kaugali kake ka opposition aendelee kukula. So, and we are looking, we are intelligent. Why can't we see? Why can't we reason? I don't understand. I really don't. And the last thing I wanted to talk about was, I think that was all. I came because of the IBC saying the server will be opened. Mr. G, read that NADCO report. There is nowhere they're talking about the server. There is nowhere they're talking about anything that made Azimio go to the street. They have gone there. They have been told no or no their proposals, and they have been given proposals by KK, and they have accepted them and signed. And those are the people you're trying to say they will be the 2027. That Kalonzo is the one you want to take the mantle for. You're even putting him into consideration. When he came back with that report, that would have been political death for him. Because if he can go there and sell us like that and say we have got somewhere, how you got somewhere when everything you wanted you didn't get? Everything you Ruto was offering before people were killed is what you got. So what was the need? Why were you careless to make your people be killed for nothing? What kind of leader are you following? Somebody who will stage something. So what they wanted was a bigger cut. And then they sacrificed their supporters to get that bigger cut. And yet you still want to appoint them in 2027. Guess what? You will get the same result or worse. That's what I see. But I don't know. I don't even understand. But those are my sentiments.
Just before even I bring in Mr. G, just one moment. Actually, you raised very pertinent issues. At one point, we say that we should all follow court orders, whether it favors us or not. Now, the court has already made a ruling that IBC should be constituted. Number two, it has equally said that the NADCO report was not based on any law, neither was it based on any constitutional provision. That alone itself gives the NADCO report a decree that is null and void and constitutional. But today, Raila insists that that should be tabled in Parliament, that should be looked at, and equally, the recommendation therein should be followed. What do you make of all that, given that in any case, the NADCO report has far-reaching ramifications in a country where we are yet to stabilize it economically, but we are looking at changing it to bring in serious offices, big offices that might increase the burden to Mwananchi. What do you make of all that in a nutshell? Before I bring in Mr. G with his question.
In 1 minute, the BBI was defeated because it was not people-led. The NADCO report had citizens and it had parliamentarians. So it is also unconstitutional. If it is going to be a reform, it either has to be people-led purely, or it has to be MP-led, like parliamentarians. This one is not, it's me. So that is personally, from my little understanding, that is why it is unconstitutional, because it is mixed with parliamentarians and it's mixed with people, the public. So it either has to be people-led or parliamentarian-led, and this one is not. So on that basis, it is unconstitutional. And the problem is, yes, Raila has done a lot, but even as an opposition leader, he was ready to go against the constitution with the BBI, and even insisting the NADCO report be tabled, even if he was given the leadership. He has already shown that he also does not respect the constitution. Why can't we get someone who respects the constitution? What is wrong with us?
Okay, I hear you. Yes, Mr. G. But Makiadi equally karibu sana.
Yeah. Okay, nakaribisha pia Makadi hayo kama Makadi. Unajua Makadi anakuja wakati nataka kutoka, and yet naona sound nitakuwa tamu sana. Okay, I wonder how Ashley can look at Raila on the angle ambao pia Rebel anaangalia Raila, because Rebel is looking at Raila as a conman, and I'm listening to what Ashley anaongea. Ashley is looking at Raila as a person ambaye haikuji kusaidia, is a person ambaye anajitakia kiti yake, and yet we know even in the NADCO report is not Raila who requested for that position of hiyo kiti ya position leader. Everything that Raila asked for, hao watu walipinga. But on this issue of opening the server, I wanted you Jakes to play just that part ambao baba alikuwa anaongea leo akiwa kwa ile akiwa Nairobi. There's a part ambao ameongea kuhusu mambo ya server na IBC. Nilikwenda kusikia what Raila says, alafu niweze kuelewa kama is it mimi sijielewi vizuri ama ni Raila kusema venye inafaa iwe, because nashangaa sana. I respect Ashley so much. No, I respect her so much. But I wonder if another sema Raila is a person ambaye hawezi kuja kusaidia wa Kenya. That statement nashangaa kabisa how comes Ashley anaongea kitu kama hiyo. He's looking at Raila on the same angle in Rebel. A confused man is looking at Raila.
So as you play that clip that Raila is saying, how about we also play the clip or read what the NADCO report says? Because it doesn't matter what Raila says or Ruto says, the NADCO report stands on fact. I have judged Raila and Ruto just based on fact of what they have done in their actions. That is purely how I'm judging them.
No, I'm not supporting NADCO report. I'm not supporting that NADCO report. In fact, I was one of the people who refused it and reject. But now, listening to what Raila spoke today, that's why I said I now understand why Raila said, wacha tuangalie what is it, what is it in this NADCO report. Because of that, I wanted Jex to play that part. Msikie what Raila says. Ndio tuweze kuelewa. Because siwezi imagine somebody can say that Raila hana muhimu, hakuna kitu anakuja kusaidia. Raila has been fighting for this country. Even he was almost killed akiwa kwa maandamano. Gari yake ikapigwa marisasi. And then we are being told that it is selfish.
Don't look at the back. Let us talk about the NADCO report. As you look at what Raila said, can we also look at what the NADCO report says and hold him accountable to the facts? Is he talking facts or is he adding or removing from the NADCO report? Because the report stands on its own.
Raila has always spoke the truth and the fact. Just play that part.
All right, I'm about to play it. I'm just trying to make sure when I play it, it's at that part. Now, what exactly do you want me to play? Where he says what? Where he says about?
There's a part ambao ameongea kuhusu opening of the server. He talked about issue on the server. Na akasema, if at all, hii kitu haitafanyika, muwe ready. Akasema we have a weapon ambao tutatumia. And a weapon, I think, is just maandamano. So there's that part about that issue.
All right. So allow me, even as I look for it, to just one moment, because I have the speech in several portions so that I get it correctly. Equally, Ashley, when you look at the NADCO report in totality, how really is it important for it to be implemented? How does it affect us in any way that without it or with it, Kenyan will be better?
I would wish every one of us talk about that. But before we do, how about we also table the NADCO report?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, what did you say? How about?
You table the NADCO report. You put it too, so that we can know what we are talking about.
Yeah. I'm doing both things. I'm getting the summary report of the NADCO report. Equally, I'm getting the clip for Raila Odinga, especially that part he spoke about what he expects from that report and why he's Nani is talking about what do you call this? Talking about opening the server. All right. Now, the NADCO report had several agreements, which I'll be bringing on board. But can we go on as I work on that? Is it okay if we go on and then we'll come back to it so that we don't stop or pause as you allow me get everything, all right? This wasn't part of what I prepared, so I have to go back and get them. Is it okay we continue?
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, fantastic. Can I have Mr. Makiadi come in as I prepare? Maybe probably before Malize, I'll be through. Makiadi, Hawaii, good to see. It's been equally a minute. What do you make of Chebukati becoming the next CJ?
Hi, Jets.
Makiadi?
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you loud.
Okay, sawa. Wacha kwanza niwasalimie. Good to see you all. You know, some of us were just chilling, listening to you great minds discussing here until Ashley came in with very, I would call, very alarming statements. Let me ask Ashley before I continue. I heard Ashley saying here that Raila Odinga and William Ruto are not working for the people. Perhaps Ashley should tell us, between Raila Odinga and William Ruto, who has the mandate, who was given the mandate to work for the people, who is the president between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Perhaps we should start from there. Now, the issue about Chebukati becoming the CJ, you know, there's a saying that goes, you are allowed to walk with the devil in times of danger until you have crossed the river or something. William Ruto knew what he was doing when he quoted the CJ, the current CJ, to help him through the electoral process. It was bound to happen that at some point in time, when the CJ had performed what she was supposed to perform, it was bound to happen that moja angeruka mwingine. And this is coming to be. Most of us knew very well, and most of us said here that when William Ruto feels like the CJ is becoming a liability, he will definitely get rid of her. And this is what is being planned. And you heard what Mudavadi said today. Mudavadi said today that Chebukati is fit to be in any position that he wants in the judiciary, if I can paraphrase what he said. So basically, this is something that has been planned for a long time. And it was just a matter of time before it came. Chebukati is somebody who has been controlled. We have seen Chebukati as a leader when he headed the IEBC, as a very weak leader, somebody who was pushed aside, you know, shoveled from side to side, not making decisions, firm decisions, coming out with the results from his, bedroom and announcing them. So Chebukati is a very good candidate of becoming a CJ. I believe they will, if they want him to be the CJ, they'll do everything possible to make him a CJ. Ours is to observe, because if you tell me right now that people are talking about replacing a CJ, is the CJ position vacant, Mr. Jakes? Perhaps utatuambia. Which CJ are we talking about? The CJ that is currently, the CJ that is currently holding that office came into the office the other year. Hata jamaliza miaka mbili, if I'm not wrong. Maybe anaelekea ya tatu. We know the mandate of a CJ is probably, I don't know, ni miaka tano ama ni ngapi. I'm not sure about the number. So we are talking about replacing a CJ who has not even finished her term. Where is this coming from? So hawa watu ni kitu wamechora mapema sana. And I want to say here, this issue about replacing judges who are not friendly to the government was bound to happen, because even if the CJ, the current CJ, goes and has a meeting with Mr. Ruto, the CJ cannot dictate what kind of judgment comes from the other judges, from the High Court, from the Magistrate Court, and everything. These are independent individuals. They'll make judgment according to how they understand the law, and that is what they are doing. So you can buy the CJ, but you cannot coerce the other judges from the lower courts to make decisions that will favor you if they are not based on the law. And that is why you can see the CJ is having a hard time, because everybody feels that they have lost confidence in her, from the opposition to the government, and now she has nowhere to run to. Now, let us look at this thing holistically and look at the promise that the CJ was given. The CJ went to the meeting and was given a promise to hire, I don't know how many judges. Is it 23? Magistrate court judges, I don't know. And I think 7, if I'm not wrong, high court judges. Now, you want to tell me that when this recruitment process starts, the people that will be hired are people who will not be singing lullaby for the president. Do you want to assure me that these people will be neutral? My thinking is, and this is just my opinion or my thought, that whoever this process will bring into office as judges are going to be people who are government friendly. These people will be positioned in areas whereby the government will have, the opportunity to run and file cases so that these people can give a judgment that is friendly to the government. Mimi nilikuwa nakaa hivi nafikiria perhaps William Ruto alienda akakuwa na mkutano na CJ akaambiwa there is no way I can force these judges kupeana judgment ambayo inakufavor. So what is the plan forward? The plan forward is give me more judges. Let these judges get hired. I will put these judges in strategic positions whereby kama kuna kitu yoyote ambayo inataka kuhusiana na serikali, we can go to these people na watatupatia nini? Watatupea a favorable judgment. That's just my opinion, because there is no other way where we see the crisis meeting that was held was about the housing project. But then out of the crisis meeting, the only side that came out with a win-win situation was the judiciary. So what do you want to tell me the executive gained from that meeting? Unless there's something else that is hidden ambayo tujui, that is the way this thing is going. Now, Ashley ameongea maneno ya ODM, sijui ODM wanafanya nini. Mimi ninataka kuuliza Ashley namna hii. Everybody is planning for 2027. Hata Ruto mwenyewe ameanza campaign. So kila mtu ana plan for 2027. I take reservation from Ashley comments akiwa anasema ya kwamba this thing that ODM is doing here of recruitment drive is putting the country in a political mode. For the past almost 8 or 9 years ambayo Ruto alikuwa deputy president wa Uhuru Kenyatta, he was always in a campaign mode. He was moving from point A to point B, campaigning and rubbishing the government of Uhuru Kenyatta. Now that he is in power, he is doing exactly the same thing. And I think, Ashley, your bitterness against Raila Odinga should not be directed to a person by the name of Raila Odinga. The bitterness should be directed to William Ruto, because it is William Ruto who is the president. It is William Ruto who has the mandate to rule the country called Kenya. So in case anything goes wrong, we are not supposed to be looking at the opposition. The opposition has no mandate to make sure that the government works. There are three arms of government, and the opposition is not one of them. There's a minority, there's a majority, there's a judiciary. Then we also have the executive. So I don't know, Raila Odinga under what capacity gets to be blamed when the government is not functioning. I want to say this about the NADCO report. I was against the meeting that this meeting ya kina Kalonzo and all their these guys, I don't know, this majority leader naitangwa nani, this can't remember his name, but I want to say this. Hii meeting Ichungwa Kimani Ichungwa, mimi nilisema mahali pengine na nitarudia. There's no way you can put Ichungwa and Kalonzo Musyoka in one room na ufikiria kwamba those people wako level moja and there's something substantive ambayo itatoka hapo. The KKK side yenye ilikuwa kwa hiyo discussion was a bunch of jokers. And I think William Ruto sent a strong signal even before the discussions started. Ali sent a strong signal. You look at the people that KKK provided for this NADCO committee, Hapo ndio ungekuwa unakaa unaangalia, unajua ya kwamba these guys were not serious even from the beginning. So mimi niliangalia hii na sisi tukawapatia Kalonzo Musyoka, you know, we gave them very respectable members of our side. We thought maybe there was something that was going to come out of this thing, substantive, kitu ambayo itatusaidia moving forward. William Ruto, and I think ni Alex ama somebody said here, William Ruto will never agree to have an IEBC ambayo iko neutral, because from where I stand, I know that guy cannot win a clean election, and he's going to do everything possible. Hata mkichagua IEBC aina gani, if he cannot coerce it, then he's going to make sure that he interferes with how it operates. So there is no time in the Republic of Kenya, as long as William Ruto is the president, hakuna wakati ambao mtakuwa na operation na independent electoral and boundaries commission. Hakuna, because mkiwa na hiyo inamaanisha kwamba then the metrics ambazo the president atakuwa naangaliwa for his re-election ni metrics za performance, and all of us know very well that he has failed. Yeah. He has failed as a leader. He has failed to steer the country's economy to the right direction. He has borrowed a lot, and he has interfered with all the independent institutions of the Republic of Kenya. So you tell me, if you're going to the ballot right now, why, give me just one reason why you will vote for William Ruto to be the president again. As I finish, because I know you also have other panelists, let me say this. Ashley, again, I come back to you. You said that the MPs were ODM are not keeping Raila in check. Mi swali yangu kwako ni hii. Keeping Raila in check for what? To do what? William Ruto akona MPs ambao wanamwambia akaidi, do you call that? Yeah, to defy. They are telling William Ruto to defy the court orders. They are telling very well. Kiambu Senator alisema hapa, if you want you can defy the orders na hakuna mahali utapelekwa. So when you come here and tell us that the MPs wa KK wanaeka William in check na wa ODM are not doing the same, you are supposed to tell us these people ambao wanaenda wanaambia William Ruto, defy court orders, do what you want. We are here to protect you. We are going to deal with the judiciary. Are we turning a blind eye to that and saying that the KK leadership is perfect? Are we only talking about Raila Odinga because we hate him or we have a beef with him? Please, my sister, let us be objective in the way we argue. Because from where I stand, the leadership called parliament, or the branch called parliament, has failed to do its work. And everybody, including the MPs from both sides, have confessed that parliament is dead. Parliament cannot function as it was supposed to function, through the constitution, the 2010 constitution in terms of oversighting the executive. So, Jex, I rest my case unless Ashley has a rejoinder.
I'm sure she does. Yes, Ashley.
Yes, and Makiadi, I think if I would ask Jex to repeat or to rewind and you listen again to what I said, everything you have accused me of, I did not say. You've said that I'm blaming Raila for the government not functioning. I did not say that. And neither did I say that he's putting the country in a political mode. I did not say that. And neither did I say his MPs are keeping Raila, that are not keeping Raila in check. I said his supporters. Like now, many people who supported Ruto to be president are complaining now that he is not keeping his word, that he's not doing things. I didn't say about the MPs. My opinion has always been that neither Ruto nor Raila at this time is right for a function in Kenya. I said both of Raila the BBI was unconstitutional. He had no problem with that. The Danko report is unconstitutional. He has no problem with that. So if he, as the opposition leader, has no problem, if he was given that presidency today, he would do the same or even worse of what Ruto is doing. I am not supporting Ruto and I am not supporting Raila. I am asking Kenyans who mean well for Kenya to think of another option. Another option if we want to save our country. Otherwise, we will just play politics and it will end us nowhere but the ditch. So let me correct you. What I didn't say that Raila was not like you're saying the person with the mandate is Ruto. What I meant, like with the NADCO report, it does not support the people. It does not, people did not go to die so that the opposition we can have an opposition office. So if they went to the meeting and KK, the people who are representing the other side, came and laid down or refused any of their proposals, they should have the integrity to walk away. They didn't, and they don't have that integrity. I have a problem with that. Yes, Ruto is bad, but that doesn't give Raila also and his supporter, the people he sent there, Akina Kalonzo, to go and take anything they are given when he doesn't support the people. They should have walked away and come and told their supporters, this is what we were given, this is not what we were fighting for now. However, if they were given what they were asking for, or even say, let us meet in the middle, we are going to address half the things you want. On top of that, we are going to give you an opposition office so you can address the rest. That is something you can take. But there's no way you can go to the table, they refuse everything you want, and then they give you things you did not ask for, and then you come and tell us we are getting somewhere. These things that were given were even offered to them before the maandamano. So why do people have to die for you to take things that is irresponsibility? And that is where I am saying the opposition leadership has been careless in taking their supporters into harm's way for no good reason. If we want to look at West Africa. When the French refused to leave, they held their ground. They didn't fight them. They protected their people. They didn't cause bloodshed. They just bought time. They surrounded the place. They refused to give them food. And in the end, bloodlessly, the French, who are stronger and is a first world country, left. That is why I said, maybe the opposition needs a new leader with a new vision. But if we continue to hold on to Raila, I am promising you, and I'm not a prophet, that the same outcome you had in 2022 is the one you will have in 2027. I am standing on facts. I don't hate Raila. I am not bitter. I am not in Ruto's government. I don't derive any benefits from it. I am not representing him. I don't know him. I don't know Raila, but I know people who are suffering in this economy. And when I look at Raila, I don't see hope. Even though today we put him in power, we will have the same problems. Because when they go to parliament, they increase their salaries. If the opposition really cared about the people, they would say, no, we cannot increase our benefits because the people are suffering. Instead of increasing the benefits, how about we do this policy that is going to reduce the cost of living? They don't. So they're in bed together. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Okay. Now, guys, mnanituma mbali, but sijui nitafanya aje. I'll find a way to bring all those topics za kitambo so that everyone can understand what we're talking about, because I'm still working on what Mr. G left me preparing on. But even as we continue, Ashley, you haven't responded to this element as well. What do you make of Chebukati now coming in as the CJ? What benefit does that benefit William Ruto or even us? Because we don't have a vacancy, as Makiadi is saying, in that position. Why is it important that we have him? Yet we know that very well we are still in doubt with what happened in 2022. He is a man that several commissioners have resigned, a total of 8. The first 4 after 2017 election, the second 4 after 2022 election. What do you make of him? As much as he has all the rights to be a judge, many have resigned because they complained of how he does his work. What do you make of him, Ashley? Oh, Ashley seems to have fallen. Makiadi, what do you make of him? A man who many have resigned because of, but now he's said to be the next CJ. What do you make of such a person? 8 in number have resigned, even including was she called Akombe? Yes. What do you make of his working ethics, and will he bring confidence to Kenyans once he become a Chief Justice?
Jax, I would want first of all to to divert our attention from that talk of Chebukati coming in as a Chief Justice, because like I said here, there's no there's no vacancy in the position of Chief Justice, unless you tell me that unless you tell me, yes.
Remember this, someone already I think on Thursday filed a petition for her removal. So
yeah,
be created.
Filing a petition for a removal of a judge is very different from having an office that is a vacant office of a CJ. That's just the beginning of a process. What I want to say is, and you've reminded me a very important thing here. The guy that filed the petition for the removal of this CJ is a familiar face. I was looking at that guy. I don't know if you guys noticed when people are making submissions to. I don't know. Kimani Ichung'wah. Yes.
Yeah, he wanted a constituency for his people.
Yeah. So the best thing, if you are a government na unataka kucheza kitu smart, huwezi cheza kitu kama hii yenye hii serikali inafanya, because if I go and have a person by the name of an Otieno filing a motion to have the CJ investigated, kila mtu ambaye anatoka pande hizo pengine atasema maybe hii kitu haina mkono wa serikali ndani. It works very well with the narrative. But then you ask yourself, ndio huyu jamaa amepata hii confidence yote na hii vitu zote zenye ana claim CJ ame go against, look at the claims. I want you to tell me, na si ati namdharau amani, huyo jamaa hiyo miaka yote CJ amekuwa aliappoint hao watu. I think it was in 2020, was it 2022 ama ni 2020 what? Because si jana na si juzi.
Yes.
Hizo miaka zote saa hii ndio amegundua ya kwamba the CJ went against her mandate kufanya hizo appointment. Is it this time ambao wamegundua that? Kwa nini haikuwa yesterday? Kwa nini haikuwa last year? So hizi narrative zinaonekana hii ni kitu inasemekananga unaweza ionea 18. Unaionea mbali. Kwa hata mkijaribu kuficha na jina ambayo is not government friendly, kila mtu anaona. So hiyo story ya this guy kwenda kunini CJ ya nini, it is the work of the government, the current government. But moving away from that, Chebukati has never been a team player.
Okay.
Chebukati is a weak leader. Chebukati ameonekana kuwa na a lot of weakness. Kuanzia kwa kina Kombe, they have come out clearly and exposed his weakness. Chebukati is a person who never makes a decision, but he's not an idiot. Naona. Usione Chebukati amenyamaza hapo ufikirie is an idiot. He is not an idiot. And he's a very quiet schemer. Huyu jamani yule mtu anakuwa kama amejificha. Okay? He's a person ambaye anaweza make a decision ambayo you guys ambao mlikuwa mnafanya kazi na yeye hamko mnatarajia. Is a person ambayo you can have a discussion and agree on one thing, and then he goes out there and makes a decision opposite to what you agreed on. And you can look at the way Chebukati has run the previous two elections, the previous two general elections, from the way he procured electoral material, from the way the courts tried to make him do things na akakataa. Okay, so Chebukati is not an idiot, but this guy is a guy that can be compromised very easily, and I think that is why it works very well for her, for the Chief Justice, whatever position, to have a person of Chebukati's nature. It works very well for the government because this guy is the guy ambaye unaweza kumanipulate easily. Commissioners wametoka juzi, ulisikia Rafael Tuju akisema ya kwamba there were people ambao walikuwa wanatembea kwa manyumba za watu wakiitisha pesa ndio wapeane hii certificate ya presidency. That group inajulikana vizuri kabisa, na no one is talking about that because these people were ready to sell the soul of the country because of the money that they wanted, and Chebukati was part of that team. The Gulia guy and the other guy, the three commissioners ambao waliachwa kutoka kwa ile IEBC ya pale mbeleni. So they have worked very well as a team to auction our country to the highest bidder. And I believe William Ruto will have a very, very friendly CJ in the name of Chebukati. If it happens ya kwamba watalazimisha hiyo resignation, like people are saying, yeah, the current CJ na wa force JSC kuappoint Chebukati kwa hiyo kiti. I look at the composition of JSC and maybe I'm too much of an optimist, but I don't think that JSC will be compromised. If you look at the people that are seconded by the president to be members of the JSC, there's the Attorney General, number one. There's this other guy ambaye alikuwa governor wa Bomet, Isaac Ruto. Those are direct appointees wa president. Judges wako na representatives, three representatives, and then we have LSK, and I don't know watu wagani wengine. So even in the composition of JSC, it is very difficult, unless you guys prove me wrong, it is very difficult to have a JSC that will do what William Ruto wants them to do. Maybe I'm too much of an optimist, but from where I stand, with the current fight between the judiciary, the Law Society of Kenya, and the executive, things are not in William Ruto's court sahi. So hata wakingangana wajaribu kutoa CJ sahi, sioni mahali wanaenda na huyo Chebukati wao. Thank you.
All right, Alex, what do you make of the fact that Chebukati had 8 guys resigning, but now he's being funded to occupy one of the highest office? Does it even really, should it begin to worry Kenyans of who we are fronting to occupy such an office?
You know, the judiciary, it's one arm of the government that whenever the executive or the parliament or the legislature goes wrong, we go to one attributor who is able to come up and interpret some of the clauses or the things that we are disagreeing in. And therefore, when we bring in a CJ, we must be very cautious that it must be a superman who cannot be controlled by anybody. Our fear is only that, as Makiadi said, Chebukati is a weak leader. You know, he has insisted that, he has said that, and I was counting, he has said that like 12 times since he started. If people see you as a weak leader and you are in a position that is so sensitive, that brings a country together, when we have deep disagreement, then we have to understand that that the country needs a strong leader who is able to be decisive. And being decisive does not mean that you're a mojo man. You know, you take everything into consideration. You don't favor anybody. You interpret the law clearly, and you cannot be compromised. like a remote control by anybody. So the fact that that dossier says that we need, was it 7 seats, and they have already been advertised by Friday, it shows that that narrative is going on. I don't know why the CJ then decided to advertise 11 seats. But if there is something that makes me worry is that the 5 were not named, but the 2 were named, and they were put in appellate court immediately. They are going to be put in appellate court because the qualification to become a CJ is that you must have either have served in the High Court or you have been served where? Served in the appellate court. So if the report is true, it worries me because if you look at what is called Ibrahim, I think this year is going to 60 years. And remember, the mandatory age to retire for these CJs is 70 years old. And therefore, within months, maybe like 15 months from now, Chebukati can serve in the appellate court for 15 months, and therefore he will qualify to go to the judiciary. And by the time they will force, because you can, when you are 65 to 70, you can retire and get all your benefits. You can voluntarily retire and get all your benefits. So the age factor here is playing. Don't think that Ruto does not see that very soon he will have an opportunity to put one of his people in the judiciary, in the Supreme Court. So the age factor is there. So if you look at all these, like Philomena Mwilu, she is almost 64 years old. Okay? Nani, the Chief Justice, is 65 years old. So she can resign and get all her benefit. And I look at in the situation that since she went to get money from the State House, and Raila says that the money is discussed and dispatched because there is a special committee in Parliament that is there to safeguard the money and speak about the money for what? The judiciary. And if the money is less, again, they can get what? There is something that Raila said that you can write a letter, ask for more. So, I mean, that has not been written. So, because she has always gone to the State House to get money. So the question is, how do you get money from the State House? You know, that's also is very illegal. Because the dossier says she was given money. We do not know how much, okay? But she was given money. That's a fact. So, and also she was given money during the swearing in of Ruto, because Ruto said right away that they are going to get, I think, 800 million. So that money was discussed in Parliament if there was a supplementary budget. So I looked at the whole situation to be very complex. I don't know if she has a to resign. That's another thing. The whole ball game, what is going on. But the fact that Mudavadi said it today, he confirmed that Chebukati can take any seat in the judiciary. So Mudavadi confirmed our worst fears. And if the dossier will have been wrong, and I said, let's wait and see what the politicians will say over the weekend. And I think Mudavadi was sent to confirm that that is the case. Okay? So we know for sure Chebukati is going to the judiciary from Mudavadi's words. So if Chebukati is going to the judiciary, now it confirms what the dossier says, that eventually he will land where? The Chief Justice seat. I think over the week, as we debate this, what I will opine is that by the end of Friday, we will know for sure. We will know the whole thing and we will have confirmed it. I think the president will get to a point whereby, because our president is vocal, I believe by the end of the week we'll find him, because He's not going to stop these rallies and go to the office and work. You're going to see him more again. Okay? I think the rallies that ODM did in terms of registration, we found out there are still many followers within ODM, especially the delegates, who are still interested to make ODM strong. So let's wait and see, without speculation, what the president will. The president, you know, some people reveal things without knowing that they're revealing them. So it's us to interpret what will be said this week. And I believe by the end of this, without speculation, we'll be able to know, you know, conclusively what is the game plan or the ball game here. Thank you.
All right. Now, can we go to the next topic, gentlemen? I'm sure Mr. G Shatoka, but it's now slightly interesting what we are about to look at. We are about to look at the debt question. And as we look at it, I want to play some figures here. We're going to look at the debt question even as we near wrapping up. So let's look at these sentiments, and then we should be able to understand where Kenya is in as far debt is concerned. Many have opined that William Ruto's government has accumulated debt more than any of his predecessor in the same given time. So let's listen into this one, and then we shall be able to discuss this. All right, let's go on.
Grim reality of the country's debt burden that has had the country teetering at the precipice of bankruptcy. In this special report, our reporter Emmanuel Toll leads the lead on the debt black hole, where heavy interest payments could paid point to fraud, theft, and plunder of public money.
The problem we have in Kenya is madeni.
We're talking about almost above 10 trillion, about 11 trillion.
I have been approving payments of public debt, and I've looked at what we are paying for. Many of those things cannot be identified.
You find yourself borrowing from Paul to pay Peter. Then 2 months later, you're borrowing from John to pay Paul.
Kenya's public debt has hit
through odious debts that don't benefit this country.
Kenya is in a debt hole, but it keeps on. The country's debt has already crossed a historic 11 trillion shilling mark.
It is about 67% of GDP in present value terms. And the stock of debt is as follows. 55% is external and 45% is
The dire situation was
Yes, because then you are left with 3 shillings. Kulipa mshahara, kulipa counties, kuendesha kufanya maendeleo sijui itafanya namna gani. 3 shillings. My intention is that we should bring it, we should flip it. We should be using 3 shillings to pay debt and 7 shillings to kuendesha.
When I get money from KRA, first I give priority to payment of debt as first charge. Then the next one that we prioritize at Treasury is that we pay salaries. Yeah, and it's not just salaries. There are other costs that we need to meet, keep them working. They are what we call.
However, President Ruto may also have contributed to his own headache if the amount he has borrowed so far is anything to go by, despite pointing out the excessive borrowing in the previous Uhuru Kenyatta regime, which he served as deputy because Kenya Kwanza administration so in 15 months in office borrowed more than 2.4 trillion shillings. This is higher than that borrowed by Kenyatta, who borrowed about 500 billion shillings in the same period.
Wengine wanajaribu kusema serikali imekopa. Mimi nataka niwaambie ile budget kuwa naye kulikuwa na kukopa shilingi bilioni 900. Kwa Kenya na tujiondoe kwa mambo ya mikopo ambayo ni mtego inaweza kuumiza taifa letu la Kenya.
8.7 to 11. That is 0.3. And that is also paid to debt. And it is this year, the payments are estimated by 1.8 trillion. Now we're chilling at those are never come down.
It includes the recent 150 billion shillings IMF loan that the Central Organization of Trade Unions (COTU) has sounded an alarm over. Kenya's owings to IMF stood at 335 billion shillings as of June 2023, and the numbers keep rising, exacerbated by the Kenyan shilling's free fall.
When shilling go down the way, rates go up, everything is going to go up, rents are going to go up, petroleum products are going to go up, basic needs and basic requirements, basic food will go up, and the general public will stand up government, and it will cause havoc, chaos in the country, and confusion in the country, and we will not have a government. So the Kwanza government of President Ruto must stop further to add.
And in a way, Kenya has done new century, the new millennium. A lot of African countries started facing east because it was cheap. The conditionalities.
806 billion shillings to meet the targets attached to the loan. And with the weakening of the shilling, it will be even harder to finance this loan. The free fall of over 26% of its value in the past few months has already forced the National Treasury.
But imagine, my friend Emmanuel, using the current budget, you need to check. We have a target of 3 trillion for as revenue that we expect. And we have, in the supplementary, we revised the budget
Looks that we have, I don't know if Jex has been kicked out or something like that, but Ashley, ni kama tumebaki na wewe hapa.
Oh, amerudi.
Oh, amerudi.
All right. Sorry. I think I was having a challenge. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Now, to this far, I don't know what point imekatikia, but I'm sure you have been able to follow the debt question. I'll continue playing it, but I have to come out and come back in for two reasons, so as to refresh this logging. But let me begin with you, Rich Makiadi, and then I come to Ashley, then Mr. Alex. What do you make of our debt question? That our president this far, 15 months thereabout, has borrowed more than any of the other presidents ever before him. What do you even make of it? Before even you talk about where we are and all the debt and the implication that it means to our country.
Jake, sijui kama mnasikia.
Yeah, nakusikia.
Yeah, thank you. Hata mimi nimesumbuliwa na nini, nimehave kuchange devices. But let me say this. I think Ruto beba watu wajinga. Hiyo ndio kitu naweza sema. Ruto beba watu wajinga sana. And you see, the problem we have in our country, and I think there was a time I had this submission and I said, we have a problem in our country where the people who give us opinions and statements about issues of the economy are people who have never stepped in school. They have no knowledge about the economies of our country, not only our country, hata kwa nyumba yao labda hata wajui ni nini inaendelea. Mtu kama Atwoli, I mean, let's Atwoli anasema kutakuwa na chaos, kama Ruto ataendelea. I think he wanted to imply that there will be chaos in our country. And you see, Atwoli leo anasema kutakuwa na chaos in our country kama Ruto ataendelea kukopa, then the next day unamuona ndio huyo ako Huisero huko juu ya gari anasifu William Ruto, is like William Ruto is the second best thing that happened in Kenya next to sliced bread. I think we should be serious as a country, because we have given jokers and mediocres a lot of opportunity in our country to talk on, to talk about serious issues that they have no clue about. So William Ruto knows very well that he's over borrowing, not even just borrowing, but over borrowing. It is said that when you're in a trench, you don't get out of a trench by digging further. What is he doing? He's going out of the country every day and seeking monies. He's borrowing all over the place. And then we have the other people who told us that the people who are holding dollars in our country, the likes of Rigiji, who told us that the people who are holding dollars in our country, if they do not release the dollars into the economy, they'll have it rough, because the dollar will, the Kenyan shilling will improve compared to the dollar. Those are the people that are advising the current president about the issues of economies. And you can see right now, from the time they told us the G2G thing will release the pressure that is on the Kenyan shilling compared to the dollar, we have deteriorated. We have people who are earning salaries, the likes of David Ndii. They have big offices that are being allocated billions of money from the budget to deal with the issues that are bedeviling our country in terms of economy, but they have failed. So the issue about William Ruto borrowing, and then the next day is coming to tell us that we should get out of borrowing, ni kutubeba wafala. But the unfortunate thing is, many people will believe him. Some of us will not believe him, because we know what the country is at right now, where the country is at right now in terms of debt. And so, as a country, we need to re-strategize. I think the one body that was supposed to defend the common mwananchi in terms of borrowing or over borrowing is Parliament, and it has failed. We talked about what the measures Parliament is looking at when setting the cap, for government borrowing. They moved it from
I don't know how to call it, but there's a cap that was set before. I think it was the dollar amount or I can't remember. Alex, you will help me here. But I know they moved it from looking at the money itself, and they changed it to the percentage of, I don't know, the GDP or something. I don't know how they said 50% or something of the budget or something. Yeah, was it
55?
Yes, they said 55. So 55 is a moving target, because that means if our country grows, I don't know if they are basing that on the GDP or they're basing that on, I can't remember. I don't even know what the the measurements that they were basing that on. Sorry, yeah, the GDP. So that is a moving target. If you say that you're going to have a cap at 55 of the GDP, that's a moving target. That means if our economy grows, if our GDP grows by 6%, then we look at the amount that the economy is worth, we can always take 55% of that. And that means we are bound by a law or a legislation that cannot be measured in terms of its credit worthiness. Because the country right now, if all of us are looking at 10 point something trillion and saying this is a lot of money that we owe to the creditors, or are they called the creditors out there, and then we still have a leeway where the president can go out there and borrow money without being accountable to anyone, then we are sitting at a very bad place as a country. Thank you.
You know, for one, Makiadi, everything you have said is, I support you 100%. In fact, they moved it from the numerical debt, it says nominal debt ceiling with 55%. They moved it. What you have failed to add, and that is what I was trying to say. If you look at someone like Kalonzo, he was sent by Azimio to negotiate on behalf of Azimio's issues, and he was given the issues that he should go and debate upon. He came back with none of them having been accepted, and he was given what the other opposing side wanted to implement, and he took it. And he's comfortable with that, and he says that's a beginning. How is it that a beginning? What we fail to understand, imagine such a leader getting a national position and going to the world to negotiate on behalf of Kenya. Just imagine, because how he's behaving on national issues, on regional issues, is the same kind of expertise he will take to the world. Remember, in the world, there are people more advanced in technology, in thinking than him. If he can go there and agree to be shortchanged by a fellow Kenyan, can you imagine him going to negotiate with world leaders? What kind of deal is he going to bring back to Kenya? We might practically sell our sovereignty to other countries. That is what and I'm not on any side. My interest is having a leader that is good for our country, for most the citizen, the people at the bottom, which forms the majority of Kenyans. And someone like Kalonzo is deficient because of just the NADCO report. If not judging him by anything else, it disqualifies him for presidency. Because if he can come back with nothing and yet sign and think that he has done something, that is a red flag.
So, can you hear me, Makiadi?
Yeah.
So, I think it was Ruto who signed a law into a bill that said that 55% of the gross domestic product, he changed it from the previous numerical limit of 10 trillion shillings. That was the law before. But now, the law defined total public debt as all loans and guarantees incurred by the national government and its 47 counties. And now you can imagine how much money is that. So it will the debt, the borrowing will change almost 47 times, because before the county governments were not into factor. So you have seen before the national government gives money to the county government, they go into borrowing so that they can pay employees, because sometimes if they wait for the national government, the national government will be late in 3 months. So I look at the situation when I think it was 3 months ago when I was calculating. I never finished, but in the middle of it, when I was looking at the debt of each county, I did not finish each county. So Ruto is now able to borrow up to 40 trillion. And you can imagine how bad that is. So I think we are looking at a situation like the Ghana situation, whereby they overborrowed. Now they had to default on their loans. And when they defaulted, now they had now to start negotiating with the IMF and World Bank. And their credit became junk status. When the credit became junk status, it has taken Ghana again 3 years to almost come back where it was, but almost does not count. They still have high interest than before, and there's still many places that they cannot borrow from. Now, most of their debt is internal than external, which is good for them. And we are in a situation whereby our internal borrowing is less and our external borrowing is more. I think they said our internal borrowing is about 45% or 43%, something of the sort. And in that situation, it affects the dollar really easily. Why? Because you are dependent on external. Now, the borrowing spree that William Samoei Ruto has had, this first one, he went to South Korea, and he started like that into private banks internationally, to some, when he went to the US, I don't know what happened, because we cannot take another Eurobond. We took enough. So, and that is why he's ready to pay the first Eurobond so quickly so that he can take another Eurobond. And you know how these Eurobonds are expensive in terms of interest rate. So what I can say is that I think we have gone beyond our debt ceiling. Our debt ceiling was 10.5 trillion, something of the sort, and now we are almost 11.8 trillion. So we are almost going to over 1 trillion of our debt ceiling, which is really bad. So I don't know if they are going to increase our debt ceiling or what, or they are just going to ignore it. I don't know what this government can do with it. So, but ignoring the debt ceiling, it's a bad thing. Why? You can see the dollar spiral, and once it's the deputy president of Ghana who said that you can't govern by propaganda. And if you are not sure that where you are economically, look at your dollar, the rate of exchange. I think I sent Nani that clip. If you look at the way the spiraling of the dollar is, it can tell you that we are really not doing well. I'm not sure. Experts have said that it's going to continue to spiral, but I saw some good measures. I don't know if the government is doing well. It was 162, and it fallen to 159.9, almost 160. But that's so little than what when William Samoei Ruto. But this thing did not start with William Samoei Ruto. It started with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So we must ask ourselves deep questions that how can we resolve the issue of the dollar? Remember, AGOA has gone out of Kenya. AGOA was one of the organization or an institution that used to help to stabilize the dollar by exporting goods from Kenya. Remember, the export processing zone had reached to a point that it was the second largest exporter of textiles to the USA. We were in a very good position than many of the countries. And because this country next to India, I don't know how we call it, Bangladesh, it is the center of the textile, but because of child labor and so many issues, the US reduced getting textile from it. So our country was moving smoothly, well, which I think the cotton industry was doing well and these other things. But I think this issue of borrowing and debt, we must look into it so that we don't get ourselves into debt to a point whereby the next 10 years, or the way Ghana is going to do the next years, to pay a lot of debt because what they owed multiplied because they defaulted. Though their economy is stabilizing, but their debts are too much, and they are going to pay them more than the stipulated time. That's all I had to say. So Makiadi or Ashley, do you have anything that you have to say?
Can I add something very short? What you're saying is if we had debt and this debt was actually being borrowed and performing on the things that it was supposed to perform, there would be no problem with having the debt. The problem is coming in because we are having the debt, the money is being borrowed, and then it's being stolen. It's not doing what it was supposed to do. Because if you have a company and you borrow money and add that money, inject it to become capital or to increase so that you can have more, capital, and so that you can grow your business, then it benefits to, that is good debt. Ours is not good debt because the money is getting taken, but it is not being used for the purposes that it's supposed to be used for. And that is why this debt is bad. And from what you're saying about the spree at which Ruto is borrowing at, I don't think these leaders care about if we overwhelm ourselves with debt. Because when they borrow the money, they are look at how they are putting on expensive watches, expensive belts, and the money they make cannot afford those. So where is that money coming from? If someone has been a leader, someone like Biden, he got elected into elective office when he was 29. He is not rich because those elective offices you don't become a billionaire or a trillionaire working as an elected leader. It is when you start stealing that you get that money. So these leaders, maybe even they want to overborrow quickly and then default, because that money they have borrowed will go into their pockets. And they don't care whether Kenya has the ability to come out or not. Some of those people, once they get out of office, they will run away. They will go to other countries and live in comfort. So us as Kenyans, that's where I always go back. What can we do? Are we going to stand there and spectate? Or are we going to bring our heads together and think of the way forward? Because most of this debt is odious debts. How do we hold these governments accountable? I was talking to someone the other day and I was saying, when the president is sworn in, he swears to uphold the constitution, but it's an oath of office. That oath does not come with a contract that he signed. How can we as citizens, like even this referendum they are doing, instead of doing something to add opposition office, why can't they do something and say, since the president doesn't always obey the constitution, even though they have an oath that they will do it, and the only people right now that can remove them is parliament, which is compromised. How can we people have the power to remove a president who lies to us that he's going to do something and then comes and does not do it? When if you have a contract and someone misrepresents themselves, that contract can be voided. How do we add that when the president comes into power for that 5-year term, that he will sign a contract with the people of Kenya, that he will do as he has promised, that he will uphold the constitution, and a ground for removal from office is to uphold the constitution? How can we have this as a referendum? So those are the things that we need to talk about. How can we empower ourselves to have a voice, even when our elected leaders have refused to be the voice that we've sent? How do that people power? How does this work? If it is not in the constitution, can we force them to have a referendum to where we have power to remove the president as the people if he has misrepresented himself? People keep blaming the people who elected Ruto, but we are not angels. If he came and lied and we didn't believe Uhuru because he had a bad record, so we didn't believe that he was telling us the truth, and then Ruto comes and he completely does opposite what he said. Do you know what? He has broken our contract, the contract we have with him, the 5-year term. How do we do it to where we hold him accountable? We don't have anything he signs. That is the only office without anything that is signed. How do we make sure that like if you get married, on top of giving your oath, to your partner that you will be faithful and all, you also sign a marriage certificate. How do we make the president sign a contract that if he breaks it, we can go to court and hold him accountable, that we can go and report him to have the contract nullified because he has misrepresented himself, because there was no consensus? He said bottom up. He did not explain to us. So we went believing that he was going to start bottom up. He did not do that. So there was no consensus. How can we go and say we want this nullified? Because there was no meeting of the minds. So there is a gap there. How do we protect ourselves as the citizens? That is the discussion I would really love to have.
Interesting.
Yes, if you allow me to chime in here. So let us look at our debt as it stands right now, the domestic debt. So Kenya's domestic debt right now is at 5 trillion Kenyan shillings. 5 trillion Kenyan shillings. And in the history of Kenya, this is the highest we've ever had, the government borrowing from the local market. Now, let's go to between September 2023 and September 2022. 2022, 2023 September. That's 1 year. At September 2022, Kenya's debt stood at 8.56 trillion Kenyan shillings. 1 year down the line, September 2023, Kenya's debt is at 10.54 trillion Kenyan shillings. Get the difference? The difference is 2.03 trillion Kenyan shillings. So, William Ruto, in his short stay in office, has been able to borrow an amount that is almost a quarter the amount that he found as Kenya's debt in only 2 years. No, in only 1 year. Now, listen to the statements that William Ruto is making about his plan to turn around. And I think I want to read this because it is what was on the top page of one of the dailies. It said, experts fault Ruto for his empty talk. Empty talk. Now listen to the statements that William Ruto is saying. Now, economists say that, like Shakespeare in Macbeth, the president's assertion on economy was full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. They say he did not outline measures on how he intends to turn around the economy. Now, these are the statements, quote unquote. We summoned the courage, that is William Ruto speaking. We summoned the courage to make bold, decisive, far-reaching, and long-term decision to once and for all put our country on the path to attaining its full socio-economic potential. He goes ahead and says that the impact of the global economic dynamics, nataka tusikie hiyo kizungu, the impact of the global economic dynamics adversely affected us. All these factors slowed our economic performance, resulting in increased commodity prices. The last statement anasema ni, the choice we've made, the choice we've made were neither easy, populist, nor convenient. They were, however, necessary. On the short term, painful, but on the long term, gainful. I want you, Jakes, out of all these statements that nimesema, you point to me one thing, just one thing, yenye unaweza sema the Kenya Kwanza administration has done to change the fortunes of the country in terms of borrowing, whether domestic or international. Now, as this guy talks like this, he goes further outside and secures a loan. Na ujue, huyu ni mtu ambaye amecriticize akina not World Bank, amecriticize, there's a sijui inaitwa what trust bank, I can't remember the name very well. He criticized.
I remember him refusing the 161 billion loan.
Yes. and you see the dailies come up and say Kenya secures another loan. It gets 33 billion from Trade and Development Bank hours after receiving 150 billion from IMF. Now,
Correct.
easy pesa see pesa, this is not pocket change. 2.03 trillion see pocket change. Show me one project.
Yes.
One project ambao Kenya Kwanza inaweza tuambia we have borrowed 2.03 trillion Kenyan shillings and this is what we have done with that money. Show me one project. If we go to this thing they are calling housing, whatever, housing, what, you are seeing that the money that is being used to build these houses all over the place is money that they have deducted unlawful kutoka kwa pay slips za wananchi. Inasemekana at the moment the total amount of money that they have deducted from people's pay slips imefika 29 billion. Right? 26.8, sorry.
Yes.
26.8 billion. So we can attach the 26.8 billion to the work that is going on in terms of housing. Show me another project anywhere in the country ambayo Kenya Kwanza administration inaweza point out ituambie the 2.03 trillion Kenya shillings zenye tumeboro ndio hii A, B, C, D yenye tumefanyia. Zero.
And Makiadi, mind you, the 26.8 B is a lower outcome compared to what they are projected or rather anticipated. Their calculation was by this time to collect 63 billion. But I don't know, and that's why I want to ask you this. How comes, despite all that, they still didn't even hit the target? Collecting our taxes hasn't hit the target that KRA had projected, including that house levy. We are not even halfway, despite all those pressures.
But let me ask you, Jake, how sure are you that the money that has been collected using the housing levy is 26? How sure are you? Is it because you've been told?
The other problem is that one,
Because from what Ashley is saying here, and I believe people have raised concerns about the lifestyle changes that they have seen in some of these cabinet secretaries. We are seeing people, and you know, social media inafanyanga uchambuzi wake. We are seeing watu wanavaa watches 5 million Kenyan shillings, 5M. We are seeing watu wana import hata helicopters zenye zinaingia JKIA kila siku. Even MPs, mere MPs can afford a 300 million chopper. So we should be asking ourselves here. Yes, the KRA is complaining that it is not hitting the target in terms of their projection za collect taxes. But are these numbers, are these figures that KRA is giving us, are these figures real? Are these people being genuine with the amount of money that they are collecting? Or this is just a cooked figure to please Kenyans? At least there's some development in terms of how we collect our revenue, but the real figure inamaanisha ya kwamba these people might even be picking up more money kuliko ile yenye wanatuonyesha, lakini wanaweka pesa mahali pengine. And I want to comment on what Ashley said here. Let me add to that. You see, hawa watu wakiiba pesa and we fika stage whereby tuna default loan. Hata hiyo pesa umeweka, hata kama umeweka chini ya kitanda, because I think the Kenyan financial market is not very well regulated. That is why unaweza enda na 33 million saa hii siku moja Jakes kwa account na deposit na utapewa chai. Unaona? MPs wali tupilia mbali ile sheria yenye ilikuwa inasema ya kwamba if you come up yes, you must tell us hii pesa umetoa wapi. That is why tumerudi kwa ile situation whereby you are seeing, and this one is for Kenya Kwanza because this is specific to Kenya Kwanza. You are seeing Kenya Kwanza MPs wako na vitu zinaitwa tournament za mpira all over the country, including Moses Kuria, who is a CS. He has a tournament whereby these people wanabeba pesa na vikapu. We are back to that enzi yenye watu wanabeba 5 million, unaona? Mtu anakuja na kibunda ya 5 million, anakuja kupatia watu. That is how money is laundered in a country. Because when you get rid of sheria ambayo inaweza protect financial institutions zenu, kuprotect you know, the country as a whole in terms of kupigana na watu wana launder money, then inamaanisha kuna watu ambao wako na vested interest. And when Matiang'i told us, wakati mtapigia wa watu kura, mtakuwa umeingiza hapo watu wa wash, mtakuwa this is what is happening in our country right now. So back to my point, whether these people steal this money and they default, hiyo pesa hata ukificha chini ya kitanda itakuwa kama pesa ya Somalia, itakuwa useless. So if we don't protect our economy and we steal as much as we can right now because we're in power and nobody can take us anywhere, when the chickens come home for roost, naitango namna hiyo, I think I got that statement right. Kila mtu ataumia. Yes. Whether you have money, hata kama uko na 33 billion umeweka chini ya kitanda, hata wewe utaumia because your money will be valueless. It's as simple as that.
Makiadi,
yes.
These people are going, you see these trips they are making, I don't think they are keeping their money under the bed. Hizi ni zile zinapelekangwa offshore in all these many trips. Remember, even Jim Wanjigi said some of the money from the Euroboard never got to Kenya. So even some of these loans probably are not to Kenya.
No, actually continue. I was just telling you most of the money, not some. They said about 75% did not get to Kenya.
Yeah, they are depositing, they are putting that in offshore accounts. So it's not in Kenya. I think they are smart enough, and that's why you see so many trips, because they are going, they're making deals, and they are leaving that money secured under their proxies.
Yeah, so let me say this, Jakes, as I finish.
And Makedi, even as I add to that, could that explain why they were quick to remove the capping? I think Alex was talking about it, but this is what they did. We didn't raise our cap, our borrowing cap. What we did, we removed it, and we tagged it on GDP. If I'm wrong or if I'm correct, Makedi, correct me. That they made it that we can borrow in comparison to how much our GDP is at that particular moment. And every day you'll hear the president say, our GDP is doing good. You know, he will flaunt figures that we can't really verify, but he will flaunt figures. And then from that, with that, you can borrow from here to Timbuktu without probably being questioned if you have surpassed the debt ceiling. So from where you sit, was that a tactical move to introduce more loans and increase our debt burden without us always asking ourselves, now, by the way, have we bypassed the target, the ceiling and everything else? Was it a tactful move by Kenya Kwanza as well?
I would say, and I think I've spoken long. I need also to give Alex nafasi. Okay, let me say this. I would say this. When you say we are putting our target at 50 something percent. Let's say 55% of our GDP. That's a moving goalpost. Hiyo ni wakati tunasema, like you said here. If we claim that our economy has grown by 5.6, let's say, and our GDP sema imefika mahali fulani. So if we take that, alafu tunasema 55% ya hiyo economic growth or whatever GDP, you are giving this guy a leeway ya kwenda kukopa huko pesa without accounting to anybody, without accountability to anybody. And that is where we fail, because the numbers that we are being thrown at every day are numbers that are coming from IMF. IMF is not your friend. IMF is there to make money. And IMF will use every opportunity possible. It will make rules for you so that, kwa sababu inajua ni inakukopesha pesa, it will make rules for you to do. Na at the end of the day, mwananchi wa kawaida have benefit from those things IMF is telling you to do. And that is where we are as a country, because IMF is throwing numbers. It's saying Kenya is the fastest growing economy in sub-Saharan Africa. and KKK ukiwaona kwa debate zote hizi za kina Mungatana, unaona those are the things wanakimbia. They are running away with these statements from IMF. But then you look at the common mwananchi pale chini. When you tell mwananchi ya kwamba IMF imetuambia 5.6 growth ya economy, unaambia mwananchi namna hiyo, and then you look at the life ya huyo mwananchi mwenye unaambia namna hiyo, does it coincide, does it reflect what IMF is telling you? No.
Okay.
So we are in a situation whereby we are caught in policies that do not impact the life of the common mwananchi. We are caught in a situation whereby we are doing things to please the master. The master is IMF. He's the person who is giving us money. So everything we do, we are doing to please IMF. And that is why they got rid of the subsidies. They got rid of all these other things simply because IMF ilisema fanya namna hii ndio tukupatie pesa. So we will do anything. And that is why you hear people calling William Ruto a puppet of the West. This guy will do anything to make sure that he earns money or he gets loans and continues getting loans from IMF because he has no plan. If you talk about increasing the tax base, like they said, making sure ya kwamba mnafungua opportunities so that many people can come into the tax bracket, they have failed in doing that. They have introduced punitive measures to such an extent that people come up with new ideas of how they are going to evade tax paying. And that is where we are right now. If we were using the ERT, electronic tax ETR, everybody, wakati wa Kibaki, the ETR was very effective because ungeenda ununue chupa yako ya mzinga Jex kama unatumianga mzinga and you'll pay 100 bob, ule mtu atakuchapia receipt, then the government will get its tax from there. It was as simple as that. Right now, people are dealing with cash, unaona, because everybody knows that these taxes are punitive. So how do we go around this tax regime? What we do is deal with cash. We kuja nipatie zako, mimi nikupatie nini yako, we uende zako. It's as simple as that. And that is why the KRA is always complaining that it is not hitting the targets. Wananchi wameamua ya kwamba we are not going to be punished because of these things called taxes zenye hazitusaidii na anything. They'll always find a way. Human beings are designed in that way. Human beings will always find a way to evade something that is punitive. Thank you.
All right, Alex, I want to come to you, and I come to you with this. One of the things that ilitolewa tax ilikuwa mandege. I don't know if you remember, aircraft zilitolewa tax, and then now we are having an increase in the number of people owning aeroplanes and all. Is that where our money is going to? And the president was saying, because Wilson Airport was complaining of importing machines and all that. Instead of even reducing the tax, he removed it completely. What do you make of such tactics? Are those the ways in which they are robbing and milking the cow dry?
When they said that, I was shocked because you don't take taxes from the poor and leave the rich people. He who buys aeroplanes must be somebody who is either upper middle class or really in a higher. I mean, we call them the rich, which are 2%. And as you said, we have seen a lot of fleets of Mandege coming in and out. And it is said, and Cheregai told us that now Murkomen owns 3 planes since he came to power. It's just 15 months, but Murkomen now owns 3 planes in a span of 15 months. I mean, that's really a pathetic situation. But the real question is, where are these people getting the money from? And how do they swindle the money? Because you think that we have institutions that are effective to prevent somebody to get 1 billion from where? From or swindle 1 billion. The other day, Cheregai challenged Murkomen in a debate and said, you went to China, you got $150 million of a bribe. So a bribe of 150 million. Just listen to it. I want you to absorb the magnanimity. 150 million US dollars of a bribe, because that's what Cheregai said. Then you sit down and you wonder, what contract is that are they getting at home? It must be a very big contract. And we do not know. These are secret contracts. You know, the case of Mozambique was very, very intriguing, and I loved what the Mozambique did. Mozambique decided to default on its, I don't know, anybody, Makia, did you know the case of Mozambique, what happened to it? They audited their debt, and they found what is called secret debt, some that they do not know. Here in America, we call it black investments. You may think that you may think Biden is not rich, but it's like Bush, when he filed his taxes, he could not mention the baseball team that he has and other oil companies. What do? They put it in black investments. So they use a different identification, which is the IRS identification, and now they detach themselves from what? From it, but actually they own it, but when it comes to taxes, they don't declare they own it. It is owned by something else, not somebody, something, a number that owns it. Now, when you look at how government officials swindle the money, it's a complex way because measures have been put. All measures that we may think that hakuna mtu anaweza iba pesa. But somehow you hear somebody has taken 1 billion. Then you wonder, how did he take? They don't take it alone. It is it's a group of men and women together that swindle this money. You know, there's a book that is called Leaders Do Not Eat Alone. Okay. They don't eat alone. They eat together. So what I can say regarding to that, corruption is so in-depth in our country, and it is so complex, and I don't think we can root it away. We can root it on a lower level, tuseme tumemaliza nini ya polisi and so and so. But that's really not corruption. In your 50 bob nini, if it has to go anywhere, it will go maybe in a year, kama ni ya polisi, will go to 300 million. But sasa we are talking deep corruption, whereby now we have taken a lot of loans. Some of them will, and if they really got into Kenya, nobody is able to audit Ruto. Okay, I want to say a very important thing here. Nobody knows the state of our economy, the true state of our economy. Okay? And if we do not know the true state of our economy, IRS do not know how much it collects. People go directly to State House to get money from there, like the CJ. How much money does IRS collect and maybe put there? Because the president, or there is no bank in State House, but you find a lot of people going there and getting out with a lot of money. People like Jalango told us they are going to State House for Maendeleo, which means they got money from there. Then you wonder, does the president or the presidency collude with institutions, and that's how they are able to swindle money? You know, for me, I've never known how this money is swindled. And when it's swindled, is it in dollars, or is it in shillings, or whatever it may be? Now, how does it get to this person A, person B, person 3? You know, in the excerpts called Zambian Intellectuals Are Lazy, this man tells one of the Zambian professors that how they used to swindle money through IMF. You can go read that excerpt, and you will be intrigued, or economic gangster, economic what? There's a book called Economic Gangster, or something like that. You realize how foreign countries give odious debt, which are blind loans or secretive loans. Even if you fall, you will never know who gave us the loan. Like what you hear, Eurobond. Eurobond is just a name branded for secret loans that you will never know, even if you follow the conduit, you will never know. So the case of Mozambique, what it did is to refuse to pay that money. It went to court. The court declared those odious debts that we are not going to pay them. And then they went to the World Court and they disputed them and say, we cannot get money that did not come back to Mozambique. Remember, Mozambique was one of the countries that was growing by 10 to 12% per annum. And it was able to convince the World Court that that is not its case. That is not its loans. Why have we not seen Dung come out? Because the report that Jimmy Wanjigi tells us that we finished paying our loans long time ago. What we are paying is not loans. So it's going to come to the account probably now, because he claims that no government officials has come to dispute that. No government officials has come to dispute the damning report from Jimmy Wanjigi. So I think Jimmy Wanjigi may be right. Now, so Murkomen should be audited. Lifestyle audit should be there. You can't own three planes within 15 months, and so on and so forth. And you are saying every other day, you've seen even now members of parliament owning. If you go today to Wilson Airport, yani ndege zimejaa sana. So the question of debt is something that is complex, but it's something we can resolve if we have the goodwill. But if you look at the present government, it does not have any goodwill to investigate or to look at the case of corruption. It's just the lip service of the name corruption, but the real corrupter here is the president himself, and the president himself does not want anything to be investigated, unfortunately. Thank you.
All right, Ashley, same question before I go to the next type of question.
What was the question? You know, I don't have in-depth knowledge like Alex has. So what I'm going to just, I'm looking at this website. It says Kenyan Urban Mobility and Growth Threshold. And they are showing something called the Kenya Scorecard, FY22. And on that scorecard, in terms of corruption, the control of corruption was at 56%. In 2024, and I'll send that website, in 2024, control of corruption was at 25%, and the scorecard is negative 0.22 in 2024. And in 2022, it's coming up at 0.12. So we've gone to the negative as far as control of corruption is concerned. In political rights, it seems we were at 71, now we are at like 47. In civil liberties, we were at 73, now we are at 47. I'll send you that just in case you need it. So at the end of the day, what can we as the people do to make changes? Because I keep saying, and I'm not against anybody, but I would prefer we have a leader for today that really cares about helping move the country forward. What I would like to see is leaders, elected leaders. Like, I wish these opposition leaders who say they are fighting the government would be going to parliament and causing pain because they want to audit the debt, to audit our debt. So we can see, is this debt? But what I see is a grab and a fight at who is going to eat. That's what I see. They want their turn to eat too, or they want to be included in the eating. Not anybody who wants to sacrifice so that we can have equitable distribution of the resources and revenue, where even the people at the bottom, like now this affordable housing, when you look at affordable housing, the people it's catering for have no problem with housing. They don't. Someone who is able to afford 15,000 or 30,000 a month, even now they are living in a house. The people who have problems with houses are people who are low income. If we were ever going to start anything to address the housing problem, I think the problem should start at the bottom. Those people who live in shacks, those people who live in slums How can we upgrade them? There are so many people who live in those slums that all they have missed is an opportunity to be able to work, to earn a living and improve their lifestyle and choose the kind of house they want. If they want to live in a townhouse, if they want to live in a single house where they have a yard, if they want to live in a condo, if they want to live in the country, in the suburbs and come to work every day, they should be given the right to choose. Our government shouldn't be so much into our business. All they need to provide is, good policies to help us to thrive. And when they say affordable housing, are they really tackling that issue of housing problem in Kenya? They are not. So where is this person, where is this leader who will come and help us and tell us what do we need to do as the people? If our elected officials have been bought, what power, since we are the majority, what can we do so that our issues are listened to? And we do have power, but how do we use it to force them to listen to us? We don't need to be begging them. We need to be able to force them to listen to us. How do we do that? I feel personally that is what we are not talking about. We keep talking about what they are doing. It's like they control what we think, what we do, our next move, even when they are not doing us right. I can love, like if you have a husband or you have a spouse, like yes, you're married, the fact that you have a wife, you cannot just let her do anything she wants. Holding her accountable is part of loving her. So if these opposition people love Raila, even when he goes wrong, they should, even if it's not in public, they should talk to him in private. And then if he doesn't listen in private, then maybe they need to talk to him in public. But to give someone a blank check, that's where they are going wrong, to where now we have no option. That if Raila got into power today, I bet you, he would do what Ruto is doing. And if anybody made noise, they would say even Ruto was doing the same. So you see, we're still in the same problem. How do we get out from this problem? Without shifting them, without saying you hate Raila. What do I hate him for? He doesn't, I don't hate him. I don't love him. I don't hate Ruto. I don't love him. I just want a leader who will, even America is not perfect. But to some extent, it works. If Biden has some things that we don't know, but he doesn't steal blatantly. These many trips. You are saying you audit Murkomen. Even though you audit him, you'll find the many trips, excessive trips. Do you know how much they make in allowances just by going to those trips? That's enough to buy something substantial. But if we, the people, had the power, we would go to parliament and limit them from leaving the country, or say that they cannot leave the country again for the next 5 years until the cost of living goes down. But we have not used the power that we have to force them to listen to us, to force them to act. And that is what I wish. I don't know how we are going to do it. I have been thinking and I have not come up with a way. We need a leader, but a leader that we, the majority, follow without thinking whether they are from our tribe, whether they are from our party, somebody who will help us move forward, someone who will go to court. You see, we keep saying ODS debt. Why don't we have, like you, Jakes, we sponsor you. You go to court. Let us fight and lose. Let us be losing, but not lose when we are not in action. We are losing by taking action. Like we have tried, but we have been defeated. Why haven't somebody gone to court and filed against that debt? Why should the poor person be forced to pay? And they're saying that they're using the taxes to pay. And then why should we even discuss any positions when our country is in debt? Why don't we take that money and use it to lower the cost to do policies that will lower the cost of living? Why don't we take that money and help standard 8 dropouts? We set up those TVETs and give more people scholarships. Why should our opposition MP and elected officials, they are saying Kenya Kwanza is bad. Why did they also go and team with Kenya Kwanza and demand CDF? Yet they know CDF doesn't solve the problem. So that's why I say they are in it together to steal from us. They don't stand when they need to. They were united in asking the government to release CDF. Today now on YouTube, you go, you see a kid who did very well. And you remember the one who came from, I don't know, Trokana to Moranga for school? Like, where was the money, the CDF to help him? How comes that leader is quiet now? If the CDF, we had 30 million kids are not going to school. So where did that money go? Where aren't they saying that CDF is not enough, we need more? Because they ate the money, they kept quiet. And that money was unison. It was both Kenya Kwanza and Azimio, both fighting and saying that they will not go to parliament because the money was not released. So you see, they are both corrupt. Why haven't Azimio said we are not going back to parliament until you lower the cost of living? Why aren't they aggressive in fighting for the common man? But when it comes to money that goes directly to them, to benefit them, for them to distribute, now they remove their eyes, they turn red. Their eyes are red, that they demand. When it comes to their benefits, their allowances, they are in unison. When it comes to this about the common wananchi, they are not. And even Kenya Kwanza, they understand these people are just trying to eat. And that's why they are not they are not serious. They know they're just trying, it's a game for them. It's a game at our expense. So, I would like to find a day, like a Wednesday. And the only thing we discuss is how do we solve obvious death? How do we sponsor someone to go and challenge it in court? I would like to have some action, small action going forward, and do something. Because until we do, they will drink, you know, vile wanasema something about chura, like when the frog is in the water, it doesn't cause the cow not to drink the water. So we keep complaining here. All we are doing is wasting our time. It does not stop them from doing the irregularities and corruption that they want to do. So we need to do something that stops them at their tracks, that makes them afraid of doing what they need to do, especially people in diaspora. You have a big, you know, you can go to your representative and stop those loans. Jim Wanjigi said that the Eurobond, he said something about he wasn't given access. Do you know if we followed that up, we can come in America, there's what we call freedom of information. You can file and you can get that information. You know, some action. Anyway, I rest my case.
I'll be coming back to you, but Julia is equally in the house. Julia, hi, how are you?
Hello.
Shida yako nikupotea, but ni sawa. Karibu sana.
Niko tu, Jake. Thank you.
All right. Now, we have really talked about a lot. I don't know where you... Yes. Yeah, I saw her yesterday, but anangoja sasa zile Jakes amejificha ndio anachomoka.
Nilikuwa hapa nikapata wateja wengine hapo wanaongelelea, wanatetea. I wish they could come here watetee, waendelee kutetea hizo housing. I would like to hear what people would say. Lakini endelea, Jake.
Ukiona hivyo umejipanga na facts ni sawa. Sasa tumediscuss vitu kadhaa, tumediscuss Chebukati kuwa CJ, tumediscuss stories za IBC, tumediscuss sasa umekutulia tukidiscuss story hizi za madeni. Now pick it from there and tell us, what do you make of, I don't know where you found us talking from, which topic rather, but what do you make of Chebukati? Maybe I can take you kidogo tu nyuma, of him being flagged as a judge and probably someone who may, of course, kwanza wanasema ingia appellate court of appeal, that is, and then maybe kunaweza kuwa na discussion ya yeye kuwa CJ by 2027. What do you even make of such thinking?
I am not surprised, of course, that is most likely to be the ultimate plan of Ruto. And what I'm also be wondering, why we know it and why we let it happen. I mean, si sasa ni kama baba amepata hiyo story, I don't know. Alex may tell us, Baba sijui alitoa your story wapi, but a lot of times Baba never goes wrong. He gets a lot of information. Kwa hivyo ni kama akona ma-informats uko ndani. So that is the most likely plan of Ruto to have Chebukati. And Jake, you remember before the elections, all the stories of the walikuwa naitwa nani Kamangos, mara Kamango ameoneka na airport sijui na nini sijui na ballots. These things they came out, and then we swept them under the carpet. And then we went to the election, and then we voted. We started counting our eggs, our chicks before they were hatched, and we had smelt a rat all through, and we were expecting to have genuine results. And then they started counting the votes, and at one point Baba was ahead. You looked at KTN, Citizen, and all that, and then somewhere we stopped seeing the numbers. And there was an outcry that something had happened to the numbers. Now, for 2 days or so, 3 days, there was no more counting. Between that time when we said things were wrong, and when Chebukati came later and announced Ruto as president, what did we expect? What did we do about it? You know, tumeanza tena hiyo story kwamba Chebukati anaendelea kuwa CJ. Na tunamwatch tu akiwa CJ, and then he becomes CJ. Then we shall start crying foul. Don't we look like idiots? Jake? I mean, it's like doing the same thing in the same way and expecting different results. So we have the information that things are wrong, and these continue being wrong, and we know they are going to be wrong, and then we cry foul. So my suggestion is that I don't know what we need to do or what we are supposed to do, but we should do something about it. I don't know. Somebody should tell me. Today Baba had Kamukunji, and I've been trying to look up from the mainstream. Ni kama they didn't cover him or what? Did they really cover his Kamukunji?
They only covered it kwa news bulletin.
First of all, they have been warned. You see, most of these companies, the way they make their money is through government advertisements. And remember, when Macharia had to go to State House because they had frozen this advertisement from Citizen. That meant that public advertisement was the only one he was going to get. But the fact that he has established an international media, you know, when you look at Citizen, it's even more established than some of the local NPC in the States.
Yeah.
So he decided to go to State House. He compromised. Now, you see, he has been told there are some of the things he can broadcast. There are some things he can't broadcast. So you have to play by the game. And the Commission of Communication, Commission of Communication is watching them. So if they go beyond, they will take their licenses. So they are towing the line. They are walking in the eggshells, my sister.
Okay, so they did not cover him. So was that an ODM meeting or what was it?
Yeah, it was ODM, and it was
it was.
Delegates, and later on it was registration.
Okay. Which is okay because Baba is the ODM leader. I have no problem with that. So today, and then I think there was this talk about okay, ODM registration is good, and then there was a talk about the mkutano ya Kalonzo. What is it called? The bipartisan talk. Yeah.
Yes.
No, bipartisan was the first one.
Yeah.
This one is called NADCO.
Because it couldn't work. Bipartisan means that they work together. Now they say it can't. Because some people feared that it was going to let them Mukate, they started making noise. Therefore, they made a next one, which was purely to reduce the cost of living, which was now called National Dialogue. Yeah, so the second one was the National Dialogue, where Kalonzo was.
And in that national dialogue, did they discuss the server at all? That's what I'm wondering.
That's what Baba says, but Ashley says it's the process. But Baba said that in that report they agreed that they are going to open the server, which I think Baba is very wrong on that. These people are hellbent. They were just buying. But what Baba said, was it yesterday or was it Friday? No, he talked about it in Kamkunji, where he said in the NADCO report, he was criticizing the judge who said they must constitute the IBC immediately. But in the NADCO report, it has to go to the what? To the speaker, to the majority leader who is Ichungwa, then it goes to the speaker, then they allow it to be discussed. And then finally, what happens is that now it goes where? It goes to voting. Unaona? So then once it pass, now they will do what they agreed, like opening of the server. But do you think Ruto can open really the server? That's the question.
Yeah, that's a question. And my question is, was opening the server really in the NADCO report? That is what I'm wondering.
It was not. They had 9 recommendations, and one of the recommendations, I think recommendation number 4, was to check the process, and then recruitment of new IBC, and a proposal to increase it from 7 to 9. Those were the recommendations. Therein didn't lie a word like opening the server. That could have blown the news coverage. All of us ought to know that such a thing in the news headlines like for the longest time. But I don't think, as Alex is saying, I don't think that one Ruto can agree to it. They will look at the process. They would say next time, do this and this and this, but they will not say now let's go to the nitty-gritties ya kuangalia server ilikuwa inasema ni. I'm not sure they'll do that.
And was there a creation of posts in that NADCO report, like opposition leader or something?
Yes, those ones are there. Can I project those recommendations?
Yes, or you can read. Can you read them out?
All right, just give me 1 second. I had them.
I had a projection that was clear so that people can see. There were
I had it.
Created.
Yeah, I had them. Allow me to get them back. So give me like a minute.
That is what made people to disagree now with this report, because once that came in, the people are like, we thought you were reducing the cost. Now the cost of living was never spoken there.
Yes, Alex. Let me ask you something, Alex, and team. What was the cost of living? How do people meet in a cube and the cost of living is reduced? The cost of living is about economic forces. Alex, it's like saying that me and you are discussing how your farm will produce more corn, and how do you and your wife? Your farm cannot produce more corn the next day. You have to address what has caused the low production. Now, the cost of living, how was the government going to wake up the next day and reduce the cost of living? It is about the policies the government has made. So I thought that the NADCO committee was just winking Kenyans. Both, I want to agree with Ashley, both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. And it was nothing to do with Kenyans. It was out of selfish interests. And there's no way they did not expect Kenya Kwanza to reduce the cost of living the next day. The cost of living is an issue that has been brought about by the Kenya Kwanza policies, which must change. And even if they change today, it will take several months for the effect to be felt. I don't know how you people see. So my take is that I'm now also wondering where our team is going, the Azimio team, and where they are taking us, and what they expect in the future, or whether they are preparing themselves for the elections. Maybe we could also brainstorm that. And if they are preparing themselves for the elections, what lies ahead for Kenya? What next? So, Jake, you asked me about Chebukati as you present that report. You asked me about Chebukati. Chebukati, I'll not be surprised if he eventually becomes the... I don't know. I can't. Maybe you could read for us, Jake. I can't read. I'm using my phone.
All right. Now, this is the NADCO report summarized. Now it had, I think, 9. Sorry, I want to zoom it in so that I can equally. All right. Now it had what this is how they classified it, what they agreed on and what they didn't agree on. Now, what did they agree on? Number one, they agreed on one, Senate Oversight Fund, Ward Development Fund, and NGCDF, because all these are yet to be properly enshrined in the Constitution. So that is the first thing they agreed on. The next thing they agreed on was Office of Leader of Opposition with 2 deputies. All right. The third thing they agreed on was the Prime Cabinet Secretary's office, the one Msale is currently holding. They want to really now entrench it into the Constitution. The fourth thing they looked at and agreed on was a constitutional office to oversight party fidelity. Here is where they were talking about Jubilee, Nini, and how they were asking William Ruto to stop, you know, infringing into parties, and poaching elected leaders like Akina Jalango and all. Now, the next thing that actually really got it right was audit of 2022 electoral process. It was the process. And then an expanded IBC selection panel from 7 to 9. That was that was what was agreed. Then the other thing was to increase timeline for Supreme Court to hear presidential petition from 14 days to 21 days. The next thing was to reduce official travel budgets, of which I don't know if that worked because the president already is leaving for Japan, by 50% and cut subsidies, subsistence allowance by 30%. And then the other thing is to reduce road maintenance levy and anti-adulteration levy by 5 shilling and 3 shilling respectively. The final thing they agreed on is government to finalize the transfer of all devolved functions. What did they agree on? What did they differ on? One, reduction of VAT on fuel from 16 to 8%. Number two, scrapping the controversial house levy. That one didn't play in their discussion. And equally, the hallmark of all that was the cost of living. That one they never agreed. So those are what was contained in the NADCO report. In a nutshell.
And which of these did Azimio ask for?
Jakes, allow me to make a comment here.
Yeah.
Let me say this. If you scroll a bit higher, just scroll. I am looking at this proposal, and I think some of them are reasonable. Let me say, I did not support this thing called NADCO, but I think it is good to have an office of leader of opposition with 2 deputies. Now, here is my point. Let us have, if the biggest problem is we have in our parliament right now is titles, let us have the minority leader change his name from minority leader to official leader of opposition. Let us have his deputy. Let us have his deputy change his name from deputy minority leader to official deputy leader of minority. So 2 of them. If that is the biggest problem we have is titles. Now, let us have Mudavadi as a minister get that title. Prime Minister, I don't know what you call it. Is it Prime CS or what?
Prime Cabinet Secretary.
As long as Kenyans do not spend an extra dime on these offices, if they want to call them official opposition leaders instead of minority, mimi sina shida na hiyo. Wacha waite namna hiyo, because
those offices come with a whole staff.
No,
as a whole staff.
You know,
Makiadi is saying, actually, Makiadi, if I'm getting what he's saying, we already have the minority side and they already have their offices. If the issue is to have a name or a person by the name opposition leader, why don't we just change that office of what is his name of minority leader? I'm forgetting his name.
Wandai.
Wandai. Why does he change his name? Yes, we change his office from minority leader to opposition leader without adding any clause.
Now Jakes has got what I was saying.
Okay,
so here, yes, Alex.
Jakes, can you expand our faces, because we can't even read these things. Most of us are in our phones.
Oh, all right. Sorry, I thought you. All right. So sorry. All right, let's go on.
Yeah, this is better for a debate. Jakes, you see, when these positions are created, and I want to tell Makiadi to understand, they are not created for people like Wandai. They want to create these positions for people like Raila.
Why are you discouraging Makiadi?
I'm just telling the truth so that we don't
he's
go
helping
Honestly, the intention of Ruto is to calm these people so that they can have an office that was in Msumbwe.
Okay.
So let's discuss based on what truly these people wanted. The office of the opposition. Okay, we have one will be in the Senate, one will be where? In the House, in a parliament, the lower house.
The deputies now, the deputies.
So Kalonzo wants to take one, Nani wants to take another, Martha Karua wants to take another. Unaelewa? So that is the brainstorming that we should from that position. But if you think that they are going to elevate Wandai from there to here, I think you ni ndoto ama hadithi za jana.
Okay.
But then again, both of you gentlemen.
Jakes, now you know I was interrupted. I was interrupted before I finished my statement.
Yeah, I want you to speak to this. As you're saying, we changed the office of Wandai to be that of opposition. But the question is, does it not change the basic doctrine of our constitution? Because our constitution clearly defines we have the majority and minority side. Now, when we do that, don't we now change the narrative from majority minority to government and opposition? And the constitution does not even have that.
Yeah, so the actual discussion about this NADCO thing was definitely going to bring an amendment that would interfere or disorganize the way our constitution, parliamentary and whatever system looks like. But I want to say this. I think, Jakes, you got my statement right. And I agree with what Alex is saying here, where we are creating offices for people who are outside in the cold to come into the limelight. I agree with both of you. But my point is this. And that I said that is my argument. I have no problem if these people want to create these offices, as long as they create these offices within the confines of this constitution. And if it means that we have to change the name of the minority leader and the deputy into official position, I have no beef with that, as long as Kenyans do not spend a dime on these new offices. Number two, you see, whether we like it or not, Mudavadi is acting as a PCS, whatever it's called, a prime minister or a prime cabinet secretary. It's the same thing. And everybody knows it is illegal. So I do not see the thinking behind a group of individuals meeting in some room somewhere with coffee and China mandazi to discuss why they should put whatever is existing sahi illegally into the constitution, the office of Musalia Mudavadi. It is existent right now. It is illegally existent right now. So why should we come to rubber stamp something that has already existed illegally? Are we still doing the same thing that William Ruto is doing? We are going against the constitution. Lazima tunataka kutafuta another rubber stamp ya kupiga ofisi ya Mudavadi tuifanye kuwa legal.
Going to bed hang.
Yes, I think these are not our priorities right now. So
Makiadi,
yes,
Alex has given you the response. I sat down with coffee. It is because they I the same person.
Jakes, can you mute? Maybe that's Ashley.
It's Ashley. I think Ashley has a TV or something on.
Okay, it's because they eye the same post themselves. Our team in Azimio, they are as greedy as the ones in Kenya Kwanza. Look at the things they agreed. Those funds that they are agreeing, the word, I don't know what, the what. I'm telling you, it is out of greed. So why Makedi, you're asking why they would sit a couple someone is
Actually, can you mute?
Yeah, it's Ashley. I don't know. I think she has her TV on. Let me
why
try to mute her. I bring her back.
why they meet and discuss that is because they all eyed those posts and they are going to do away with that and forget about us. That is what, and that is why we are also asking ourselves, was Baba in the limelight of that? Did he agree to that? Did he agree that probably after these resolutions and talk, sharing a cup of tea, they would later agree and decide that Baba should be the PM and then Ruto would be at peace? Were they going? Somebody even said, Manyora said that a handshake had already been done. Were they going to say that we have talked and we have agreed to work together? Were they going to do that? Is it that some people jumped ship and said, no, like Mother Karua defied it and said that she was not going to be part of it? That is why maybe they later changed. So, Makedi, you're asking a good question. Why they would sit and just confirm and agree with what Mudavadi is doing and Ruto and make it right? It is because they were going to benefit. It is because the Kalonzos, they would done this leader of minority. Did you see the way he talked in parliament? He almost disrespected Mother in parliament. Ati kuna watu wanaongea without information, wanaongea kwa hata wasomi hii report yetu. It is because he was mad that it had been opposed, because they had hoped to benefit from it. So, and because of that, we were back to square one, like we had fought for nothing. That is my take about this seats. Okay, about the auditing of 2022 general election, that was a good thing if it was really going to be done, but I wonder who was going to audit. Who was going to audit that? Now, about the cost of living, they don't expect the cost of living to go down. And that is why they could not agree on VAT coming down. They could not agree on that. So, in essence, or in the long run, my conclusion is they achieved nothing. We are back to square one. That's my take.
Alex and Julia and Makiadi and Ashley is equally coming back. My question is this. We had very other serious issues that affected Mwananchi, including the cold murders that happened in Maandamano. One of the things that would have touched me is seeing that there's a recommendation to seek justice, or how to deal with excesses when it has even cost the lives of many. In actual, or in other words, my question to you all is this: did this even have a touch, at the slightest, of Mwananchi in any way? A touch of Mwananchi anywhere? Because funds ndio zinaanza, oversight ya vyama ndio ya pili, kuangalia IEBC ya tatu, kuongeza prime cabinet secretary, kuweka opposition leader, all that. Where is Mwananchi featured in any single word, even if ni kuguzwa tu? Alex, I begin with you. Or Makiadi. Okay, Makiadi.
Let me say this. Sorry for taking this fast. Let me say this. I think, first of all, we all agree, both opposition and the government agree, that we are overrepresented. That is something that is a fact. We are overrepresented as a country. We have 900, 600 and something MCAs. We have over 400 MPs. We have all these people that are out there claiming to represent Mwananchi. In real sense, we are a country that is overrepresented. Look at our population of 50 million. 50 million with elective positions that are over, I think, 3,000, almost 3,000. We are overrepresented as a country. Now, we have to agree that there are some things on that report that are even not worth sitting down to discuss about. And as Julia opined here, you look at the things that we are talking about, kitu kama fuel levy, my friend. Why should you go sit in Serena or Bomas of Kenya, mahali kunywa chai mandazi, ati ndio mpunguze kitu kutoka 5 bob mpaka 3 bob? Why should you even have that discussion? What is the role of parliament in all this? If you go through that list, Jakes, Ukienda upitie your list uangalie. I can say here, some of those things that are listed as talking points on that list do not even need a body that is besides parliament to talk about. These are things that should have been dealt by parliament. What we needed is good faith in the government of the day. These things zenye tunaenda kuambia Ruto ati lower CG from 5 to 3, CG what fuel, whatever, they are not even supposed to be discussed out there. They should have brought a motion in parliament and sit down, agree as, you know, unilaterally, because we cannot be seen as the opposition isemekani ati sisi, we are the people who want mwananchi akae vizuri peke yake. You know, this is not a responsibility of the opposition alone. In fact, we are looking as if we have a government that is against the people and it is the opposition that is with the people. That is the fight that I see here. If at all the government of the day is interested in bettering the lives of Kenyans, then we should have a common goal as the government and as the opposition when it comes to lowering the cost of living. That one should be an agreement that should not require anybody to sit down, eat, drink China mandazi to make. Now, ukuje uangalie hizi vitu zingine. I think I've said here so many times that one of the most important things as the opposition right now that we are calling ourselves we are in the opposition, the one fact that we should be fighting about right now is having an IEBC that is transparent, an IEBC that we have confidence in, an IEBC that is going to give us a credible election. Apart from these other shenanigans that we are putting forward, that should be our main target. Now, we know that for the previous elections, there has been a problem with the IEBC, from Isaac Hassan to the first Chebukati to Chebukati to all we have complained about is IEBC, the way they do their procurement, the way they deliver their materials, how they conduct themselves on election day, how they transmit results, how they announce the results. These are issues that we have complained all through the past 10 years. And I think as the opposition, one of the things that we should be fighting for right now that we think that William Ruto has goodwill, of which I don't trust, is having a credible body. If we cannot take the goodwill and, you know, the situation right now that we have in the country to have a credible body, then we are also looking at what Ashley is saying here, 2027, the same thing happening, because we have not improved the systems that were there in the 2017 elections. You know, we did not see any changes in the 2022. What the Supreme Court said is whatever is declared at the polling station is whatever is the valid results. We come to 2022, the polling station declares an election result. When it goes to Bomas of Kenya, we hear funny stories. We hear some returning officers being abducted and being killed on election day. And so we have a fundamental problem in our election body, which we are refusing to address right now. And you see the problem we had even with the Jubilee government and the good faith that Uhuru Kenyatta decided to work with Raila Odinga. We refused to reform the IEBC. We had the opportunity. We brought 4 commissioners who became flower girls in the IEBC. And then later on, those 4 commissioners walk out and say we disown this election. You know, this guy that we fought against had already done his game plan, mapema kabisa, akaongea na Supreme Court. I don't know how true that is, but it looks like it is like that. And then wakamalizana na hiyo game. Sisi tulikuwa tunafikiria 4 commissioners wataleta sanity in the IEBC, and we are still falling for the same trap. What we are doing right now is we want to fight to have an equal say in the appointment of IEBC commissioners. That is what we are saying. Now, when it comes to election day, we have not cured what the Supreme Court said was a problem, where you have a commissioner, the chairman of the commission coming out and declaring results, and those results stand out as the results that are official from the IEBC. That is one problem we have not cured. So whether we try and fight here and say, hey, we need to do, we need our input to be heard when we are appointing commissioners for the IEBC. Whether we do that or not, we are still going to face the same thing. We will have a rogue chairman who will come out and disregard all the other commissioners, declare his own results, and then tell us, and then the Supreme Court. Now things zitakuwa zimehappen in such a situation whereby at the Supreme Court Chebukati ndiye atakuwa CJ. Yeah? So Chebukati is the CJ huko. Koome alituambia Parliament should deal with the situation whereby a commissioner, chairman of a commission cannot make result unilaterally, cannot declare, cannot make a position for the whole commission. We should deal with that as a law. We have not addressed that. So if we don't do what we were told, you know, the small loopholes that the Supreme Court exposed, especially with the IEBC declaration of results, some other things whereby, you know, on election day we have form 34B yenye Chebukati alikuwa anatuambia kulikuwa na 2 sets na set moja ilikuwa inatumika na ingine ingetumika kama substitute in case the first set imepotea, but we saw those things being used the same way, I mean same day, unaona. So there are so many other loopholes zenye zina exist sahi ambazo hatuja address, and time is running out. We are here too sahi, tumebakisha almost 2.5 years tuende kwa general election nyingine, na zile vitu ambazo tulipatana nazo kama hatutatengeneza sahi, then hata hakuna haja kuwa na election 2027, because I will quote Ruto's words. I will quote Ruto. I don't trust Ruto, I don't support Ruto, but I want to quote Ruto's words. Alisema kama niliwashinda na system, saa hii ndio mtaniweza kweli. Akasema hata pengine hamtakuwa na agents. And I want you to take that whatever Ruto says seriously, because Ruto is hapo hachezi, si ati anacheza. Ruto is capable of making sure that the opposition does not have agents. Whatever he means by that, ye mwenyewe ndiye anajua. Sisi hatujui. But do not take what that guy says lightly. The other day he said, wananipangia njama lakini mimi nimejipanga, kura yangu si ya kuibiwa. Sisi wote tukasema Ruto gani anatuambia mambo ya kuibiwa kura. You see what happened. So, my brothers, my sisters, the only big thing saizi yenye NADCO ingekuwa inaongea saa hii ni how to make sure that we have a credible election. All the other things zenye zimeongewa, a regime can do without being forced. A regime can do. Lakini hii ya IEBC, that is where we should be fighting. Hapo peke yake. Hizi vitu zingine zote, let us, if we want to make Kenyans' lives better, we can do that when you get into power. So you do not need to be forced by the opposition to do that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I was to go to Alex, but Ashley Pierre, you are saying something, but on the same, what do you make of what I've asked?
I think when you asked whatever it was, I wasn't on, so I didn't hear you.
All right. By the way, what was my question, Alex? I think I had it was a long one. What was the question? You guys were fighting to give the answer. I'm forgetting the question, but I remember. Oh my goodness. I'll get it now.
Kama umesahau una rewind tu kidogo hapo Jakes. You just rewind. Una rewind kidogo unasikia ile swali ulikuwa umeuliza.
I don't know. This doesn't happen to me, but I think I'm equally tired. But anyway, let's go on.
Yes. Let me just, I won't even need time, is 2 minutes or less. And we are talking about, you know, when we become generic and say we want reduction in the cost of living. So as a party that is asking for reduction in the cost of living, I think we need to make it to where we have things that we can quantitate, like what exactly do we want? So we want a reduction in the cost of living, and this is what we want to see, you know, because mostly it's on policy. And when Azimio went to the NADCO, those bipartisan meetings, they were told by the other party that we are the ruling party, so it will depend on our policy. But I hate that we call each other opposition and all this, because actually it should be minority and majority. And it doesn't mean that there are some, you should only disagree on policy, but not all the time. There are some things that you should actually agree on for the betterment of the country. It doesn't mean that every time the government comes up with something, the opposition has to disagree unless it is a fundamental issue that they don't agree on, but they're not just disagreeing to disagree so that that government can fail, because when the government fails, our country fails. So if we keep making the country fail for 5 years, what we are doing is returning our own house, which is Kenya, backward 5 whole years. So if Ruto is in government 10 years and we always work to bring down his policies, even the ones that can actually help the people, then what we are doing is pulling our country down. So if each time each government is there, the other party that we call the opposition, which is a negative word, is working to fight them, then our country will never move forward. I think there are times we should agree on things that make sense, and that when we disagree, it is on policy. Like this one of cost of living. It's so generic, you won't know how to measure it. But as people are talking and saying, how do we reduce the cost of living? And I came up with things that we can ask the other side to do. That in order to reduce the cost of living, we are proposing this, and this, and this, and this. And I believe if they have the best interest of Kenya at heart, then they should be able to take some of those things. But to just say reduce the cost of living, what does that mean? Can you explain to us what that means? What is that? And Jakes, if you have time, I went online and I looked at a certain website that talks about something that we can, one time we can come here and just talk about what does reducing the cost of living in Kenya look like. And there is a website, Americans for Prosperity, government spending solutions that will reduce the cost of living for every American. We can go there, read that, and dissect of how or what we can take from that would work for Kenya, that would reduce the cost of living, and then take that leaders, whether we are in Kenya Kwanza, whether we are in Azimio. What I'm saying, when you support Kenya Kwanza, if you support Azimio, even yourself in that group, in that party that you support, make them work for you. Because if they can go to such a place, when they come to those demonstrations, they come in armored cars. They have nothing to lose. They run away at the slightest sight of danger in their armored cars. And yet, the foot soldiers are the ones who suffer. Yet when the foot soldiers suffer and now they call a truce, the truce is only about these leaders and what they can get. I mean, like, this report is all about positions, those people in power. And yet, very little. All they use is their clout to pull the people. Why can't they use their clout to do something worthwhile for the people instead of using those people as weapons for their own good? Because if they want something, they're using these people as weapons to hear the other side. Why don't you use these people as weapons to advocate for them? That's what I have a problem with, the people who use what God has given them, the people, the power people, they are misusing it. That is what I have a problem with. They can use this power to the good of those people who are the good children. So I will end by saying this. If you look at Martin Luther, on March 3rd, there is going to be the walk to Selma. In that walk, I did not see any armored cars. The leaders of the movement were at the front, and they ran as the other people were running. The leaders were at the front walking. The leaders were at the front, and the people followed them. If our leaders came out of their cars and ran with us and got hit by the police, I think they would be advocating for the people better, instead of them inciting the people, coming in their armored cars, and yet after we pay the sweat with our blood, that they go and get positions and they do have no qualms about it. I have a very big problem with that.
Now I've remembered the question. I'll be coming to all of you with this. It's about the NADCO report had nothing mwananchi, including those who died in the maandamanos. It wasn't really featured on what are the best ways to deal with protesters, what are the recommendations therein on how to, relook at those people who lost their lives, because they were many. They were many. That's what I think I had asked. Let me come to Julia, then Alex, then to you back, Ashley, on the same. Why
So
or
you can time. So remember that.
okay, so ni venye inazunguka hivi.
No, but Julia can speak.
Maybe you can go to Alex first. Jake, Alex hajaongea for some time now.
Tumekuwa na yeye, so I thought nampa time hapo, but he said it's well. Alex, really,
Yeah.
it had no touch ya mwananchi, zero. But when it came to their position, it had not one, over 9 points, all for the big guys. The mwananchi, the small man, nothing. In fact, they even didn't agree on anything. A small man.
I followed after the bipartisan fall, whereby people like Sifuna were there and others, and they disagreed so fast, the first meetings. And Ichunga was there, and you could imagine Sifuna being there, how fiery he would be. So, and the person, Martha Karua was against this, Baba was against this. The person who wanted it so bad was Kalonzo. And that's how Baba fronted Kalonzo to go to this meeting. Because to make Azimio intact, Baba did not want to break Azimio. Baba knew that to give an opportunity for Kalonzo to do what he needs to, wacha tumpe that opportunity to see how much he can achieve, because Kalonzo believes he's a diplomat. So before even the talks, there was rule of engagement. One of the rule of engagement was, we are not going to talk about maandamano. And Kalonzo agreed into it. So for you to know that the issue of maandamano and the killings were not part of the talks is because of the rules of engagement before even the talk started. Because such kind of magnanimity of meeting must have the rule of engagement before you go sit down. Otherwise, you're going to front everything. The UDA and Kenya Kwanza are going to front anything. This one can front anything. And that meetings will go days to days to days. So they wrote each other letters, and Baba looked at it because he wanted the Azimio fraternity to be together. He asked all the principal on how to go ahead, and I believe that Kalonzo really wanted the talk, so Baba fronted him. And when Kalonzo got into there, and Baba gave him the autonomy to do anything that he wants to, because he's the one who decided this must be. So he sought Baba's, he consulted Baba and asked, who are we going with? So Baba told him, it's not me to choose. Let us bring together everybody, the principals. And so Wamalwa decided to go under his banner of DAP. Okay. And Wundanyi was obviously the minority leader. He had to go. And the rest were. So by the time they got into the meetings, they had the rule of engagements, and the cost of living was put there. But from the word go, remember, we had been told we are not going to. It is a no-go zone. Remember, even before those meetings, we were warned. So the reason Baba must have agreed into this is the issue of the new IEBC. And I think it was critical. And so he looked at, okay, kama wamekataa kila kitu, how can we reform the IEBC to a place whereby the process should be open, and we must agree that the results that are being declared at the whatever level, those are the results, not the things that are put in bombers. And that's why the issue of the petition must be taken for 14 days, to 21 days to give it time to give all the evidences, because the 14 days is very small. I mean, 14 days is like nothing to them. Even the 21 days, maybe sometimes it might, depending on the level of how they are going to do what, get the evidence. So what I will say is this. We went there because of the process. But the other thing that they did so bad is this money they keep on trickling down, and it's bringing much corruption, like ward representative at the MCS should be given money. That's a wrong thing. Already we are railing on something called national government CDF, and you're seeing our Rama yesterday was abusing people and telling us, stupid, why are you in my office? Kila mtu atoke hapa, wanasukuma watu. And you saw the lines the way they were. You may think that it's on election day. People are desperate. And now, instead of giving that money to the county government, know how to distribute the bursaries. Now you're making, as one of the bloggers I saw saying, we have made MPs to be semi-gods during the bursary distribution. Yani kupewa tu form, is it ni kazi ngumu? Julia, kupewa form. Then you start threatening people that nitawaambia, nitaweka kwa website, muende kuprint, and then he forgets 20 bob with 20,000. I don't know if he was drunk. He said it 3 times. So that is one of the things I don't want, that again, the county wards are given what? Money. Otherwise, the 3 things they refused were critical. The cost of living, I think, should have been put first. Otherwise, this country, if you see the lines that are in the MP's offices for the forms, the money hasn't been disbanded yet, but it will soon be disbanded. They said, I think, by Monday. So, but people must fill the forms so that when they come there, and the money will be disbanded. But them agreeing the ward representative, this is where now I see that we are going to be in a critical situation whereby it is easy to bribe an MCA so that they are able to get out the MPs that the other aisle did not want. I think these monies that are trickling down to MCAs, to members of parliament, to women rep, they have some funds also they are given. It's of bad taste. And women rep, I don't see their role at all. I'm not a misogynist. I'm just saying literally that I don't think the women rep is helping women in any way, because their representation stands to be null and void to me, because we are overrepresented, and we must look into such things. Now, the other thing that I saw there is the office of the opposition. I think it's a good thing. The only problem, as Makiadi says, we don't need other people to occupy that. Let us elevate those who are already in parliament to occupy those seats. Unfortunately, Makiadi, I'm telling you, these seats were not created for Undai and Boni Alwale and our minority leader Ninani in the Senate. I have forgotten. These seats are not created for them.
Anaitango Stewards Mazayo.
Mazayo of Kilifi.
Yes.
Na kuna minority.
Hakuna nani?
Minority whips ni nani? Si ni senator, kama sio Sifuna ni Ledama, one of those two.
Oh, Sifuna. Sifuna ndio whip.
Nani ni deputy? What is the role of Ledama? Ledama has a role again. Forgetting his.
He's the one who took over from Sabina Chege, the minority whip.
No. Ledama is the Senate.
No, Nani, he took over from Fatuma. You know Fatuma Dulo, ule wa Garissa. Yes.
No, he's the one who took over from Sabina Chege. Just check.
No.
Sabina Chege is an MP. Yeah. Nani is a senator. Ledama is a senator. Mwenye alichukua from Sabina Chege ni that guy from, is it Kamkunji? Or yeah, is a Nairobi guy, a Nairobi MP who took over.
From
I'll get the name. I think Mathare or something. Yes.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that the role
it's called Mwenze.
Mwenje, yes, Mwenje.
Oh,
I think
Mwenje.
his father was David Mwenje, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. He's the son of David Mwenje, the old man who was very popular those days.
So
Yes, go
Makia said, if we could have elevated these people, it could have been good. But I don't think the Rutos are getting these seats for such kind of people. These positions created for Railas, Kalonzos, these principles of what? Of Azimio. So that if anything is done in parliament, it should be done in parliament, hakuna maandamano. He's trying to prevent maandamano. Wewe usitoke parliament where you are representing people, uende maandamano. Pigana parliament huko mpaka ushinde huko. Ukishinda huko, well and good. That is what they are trying to do. Which means, Makiadi, we are going to have an extra budget for these people. And it's going to be a lot of money. Because, for example, if you are going to legalize, because so far, the office of the prime minister is illegal, and everybody knows it. And then we end up also having the office of the prime minister's wife. I have never seen that anywhere in the world. Yani, some illegalities being done in Kenya, and nobody is able to go to court and ashtaki hawa watu warudisha pesa. And I think someday hawa watu watashtakiwa and they will be able kurudisha, whether dead or alive. I think there is no way they are going to go scot-free. So I think this report, as we said, is null and void. It doesn't consider Mwananchi. There's nowhere Mwananchi is considered. But the only thing, if they can, which I don't think they will, that's why I'm saying this NADCO report is null and void, is issue of IEBC. IEBC hawatawezana na Ruto. What's the difference? Makedi, I want you to tell me, what's the difference of increasing from 7 to 9? What will it make a difference?
Yeah, I think maybe the thinking of whoever proposed that was if you have a big number of commissioners.
Julia.
Yes, I think whoever, Julia, you'll come in next. I think whoever thought about increasing from 7 to 9, perhaps they thought if you have a big number, there will be sobriety. Maybe kutakuwa na kuweza you can stem down the influence of the chairman of the commission, maybe, to make a decision in such a way that it reflects the position of the commission. But still, we will go back to what the Supreme Court said. As from the ruling, Supreme Court ya hii election ya 2022, it seems and it still stands that a chairman of any commission can make a decision, and that decision will be final. That chairman can come out and pronounce himself or herself to a certain extent that that position of that chairman or the chair lady or chairwoman represents the position of that commission. And I think the Supreme Court says, go to parliament, have this discussion, and agree whether the position of the chairman or the chairwoman of that commission represents the position of the whole commission. If we cannot address that, then it doesn't matter whether we have 15 or 25 commissioners. If the chairman can come out with a full scope and announce results which majority of those commissioners do not agree with, then we have not solved anything by increasing the number of those commissioners. Thank you.
Julia?
So the NADCO report, Mr. Jake, like you've analyzed, did not have any commitment to help Mwananchi. Whole summative, what I want to summarize is that it was all these people looked at what they would gain and hoodwinkers that they were going to talk about something that would help us. And my questions you still linger in my mind whether Raila was involved, Baba was involved in this, whether he was part of those thinking, if they get the positions, we are okay. And if that's the case, then he'll not blame those Kenya Kwanza people who always say that after every election, Baba atahangaisha watu ndio kuwe na talks, ndio akuwe na apewe nusu mkate. If he just got that direction. So, about what Makedi is saying is good, that maybe they thought if they had more representation in deciding who is the member who are going to be in the electoral commission, that would help us. And my whole thing is that Kenya will only change when we have one person who decisively decides to do the right thing. Whether he comes in through a coup or anything, just if we have one leader who decides to do the right thing, that's the time Kenya will change. Yesterday we are discussing about the constitution. I think it's not yesterday, I think it was in the other show. Someone was saying that our constitution is bad, and we argued that our constitution is close to the American constitution. A lot of things are very common. And we were asking ourselves how come it is working for the Americans and not for Kenya. It's because the Americans purpose to implement their constitution. Now, the law enforcers in America also purpose to enforce the law. Unlike Kenya, so we may have a super constitution. We may even have those people appointing the electoral commission, and they are all bought. Like somebody said, everybody in Kenya has a prize. Even the Azimio members have a prize. You remember, you people, when they were discussing the financial bill, where was Babo, and team, and Sirisi, a member of parliament? Siji walikuwa wameenda safari, wamepelekwa wapi? They had been taken for a tour.
Many missed that, and others came out say, "Oh, we were in hospital. Oh, I was in court." We said alikuwa kotini.
Na wengine walipelekwa wapi? Walikuwa trip somewhere, right?
Yeah,
everyone had an exit.
According to Osoro, there are some who are taken outside the country for what? In Ituanga, for benchmarking. And,
benchmark? How come they never yield results?
Osoro said it in Kisii when he was in Mosocho. And
they need to come to Mtembei, we benchmark them and they pay us. We put some commission here because we can give him a lot more at no cost.
So Osoro said they had bribed them. They had taken them for trips.
Yeah, Osoro said it openly, and it was in the news.
Yes,
and he was told by the courts to answer. And he said openly that he bribed some of them. He said it.
Yes.
So it is true. These guys have a prize, eh? All of them.
Yes, Jake. We only need one person now in the next. I think we are here for the long haul. And unless something happens to Ruto himself, but if something happens to Ruto, remember to Konagashagwa. So, atuna bahati. So, we just need to figure out whether by force, by hook, or by fire, or by force, or even it means standing in those polling stations armed to the tooth to make sure the right people are elected. And then after that, if we have the right person coming into power and decide that he says no to this and implements our constitution to the latter, Kenya will be in the right direction. It is the kind of people with goodwill we don't have. And when we have a few, they are overwhelmed by the majority who think that it is my time to eat. That's the sad story about our leaders. So even that is why you see a lot of Azimio people went underground after Ruto took power. They were bought because even them, they were in Azimio because they thought Baba was going to win, and now they are in parliament, so it is their time to eat. So until we get just one person who decides that I'll do the right thing. Remember, in Kenya, we have had a few people who say they were going to do the right thing. We have had Mishuki, we have had Matiang. We can point them out that we have had a few people who decided that I'm going to do the right thing, whether you like me or not. So we still have the remnant, some few Kenyans who can do the right thing. And then if those Kenyans have the support of the masses and they decide that I don't even want a second term, okay, but you are going to obey the law. You are not going to steal. You are not going to steal public resources. You see, even this thing of having our county devolution, if it is well implemented, this government, this country would go places. Remember, Baba talked about one county, one product. Imagine if that ever happened in Kenya, that we have counties empowered to produce a product, even to manufacture and even to process a product and export it.
how far would Kenya go? Now, Alex is talking about people making queues for bursaries. We don't need that. We just need to make sure that Kenyans can access education. We just go for islands that the government say that parents should pay their school fees through e-citizen. And why do you think they're doing that? Because the government wants to hold that money that the parents pay to the schools. Because the Ruto thinks that the school principals are getting a lot of money, and it is true. Those school principals means a lot of money when they pay. So Ruto now thinks that he can also get some loot from there. So now, do you think after the parents pay the money through e-citizen, do you think this money will be sent to the schools? No. I promise the schools will not have that money, and the schools run down. Probably now we should have day schools. Let the children walk to the nearest school. Let the government pay the teachers and provide notebooks and textbooks. Period. Let the parents take the children with food to school, give them breakfast and lunch. Let our children just walk to school and back, walk to the nearest school. Probably that is where we should go now, so that we stop, the MP stop saying, tunataka CDF, tunapeananga bursary. Why waste time money giving MPs CDF? Why not make education accessible? Period. Let the children walk to the nearest school. And then you not have to start talking about bursaries. You will not give anybody money in terms of bursaries. You will finance those schools, you will provide resources, and you make our children just go to the nearest schools. So I think if we have people who decide that they can make such policies, just one person only for 5 years, and then we give him 10 years, this country will change. And then maybe we can take Stone PK direction and hang the thieves and shoot them in public baradas and platforms. They shoot them dead like the Filipino president used to do. I think Kenya will change.
Now we are about to wrap up, and I want us to wrap up in a few. But even as we do that, I want us to do three things. Number one, there's what you have raised, Madam Julia, on that e-citizen. Now, I begin with you, Alex. Just let's take a minute or so for this question, and then the two clips, which I think 20 seconds each, then we wrap up the show. Now, Alex, there was a report, I think on Friday night, that DCI are investigating a loss of, I think, 5.4 billion under 5.6 billion under e-citizen. And then the following day, we get this news that the government has now decided that schools should pay via that platform.
National
schools. Yes, via that platform that has lost serious money. Now, let's go back. The president now says everything should be under e-citizen. Number two, collapse all the account, have it in one. I don't need to go further. What do you make of all that?
I think that is a bad test, that even school fees must be paid through e-citizen. And even the Kenya National Hospital has lost a lot of money through there. It does not even have equipment as we talk. And it has come forth to complain, but nobody had it. But the fact that the e-citizen, the DCI is reporting the 5.6, I heard that the real number is even higher. And whoever that controls this e-citizen must have made a lot of money from the past regime, because I don't think they're being monitored very well. So my take is that I think the president should abolish this e-citizen. The other forms of payments, I think, were a little bit better, because you can manage them. You can actually be accountable for who and who is controlling it. The e-citizen platform is being controlled by a contingency of many people. Okay, so my take is the kind of corruption that will happen, because if everything will fall and all the monies must come through the e-citizen, we are talking billions in a day. Billions in a day. I don't think that is a good test for me. I would think that we must segment things whereby in a day we are able to be accountable in various ministries, in various sectors, and schools should have, if it has to go through e-citizen, and then I think then they should have a special one for schools, because if that money is eaten, the children in national schools may be sent home without even going to school. So my take is, this is a grand way to create a grand corruption that will be the mother of all corruptions that we have ever gotten in Kenya. I am against it, and I tell them, stop that. Let people put their money where they have to, so that even the KRA is able to do what? To be accountable, and they are what? And their agents. That's all I have to say.
Makede, I come to you, and now I add a little more sugar to it. We have seen hacking, including in that e-citizen alone. Kuna day, I think a day or two, it was suspended because of people hacking. We had M-Pesa twice, stop functioning for several hours, and Mwananchi suffered for several hours because it was down. Now we have brought everything under this pool. Already we are talking of 5B lost after we have collapsed everything and placed it under one roof. What is the danger of such a move? Even bring now schools to e-citizen.
Yeah, I like the way you said here that M-Pesa failed for, I don't know, one day or what. I want to ask you, even as I come to answer your question, if M-Pesa can be hacked, why is our electoral system taken to be secure, as UDA, maybe the other teams tell us? Do you believe that the IEBC system has never been hacked or cannot be hacked? That is one thing we should ask ourselves, because I believe the issues of hacking are not just in Kenya. Or, it's a big issue all over the world. The US is a victim to hacking. Other countries have also experienced the same. And when it comes to money, like Alex said here, sijui Jex kama umesoma ile enzi zenye mimi nilisoma, kuna mtu alikuwa anaitwa Basa kwa shule. Exactly. Sasa mtu alikuwa anaitwa Basa zile siku zetu, alikuwa very powerful man, na pesa yoyote ya shule ilikuwa inapitia kwa Basa. He was accountable for each and every coin. Now I think in those days ulikuwa unaona Basas wanakuwa arrested when anything happens to the money ya shule na inakuwa detected, maybe there's infiltration of the accounts of any school. So when you have a large pool and people are throwing stones into that pool, the effect will not be will not be noticed, and that is where this government is taking us. They want to pull every form of taxes from all over the place, where it is very difficult for somebody to trace who has deposited money, where that money has come from, what is this money for, what is it going to be used for. You cannot trace. There's no accountability. And I want to ask you, panelists here, when we talk about the e-citizen system, is the controller of budget or whoever, anaitangwa nani ule huko alikuwa anaitwa nani, what was the position? Is it the same person mwenye alireplace huko?
No, Nancy Gitau ndo alireplace huko.
What is the position ya Nancy Gitau?
Account whatever, auditor general.
Auditor General. Is it Auditor General? Yeah. So I want to ask you, does the Auditor General have exclusive access to this e-citizen system? Do they are they allowed to audit these monies and see how these monies are being spent by the government, where they are coming from, who is sending this money? If not, then this is another scheme to steal from Kenyans. The problem with this government is they pretend to be digital, but sometimes digital is not always the best. We agree that, if you digitize everything, you might make processes easier. But in some other forms, you are even making the process of stealing much easier. And that is where we are with the Kenya Kwanza administration. because they don't want to be accountable for the little they are collecting every day. I would want somebody to show me, since they fully, they gave an order that every payment to the government will be through this platform. I would want somebody to show me how much they collect in a day, where this money come from, how do they spend that money, before we even go ahead and start, adding more people.
Mr. Richie, I don't know if you remember, they first began with a very nice propaganda. They said that after everything had been compressed into one, that they were making 900 million a day. You remember seeing that, Alex? That daily, there was an increment of 900, I think 940 million a day. So that's what they said until this expose came the other day.
Yeah, but you see, if you see, you tell us you're making 900 million every day, but those are just words that are coming from politicians.
Yeah.
We want an office that is accountable to the Kenyan, an office that is being paid to tell us how much money is being made through this citizen whatever program every day. And that's why I come back to the controller of I think Auditor General's office. Yes, Nyakango. If Nyakango cannot be able to, is it Nyakango?
Yes, Nyakango.
No, Auditor General is Nancy Gathangu. The one control of budget ndio anaitwa Nyakango. Control of budget ndio anaitwa Nyakango. Auditor General anaitwa Nancy Gathangu.
Okay, yeah. So Nancy Gathangu,
yeah, Gathangu, something like
if that lady cannot access and audit the finances and the monies and the transactions that are being transacted every day through this program, then I don't see the need ya kuongeza more people kwa hii kitu, because like you said, Jakes here, if these people lost 5.7 billion Kenyan shillings na zikaenda namna hiyo, and then the problem I have with this government ni kwamba these people have systems that don't work, but then they still want to insist on using these systems. Si kwanza tuwe na mtu ambaye anaweza tuambia okay, we are losing money, this is where the money is getting lost and this is how this money is getting lost, so let us fix how this money is getting lost first. Let's fix the loopholes, the existing loopholes, before we proceed and fully automate everything. And if it's e-citizen for everybody, then cover all these loopholes zenye zinatumika kupoteza pesa. And it is the same thing Jakes nilisema hapa last time, wakati tulisikia tunatolewa kutoka kwa NHIF tunaikwa SHIF na hospitali zimekon pesa kutoka kwa serikali, pesa mingi sana, na hakuja kuwa na accountability, but you still want to go ahead and deduct even much more money from what you used to deduct, and then unaingiza watu kwa a new program. The program that SHIF introduces is the same program that is with NHIF. The only thing ni kwamba wamepaka tu mafuta kidogo na kubadilisha jina, but the same mistakes that are being made in the NHIF program is the same mistakes zenye zitakufanyika kwa SHIF. And then there is the big issue of lack of accountability. That is what pisses me off, because if we are losing money na hakuna mtu anakuwa punished for that, then I don't see the need of changing names and moving from one system to the other until we have accountability, until people are punished for the loss of funds. Thank you.
Right. Julia, same question. Tumezicollapse tumeka mahali pamoja, lakini bado pesa zinapotea kidogo.
Hello, Jake.
Ninazunguka hivi.
Umezunguka na umezunguka. Sasa Julia anaongea, mimi sijaongea. Nenda round nyingine.
Sawa. Leo ni kama niko na kemenyano, nilikuwa nimeruka Alex.
No, Jake tunakuanga na stories zingine huko, maybe we are in loss or something. Anafanya mapendeleo. On a light note, what aongee.
Yes, Ashley. Pole. Hata Alex nilikuwa nimemruka, pole. But mnanielewa guys. Sometimes yeah.
It's okay. So what was the question about?
The question is about we have collapsed everything to e-citizen. E-citizen already DCI are investigating a loss of, I think, 5.6 billion. That was on Friday. But by Saturday, we had this report that all national schools should pay via e-citizen. E-citizen, few months ago, had a problem of hacking. The system was down. So what happens in such scenario? And why is it important that schools should pay via e-citizen? Who stands to benefit?
Wow, that is a question I have no answer to. What I know is that the directive was issued without proper consultation.
Yeah.
And like, if you look at parents, like those who live in the country or in marginalized places, or even older parents, older people are not comfortable making payments online, or even don't know how to, or don't even have access to internet. So it is not practical.
What will happen that the bank account, so you still pay via the bank, but the bank account, I don't know, I think they now link it to e-citizen. I don't know. I think that's the directive, that they should submit their bank. I think that's what I read, Mr. Alex. Am I correct that they should submit the bank number or something?
What happens is that you submit into the bank has a link with e-citizen, and that money will go directly to the access of the e-citizen. The bank cannot keep
So the thing is, there is a possibility of defrauding by a dishonest a banker, and parent who can be seen to be obviously has no clue, goes and pays only to find out there was nothing posted. So you see, because they can go and they're told, okay, we've posted, and then a month later or 2 weeks later, the school is calling you and saying you didn't pay, and there's nothing to track because you went to the bank and they told you they've posted, and there's nothing that was posted. So you see, all those, there's so many things that can go wrong. Kenya is not, apart from the young people, most old people have not become digital, like they don't have access to the internet, they don't know how, they're not comfortable working it. So it is, especially in the countryside, it is almost like Ruto is asking too much or impossible things to be done. For what reason, I have no idea. Now, when it comes to NHIF, what I saw the other day, I don't know whether it is true, I don't know whether it is factual, is that the new insurance is actually his insurance, which is going to be the one that the government is going to use. I don't know what the name is. What is the new one?
Shift.
SHIF.
Okay,
and they're saying it is owned by him. I don't know how true that is.
I think actually, I think you're talking about Amako. There's a story I heard about Amako. Yes, Alex, maybe you can explain more about that.
It's not owned by him. The underwriters, when usually there's a process when you're sick and you present your insurance card, they will take it. And if they take it on the payment level, they have to go through an insurance company that will go to the government so that the payment can be released. And that insurance will then release this money to the hospital, which means there is a fee that will have to be deducted because of the underwriting. Now, this insurance company will be Amoco, which belongs to Ruto. So when you are sick, or your father or your grandfather, whoever is sick, you go to the hospital, you present your SHIF card. They will do what? They will see what kind of insurance you have. Maybe it's the ordinary, if it's silver, if it's bronze, if it's silver, if it's gold, because they have to be categorized, because there are many kinds of insurance, especially when it comes to healthcare. So once you present it, the hospital, how it does, it looks for the insurance company that does the underwriting. And that underwriting is going to be done by Amoco. So Amoco presents your bill to the company, to the government agency, institution called SHIF.
And once they process and they release your money, then Amoco takes the money to the hospital. But there is a percentage for underwriting they take. Now, that is what Ruto's company called Amoco will be doing. So absolutely anybody that is sick and has that kind of insurance, Ruto must get money from it. Thank you.
So do we have a conflict of interest law in Kenya?
It doesn't,
Definitely.
because even last time, last government, all government vehicles were insured under Amoco, which was Ruto's company again.
Interesting. Interesting. Ashley, I don't know if you're through so that we come to Julia and then I play the clip of the week.
Yeah, I'm through.
Julia, same question. Sijui kama hata unakuwa baffled na the revelations being exposed here.
Okay, yes, I'm not surprised. Let me tell you something. The whole thing about Ruto asking parents to pay through e-citizen. Ameangalia school principals. Ametamani kuwa school principal. Ametamani sana. Hiyo pesa yake. Sunasikia, okay, first and foremost, there are rules and regulations. I mean, having worked in that industry for a long time in Kenya, I know what happens. There are rules and regulations concerning where the school money should go. And really, according to the Basic Education Act, the school should only run an account in KCB. Kama wako na account ingine kama cooperative bank, it should be that the parents are involved in that. They should need to run another account. It is the accounts, all money should be paid into KCB for government tracking. And the government is able to track that money. How much money Kenya High School received this year. That is why they should all have their accounts in KCB. Those schools that have accounts in other banks is because the principals and the board of management and the parents and few parents have colluded to eat the school money. Now, really, Ruto anajua hiyo pesa, those principals are minting money. The school principals in Kenya control millions of Kenya shillings every year. Millions to an extent, anaweza jenga nyumba yake ya milioni 10 na isijulikane alitumia milioni 10. Akijenga madarasa hapa, anajenga nyumba yake. As she completes the classrooms, her house is complete. They handle so much money. I think one time I worked as an assistant principal and I tendered tendering committee, and this was a long time ago, where we purchased a bus from Thika Motors worth 14 million, and for that the principal was not interested, and she just let us give the tender. Kama she was not interested, how much money do you think she was controlling? She was not interested with that. Akawacha tu tupeane hiyo tender kama hivyo tuna ikaenda. But those people man a lot of money. I'm telling you, Jake, they can spend 100,000 in a day na inapotelea tu the principal. It goes between the school principal, the bursar, and the chairman board of management, because kuna signature ni tatu. Chairman board of management, the school principal, and I think the PTA chairman. Bursar yake ni ya kuimplement. Sasa bursar huwa anachotewa tu ndio afunge mdomo. Basa huwa anachotewa pesa ndio afunge mdomo. Basa anajua huo wezi wote. But the three people involved, the main two people involved with the school principal and the chairman board of management. Because the principal, according to the Basic Education Act, the principal has authority to incur expenditure. So awezi kamuliza, anaweza sema maharagwe yenye iliuziwa double price. Mtadu? Anaweza sema basi jana iliharibika, ikakuwa repaired na 3 million. Mtadu what? What will you do? So Ruto knows all that. Now he's not trying to help the Kenyan parents. He's trying to have this money in his pockets. The danger will be this money will go to e-citizen, and because these schools need, okay, even if the principal steals the money, they need the money to run the schools. Okay? So somehow they end up running the schools. Somehow they end up buying those buses and building those classrooms. Okay, so somehow the schools run. As the parents pay money, the schools run. So what will happen? The money will not be given. Right now, the money for capitation is not going to the schools in the right time and in the right amount. That's the money that's government funding is not reaching the schools in the right time. So hebu jiulize sasa hii pesa ikienda kwa hii season itafika kwa mashule saa ngapi? Haitafika. So what will happen is that a lot of schools will be shut down and the kids will go home. But my take is parents should not pay that money to e-citizen. Kama hakuna vile wanaweza lipa bank kwa shule wasilipe. They just take their children to school. Then we collapse our schools. Then we start afresh. We decide they are not even paying anything. Maybe that is where we should go. But paying to e-citizen, huo ni wizi. Sasa Ruto amepeleka hiyo wizi ya school principals to another level. If you people have relatives who are school principals, but out of all the school principals that are in Kenya, less than 10% are not thieves. So if you are relatives a school principal, nenda umulize kesho kama yeye ni mwizi kwa sababu Yolanda inafuata yeye na watoto wake. Asante.
All right, over now to the video of the week. I have two, and I'm sure you have seen this. The first one is from one Paul Kagame. I want you to listen in to what he said.
Making ends meet, naked on the streets, no people, your own people, barely making ends meet, naked on the streets, no food, no nothing, and they're talking about, going to, you want to come and teach Rwanda what to do or change what is in Rwanda with what? For them, once the pocket is full, for them, the rest of the country, their own people can go to hell. That's what we see around. Instead of thinking of changing what is in Rwanda, why don't you change what is in your own country? First of all, that is not correct. Secondly, it is even impossible for you.
All right. And who now do I begin with? Let me begin with Ashley. Ashley, the president amekuwa akivamiwa na president from other countries, especially very close neighbors. Samia Suluhu akasema kwa jirani hakuna unga, hakuna stima, kazi ni kuongea kizungu. Huyu naye anasema kwako watu wanatembea uchi, kwako hakuna chakula, kwako watu wanaweka pesa kwa mfuko wakubwa na wale wengine wameambiwa waende to hell na Kiswahili ni. What do you make of the remark from Paul Kagame?
Well, you've asked me a hard question, but I think Ruto is good at giving speeches, but when it comes to action, he has no goodwill. It is not that he can't do, and that's the problem with our elected officials. When there were, when during the handshake government, they seemed to understand the common wananchi very well. They seem to understand what our problems are. After Ruto was sworn in, if you look at someone like Susan Kehika, she was a very big advocate of the people. If you look at her today, she's trying to be a small dictator in Nakuru. So the same person seemed very in touch with the people before August 2022. And after 2022, they are out of touch. We say they don't understand. People are misleading him. People are misadvising him. Why does he need to even be misadvised and he lives in Kenya? How comes before then he had good advisors? How comes before 2022 August he knew what the problem was and what needed to be fixed? Then he has amnesia after 2022 August. Again, if you look at the Azimio people, before 2022, in the handshake government, they were behaving exactly like KK is behaving today. They were used by Uhuru to go and remove people from power in the parliament. They were used, and they were defending Uhuru and things that he was doing. They are the advocates of the people. And that is why I say these two animals, they are piece of a pond. They are the same. And that's the thing. We need to look
piece of the same puzzle.
Yeah, they like they are birds of a feather. It's only that when they go to the opposition, they want to weaponize the people to fight their to fight their rivals, but they don't have the people at heart. That is why when they go to sit down, and when they sit down to negotiate, they are okay. And that is why, what's the majority leader threatened them? We are going to have this discussion in the media, in the public eye, because they knew once they go behind closed doors, they will not pretend. But if they come to the media, they will pretend and seem to be fighting for the people. So they both understand the game they are playing. You remember he used to say, we are going to do this in the public. We will not go behind closed doors, because when they go behind closed doors, they don't pretend.
In fact, we will not spend any money.
Yes, because they knew they wanted some
They will
money.
not spend any money.
Yes, and then why didn't they do it?
Yeah, there was huge allowance.
Why didn't they do this in open court? Why did they go behind closed doors? Because they were negotiating for themselves, not for us. And the day we will realize that is the day our freedom will begin. And that is what Kagame has already started to see. Even the very first days that Ruto went to this event and he was talking, there are some, like Sudan, you could see some of these leaders were disgusted by him because they knew he was just speaking maneno tamu 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 tamu. That is what he was doing, but it wasn't a conviction in his heart. But even some world leaders, so like when he comes and people say, oh, he spoke nicely, he's put in this, these people, as long as he plays their game, they will let him play, and they will give him the platform to give his good speeches. And that is why World Bank is praising him, because he's accepting to do what they want. And that is what I'm saying. Even the danger with someone like Kalonzo is because he can also sell Kenya and get the accolades. They will give you the accolades as long as you play their tune. Imagine sending someone like Kalonzo to negotiate for Kenya, and they tell him, no, we are not going to do that. But you know what? I'll give you 5 million for yourself. Like he can be given something for himself, and he comes back to Kenya comfortable, even without having made a deal that benefits the people. How do we know that? He did that with the national report. What difference would you expect to him as a leader? Yet, people are banking on Raila passing him the mantle. What is wrong with us? Yani tumerogwa ama ndio nini? Because si ati sisi ni wajinga. The people who are saying that, the people who are rallying over him are not stupid. But what he has done is a crime to the people that support him, to the people that died, to their families, to the people that believe in the cause. He has done an outrageous thing that in America, if someone did that, the only person who gets away is one. I will not mention him. But that is political suicide. What he did is called political suicide. Yet he's still going in front of people, yet he's being considered for presidency. Do you see how it won't change? Do you see how I feel bad for our country? Because those are the alternatives we are offering to Ruto. And we are doomed. If even we reconstitute the IEBC and give Ruto and give someone like Alonso the mantle, we are still doomed. We have to educate some of us are smart, some very, very smart. Some people have gone and they have done political science in school. They are professionals in the field, yet they can stand here and yani na mtu aniambia timu na hate Kalonzo. How? Me, I'm going by his record. He does not deserve to be anybody's leader, whether in Kombani or even in his house. If he can sell his people who died, and yet he's comfortable, he's in a position. Yani, he has blood in his hands too, just as Ruto. He has blood in his hands. In the same measure.
I'm laughing. You have said that he doesn't deserve to be a leader even in his own house. So who will lead his own house?
Maybe his wife would do a better job.
So, Julia, you are just immediately after. I'll come to you. I'm seeing you chewing. Allow me to allow finish chewing, then I come to you. Makiadi, because Julian alikuwa before Ashley. Makiadi, let me ask you, what do you make of that clip by Paul Kagame?
Yeah, thank you, my brother Jakes. First of all, before I go to that clip, I would want us one day to have a conversation here with Ashley. Maybe Ashley will tell us what she means by the handshake government. I would want Ashley to state to us who the leader of the handshake government was, who the deputy leader or president and vice president or deputy president of that handshake government was. And then from there on, we can talk about the merits and the demerits of that handshake government. That is a conversation we'll have one day. We have, just to conclude on that, I think we have managed to buy Ruto's narrative that he was not part of the previous government. And that narrative has been bought by very many people. Until the day Ruto will show me as a person his payslip and tell me that he was not earning from the Jubilee administration, then I'll buy that narrative that Ashley is propelling here of the handshake government. Where I stand is, my stand is here. Ruto is a person who has something called inferiority complex. And the problem with people who have inferiority complex is they take any single opportunity to show that they know. They take any single opportunity to shine. They take any single opportunity to get recognized. And that is why you see people throwing some very, very nicely corrugated speeches out there when they get an opportunity to address a group of individuals from out there. They want to be seen as though they are the ones who are speaking for Africa. They want to be seen as the transformative leaders that Africa was missing for all those years. They want to be seen as people who have bright ideas, people who have fresh minds in leadership. That is what inferiority complex brings to a person. Now, William Ruto has been running around the world speaking as though he's the head of the African Union. He has been running around the world telling other leaders that he will not be part of the group of presidents who will be put on a bus to go and see a king or to see a president of a single nation. And then a few days later, we see him doing exactly the opposite of what he was condemning. Now, the problem with this kind of leadership is it takes very little time for people to notice you. Very little time. And I think from what Kagame is saying here, without even mentioning names, you will understand the person that is behind the curtain. And that is Mr. William Ruto. You cannot be a person or a president of a country that is still languishing in poverty, no unemployment, crime rate is high, the economy is doing so badly, but then you want to act as though you speak for the whole of East Africa countries and the East African region. You want to extend this mandate that you have to the neighboring countries. Obviously, every country has its own sovereignty. And Kenya is not an exception. Rwanda is not an exception. Uganda is not an exception. So
correct.
The battles that William Ruto has been fighting with the East African presidents, I think it has come to a time whereby this president have decided, you know what, kaende. Because most of the things that he's doing are hurting the economies of the other countries. The East African region has worked together in unity for a long time. We are like brothers. We are interdependent in commerce, transportation, employment. There are people who work in Uganda. There are people who work in Kenya from Uganda. There are people who work in Rwanda from Kenya. And so we are like one nation under different leaders. Unfortunately, the problem with William Ruto is that he wants to be seen like he's the president of the East African nations. And I can tell you here, Jakes, you saw, for example, his bosom buddy before the election, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. has abandoned him. They are no
Mhm.
longer in a good relationship with the Museveni. You
Mhm.
go the other side, you can see the banter zinarushwa kila wakati kutoka kwa Suluhu, because Suluhu is also a person ambaye amegundua Ruto is not somebody that you can make a deal with. He's not trustworthy. And so it is just a matter of time. And this will be very unfortunate because, you know, most people think that Uganda is a landlocked country, so we can dictate to them what they can do or they cannot do because they use our port. And we have seen this happening even with the oil deal that Ruto ran with David Ndii to go and sign the G2G oil deal. It ended up hurting Uganda. And so these countries will one day gang up. As long as they continues with this trend where he thinks that he's a master to everybody, these countries will one day gang up. And you see, it is so unfortunate because, for example, if you look at the US, the biggest trading partner were US in Mexico. And so sometimes US dictates what Mexico will do in terms, for example, immigration. Unaona? Because the business in inaendeleanga between US and Mexico is worth a lot of billions of dollars.
Yes.
And that is the
Yes,
same
yes.
situation that we have between Uganda and Kenya. So it is very unfortunate to see that William Ruto can elevate himself to a situation whereby he cannot listen to anybody, you know. And that is why
Yes,
you
yes.
are seeing the likes of Kagame and Akina Suluhu. Museveni is not even speaking anymore to this guy because I think wamefika mahali wamechoka na yeye, and they'll tell him to the face. It will be very sad for Kenyans to be inaitangwa kusecludiwa ama kufanyiwa nini, kuwekwa kando. Hii kizungu inapotea saa ingine kwenye the meli. By the secluded by the other East African nations simply because of one man who has an ego and he wants to be seen as a person who is fresh and with rejuvenated ideas. But in contrast, he is hurting the relationship that existed between the East African countries. Thank you.
Alex?
In Kikuyu, he's known as Kemenyi.
I agree with Makiadi because if you look at
At called, there's a new word here. I don't know if you got it, Alex. Called what?
Kemenyi.
Kemenyi is all knowing, right?
Oh, all knowing, eh? Kemenyi.
All knowing is somebody who knows everything.
That's it.
That is who he is. I mean, goes to France, alafu anasomea European countries. You can't hold us to.
In English, it's know it all, eh?
Yeah, know it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Makiadi. I mean, we have had the relationship that has never been had by any president since independence. So in 1976, Uganda was so hard and it took it many, many years to be stable until Museveni came in. And that's why the people in the rural areas vote for him every time because they fear to go back where they were. And I think we have one man who is deciding to hurt the economy of Kenya. As you said, we lost $200,000 worthy of trading between us. So far, we have lost 200,000 trading worth of money with Uganda. Suluhu has said Kenya Airways cannot land in any of their airports. Okay, so is the tech people and also the teachers that we outsourced to Rwanda, especially Kigali. I think they are being packed. They are coming back slowly because of one man called Ruto. The G2G hurt Uganda so bad that actually Museveni is taking Ruto's government to court and is very serious about it. The self-image that he has propelled of know it all has made even him refusing to give Uhuru a plane to go to DRC because he's a special envoy, that Uhuru has to go to Uganda and ask for a plane, the presidential plane, to use it to go to DRC. And that was actually very embarrassing. You saw Uhuru come out from the presidential plane of Museveni, which made us so embarrassed in the world that this is how low it can go to make the former president's life so hard, to a point that now he doesn't live in Gatundu, he's living in Kajiado. So I don't know how I can brand this man. I mean, even if we expected the worst of him, I didn't know the worst of him can be even more than, the worst I've never seen in any president. Look at dictators like Mugabe. Mugabe still had people in the called the military war veterans who could advise him. Mobutu Sese Seko, even if he was a dictator, he still had a contingency of people who could advise him. But there is something that I read. I don't know if I can read for you guys. It was so damning to a point that
Are you still there? Are you still reading? All right, Julia. Even as the reading is happening.
I
He's
cannot
back.
read.
Oh, sorry.
I will send it to you. I'll send it
All
to you
right.
to read.
All
But in
right.
simplicity, it says that the people instead are so frustrated that once Ruto has his mind, even if the policy is wrong, we are here for nothing. We are just earning salary, but there is no policy making we are doing here to correct the presidency. Even his travel alone, we cannot organize for it. He has other people. We are just here as puppets. We are just earning salary, come here, drink, and go home. There is nothing. There are people doing it. We are here as a puppet, and therefore we don't know what we are doing here. And that's why even that that dossier was released, because I think people are sick and tired of him, even in State House. Because the release of that document, I don't think it came from Koome. Koome can never do that because she knows it will be damning. Where and how was that report get to Raila? From State House, from people who are sick and tired of him. So I mean,
Could it have come? Just one moment. You remember one time, Filomena Mwilu had a back issue with Ruto sometimes back, when her cases were in court. Could it have come from Filomena?
remember, Philomena Mwilu is married to one Wako, and during
Yes.
the memorial of
Now
Jaramogi Oginga,
Wako is.
during the memorial of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, he was one of the big organizers of that. So he just got out of politics, but he is still very close to Raila Amolo Odinga. So that can be a possibility, but I don't think he could have told Philomena Mwilu about it. I don't think Koome could have done that because it was a secret thing. So that thing came from State House. And the reason it came from State House is our watu wa sikilizani. We are told that there are 83 people in State House who are not employed by the government, who make everything of William Samoei Ruto. But the people are employed there. He doesn't listen to them. So when you see this thing happening, when Kagame is saying that your people have issues and he names them, but he says this is how you behave, he correctly branded who Ruto is. Now, if we are losing our neighbors and now we are going to Europe, we decide to criticize them, but at the same time, we keep going there. And when we go there, we keep on getting that. My question that I ask myself is, where are we headed to? The answer is nowhere. We have a man who wants to put people in the Supreme Court. After doing that, he will squash as they said early, because this thing was said actually 2 weeks in his coming to the office, that the term limits should be taken from 5 to 7. And there is no end of term limits. If he can serve even 5 to 10 term limits if he's still alive. So my take is the design this man has taken this country to is not what our neighbors and the gains East Africa had gained, to a point that Kenya was so respected. and many conferences were being held in Kenya. And I think now there's no conferences, international conferences being held in Kenya now because of the fact that KICC is under construction. And very soon we are going to see KICC in the hands of private sector. There are places that I can say that we can privatize it. For instance, our fire trucks, because it looks like counties are not able to handle them for years.
Why didn't you suggest parliament? Why don't we privatize parliament?
It's impossible.
We can try. It is not working for us. We can try.
How do you
we just tell it. We just tell it.
I think, Jakes, you guys bring in a new angle here, and I don't want to take your time here, Honorable Alex and Julia. I think we should also one day have a discussion here whether Kenya is a failed state. I think if
we had it, you are not.
We will revisit. We will revisit with Makiadi now and see where we go.
It was a very good discussion.
We shall revisit it, Makiadi. I promise. I'll contact you quite early for that. I don't know if you are through because I want to hear Julia's sentiments, especially on what.
In my conclusion, this man is going to fail our country, and it will take us years to revive it. Whoever that will come after him is going to get a hard time. And if we leave him up to 2027, I think everything could have collapsed. That is my take. Thank you.
Julia?
Okay, that was a good analysis, Alex, Jake, and Makiadi. Now, you are getting surprised at Ruto's behavior. I've been thinking seriously, even about tribe thing, I've been thinking that kuna laana tu za makabila. Sasa sijui ni makabila ama ni jamii. You people just forgive me if I start saying these things that may not please us. I want to start with Mount Kenya region. Mount Kenya people, why they sold the country to the devil is because a lot of them think that the end justifies the means. That is why hata jana unani alingangana na mimi hapa sana Buru, trying to convince me how the president is popular, how he's doing a good thing, making these houses, because he's a typical Mount Kenya person who thinks he doesn't care what the people are going through. It's just how much money people make. I mean, it is so annoying. Okay? So there are lots of people from Mount Kenya region. Greed imewajaa kwa kichwa, kutoka kichwa mpaka kwa toe. It is either they themselves, them alone, themselves, their family, them alone, themselves, their wife and children. So they can do anything and everything. Now, if I go to I don't want to talk about the coast and Nyanza. We have a lot of things to say about that. Lakini, ukweli, Ruto has a cattle rustling mentality. Ni yule mtu, yani alibanga ng'ombe za watu na mama yake kamcommend. When he came, you people mnakumbuka yule baba alisema this guy even stole chicken from villagers, and the mother gave him a pat on the back.
I'm Tommy kabisa, but ni sawa. Julia,
I'm telling you, it is serious, Jake.
Aliba kuku.
And then the mother was so proud of him,
Well done, my son.
Well done, my son. When he beat up a small boy in the village, the mother was proud of him too. When he tried to strangle somebody, the mother was proud of him. This guy has high-level primitive barbaric characteristics. That is why hakuna mtu anaweza mwambia kitu. Yeye alingangana sana kupata mamlaka akuwe kama Uhuru. Amekalia hicho kiti. Sasa he's the know-it-all, he's a small god, the big god instead. That is why nobody can tell him anything. And he thinks that running Kenya is like running his chicken farm into going. Poor wife called Rachel. I don't know how she has survived alive for all these years, because either I may have killed myself or killed somebody, or both of them, because sijui huyo mama ameishi namna gani na huyo mbaba. That guy, you cannot even tell him leo tukule ugali na sukuma tusikule nyama. Kama ameamua kunywa maziwa mursik for 3 months, the whole family will take mursik. Na usiseme yes or no. Akiamua kutooga, hakuna mtu atamwambia oge. That is the kind of person Ruto is. So hiyo barbarism ameleta kwa serikali. Hawezi kamwambia kitu. Sasa hajuangi kwamba unajua kuna ile Alex kwako wewe ndio jogo. Ukweli wewe ndio jogo. Hata kama ukiamua kiti yako, sofa set yako ikae juu ya fridge, ni sawa tu. Wewe umeamua hivyo. Lakini Alex ukienda kwa ofisi yako, you'll slow down bwana. You'll say let me listen to what these people say. I mean, let me hear what Jake has to say. You'll slow down. Ruto won't do that. So he's running the country like that. And then he's so barbaric, he doesn't even watch news or read newspapers. Sasa akienda kwa mtandao ya kina Kagame, anawaambia ujinga wa hali ya juu, anamsikiza, wameboeka, wamechoka. Hata mama wa Tanzania, he is wondering what kind of a man is this, because African men have used their heads more. Na mtu akona someone mute.
Alex.
Okay, so this guy, when he goes to, you people, see the way he speaks, tutatenga, tutajenga. You people, kama Kenyans have started disrespecting this man. I mean, you see the way they disrespected him pale Meru, Nakuru. Now, people like Kagame, hata kama he's a soldier, jamaa amesoma, the guy is informed. Now, he goes telling them trash. They won't take that trash anymore. That is why Kagame can speak like that. And they are tired and fed up of listening to his nonsense, just like Kenyans are tired and fed up. And Ruto is trying to manage Kenya and change it to not even a monarchy, to something like a Sugoi home. But unfortunately, he may not go far, because I said yesterday in the show, one of these two things will happen, or both of them will happen. One, he'll destroy himself and the government, because he will run down the government. He thinks he can get money from people by force. The other, I had Makedi saying that watu wameanza kusurvive tax, wamejua how to manage not paying tax. Kenyans are as sly as Ruto is, so they can also, they also know how to decide not to pay the tax. So they decide, we are not paying this, we are not paying this. Hiyo pesa amesema wazazi wapeleka hii citizen watapeleka. In fact, they will not pay fee at all. That is what will happen. So our schools do not have money. So Kenyans know what to do, when and how. So he will run down the government, and one of these fine days, he will not even have money to pay his own cabinet. I'm looking forward to that, because hiyo siku ndakula kuku, tasherekea. And one of these fine days, I am praying so hard that this happens. He will not even be able to pay the police and the army. Tunasikia mshahara ya polisi imechelewa, mshahara ya walimu haiko for miezi mbili, mshahara ya wafanyikazi haiko, MP hawajapilipwa. I am looking, because he ran down the government. Or Kenyans will run over him. All those two things will happen. Because unless he changes, Jakes, nakwambia ujamaa ako anaishi kama anaishi kwa msitu. Asanti.
Sorry, the final clip for the show is this one, and this time I'll begin with Makiadi. Makiadi, let's watch this. It's a short one, and then we give our 1 minute remark as we wrap up.
Na niwaulize, ngoja tu kidogo. Aya, sawa. Aketi hapa. Mweka yeye hapo. No, wewe. Mlete hapa. Wewe. Lete yeye hapa. Wewe. Ya, mlete hapa, aketi hapo. Enda keti hapo. Ketishe pale. Tamuongelesha baadaye. Very good. Asante sana. So,
Why are you doing this? Faster. Unafanya hivi kwa nini swali? No. Why are you doing that? Kujeni mtusaidie. Unafanya hivi kwa nini? Tena mnafanya nini kwa kini? Kwenda huko. Jangwa mheshimiwa. Kia kama yake kila kitu kwa wetu.
Now, Makiadi, the story is that MCA mguu ilivunjwa, kwa hiyo kuvutwa hivyo alivunjika mguu. Is that how we handle human being?
Hii story, hebu nikuulize, huyu MCA alikuwa amefanya nini kwanza? Hii ni MCA wa Machakos ama? I saw that story but I did not follow up. So what happened? What did he do?
Regardless of what he had done, you know, at times kuna sometimes unapika unajiambia regardless of the crime, was that the best way they would have handled the situation? They broke his leg, literally. They broke it.
Is he the same one who went to see the president?
No, that's a different person. It's the same handling of a person that we are now discussing. You know, roughing, you know, so rough to the level that you cause serious injuries.
But I don't know, hizi vitu zenye hiyo ya huyo MCA niliona lakini sikufuatilia vizuri, but I think I saw hiyo kitu nasema yeye kuvunjika mguu. I think I saw his foot was stuck in some under some car somewhere.
Under a car, yes, ikaturn.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate. I don't know Kenya alikuwa amefanya, whichever way it is, I think that was very unfortunate. You know, hata kama unataka arrest somebody already ukicause bodily harm that goes beyond his rights, you are breaking somebody's foot at ndio mweke ndani ya gari. I mean, there are some way we can do some things tuonekane ni kama washenzi. But having said that, let me go to the ile ya Ruto. Ile ya Ruto, unajua kitu moja nimekuja gundua na hii government ya Ruto, you can never tell what's genuine and what's not genuine. There's a very thin line between PR and the real thing. So hii kitu ya Ruto hii, it reminds me, there was a time that kuna mama mmoja alienda, Ruto alikuwa ameenda kutembea, I think when he was the deputy president, he was in Thika somewhere, and there was a lady ambaye alikuwa anaenda kumapproach. I can't remember alikuwa ni mambo ya mashamba ama nini. There's a clip somewhere. It almost aligns to this narrative. And Ruto was so open, akamwambia hapana, wacha akae kwa hiyo kiti yangu and all that stuff. I think that nini tukikuja kupata siku moja utaweka hapa. So I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if this is a PR stunt. Because how does a person like this walk all the way kutoka huko mahali ametoka mpaka karibu anakaribia hapo mahali president ako ndio anakuja kumshika? You know, the president is not an ordinary man. When the president amesimama hapo akiwa kwa podium, usifikirie unaweza toka from all that place huko. I mean, almost a quarter of the people who attend meetings a president, especially in Kenya, are his security.
Yes.
Exactly. So this guy and I know UDA inajua mambo ya PR. This guy ametoka huko kwote. You see the people that are coming to stop him, ni watu wanatoka nyuma ya president huko. So there are police officers in uniform, all that stuff, CID and all that. Waliacha akapita mpaka akafika mahali kamera inamuona, ndiye akuje kukamatwa juu. You know, Ruto wants to show you that he's a common man. Ni hustler kama wewe, ndiye anakuambia hapana, acha kumsumbua, mrudishe akae hapa, nitaongea na yeye baadaye. This is a narrative tumeona before, where somebody who wants to show you that he is part of your predicaments and take an opportunity like this to prove to the world that yeye bado ni commoner. We know very well. We know the problem with this government ni kitu inaitangwa kamera. And you see, he's not even surprised. Kwa nini yeye haogopi? This guy is almost, hata anaweza mrushia hii kitu, whatever you call it, you know, he can harm him, hata kama amebeba kitu, if he was armed. If he was armed in any way, angekuwa amemfikia. But the guy is not even afraid. He's just saying, wachana na yeye wewe, peleka yeye pale akae. So mimi, hii ilikuwa PR. But it is a PR that everybody understands. It's only the people who in UDA, wako UDA, kesho utawaona kwa social media wakisema our president is very humble. the stupid things that we see these people doing na Gachagua, wakinunua mahindi choma na mandizi huko wakule, inakuwa kwa social media all over. We are told this guy is a common man, ni mtu wa watu. You see, I began by telling you, shida ya huyu jamaa ni he's a copycat president, and he wants to outshine this. The way Uhuru behaved with common mwananchi. Unajua Uhuru Kenyatta was born in a family where alipata wako nazo, but he knows how to interact with the common people. Hata kama ni mdosi kwao, anajua kuishi na wale watu wa chini. This is a guy, Uhuru Kenyatta ni mtu anaweza enda mpaka Nyamakima, wherever huko Bama, kule nyama na watu. And you see, people understand that is the way he is. But there's a guy here who is trying to put that class war in trying to separate between, the haves and the have-nots. It is the same narrative that we saw when he was campaigning. It is the same narrative that is going right now. And this is a PR. You will come to prove me late. Hii ni PR, ni ile PR ya Ruto ile anaendaga kukula mahindi, na sisi wote tunajua hata ule jamaa anachoma mahindi ni mtu ya CID. Na huwa wanasahau. The problem is huwa wanasahau. They use this same person, anachoma mahindi pale kwa barabara, Ruto anaenda ananunua mahindi anakula. Next time utaona the same guy in Meru. This time amenunua mahindi ni Nairobi. After 2 weeks mnamuona kule Meru. That is the same guy mwenye anamuuzia ndizi. It is PR. Problem with this government ni maneno ya PR, na hii ni mmoja yao.
Actually, I could agree with you, because by the time we were starting this show, Ruto was trending at number 1. That was around 10 p.m. Kenyan time. By the time we were starting this show, he was trending at number 1, and this was the video that was trending. And really, people really commented about it. And some of the sentiments that you are raising, people are buying that this guy was trying to seek the attention of the president. Hakuwa na any harm. In any case, hakuwa anampelekea hii portrait. So could it be equally that what you're saying, this was almost stage managed?
Jake, wacha nikuulize swali tu moja, and I think this is ni vitu boga sana, tufai kuwa tunapotezea masaa yetu hapa. Wewe unataka kuniambia huyu jamaa ametoka huku kote kwa crowd, he is walking towards Ruto, and all the police officers wenye wako wacha wenye wako na civilian clothes, tell me those wenye wako na uniforms, they did not see this guy. Ndio mpaka the people who are wrestling him down to the ground ni watu wametoka kwa podium huko wanakuja kumshika. And then look at that whole group.
I wanted to pause it here. Now, at this part here where now we are looking at, the bodyguard has already left the side of the president. Meaning, if there was another person who was to come from a different angle, what would this bodyguard say? Because I know bodyguards don't leave the side of the person they are guarding at any given time. Given time.
This is just
so how do you
PR. This is a stupid PR gone wrong. Inaitangwa stupid PR gone wrong. And I think ile shida tunakuanga nayo, na mimi husema kila wakati, ule mtu alileta politics za kamera ya kwamba kila kitu unafanya lazima urekodiwe. Ukienda kupeana thamos kwa kina Julia, kwa jirani ya Julia pale, lazima uambie Julia, toka tupige picha na wewe. Unaona akina Kalwale huko iko ati bull imeua mtu kwake huko, anasema kuja unipige picha nikiua bull. Hiyo ndio tradition yetu. Yet other people are raising very very valid concerns about the death of that person. Hiyo ndio kitu inatuharibia kama nchi, because we want to be seen to be working. That is why you see these guys every day wana publicize hizi meetings zao all over the social media. Ebu angalia, look at that scenario, and you will be fooled to think that this guy can walk all the way mpaka huko and nobody, hakuna mtu kwa podium huko anashtuka. There's nobody kule kwa podium anashtuka ati ya kwamba there's somebody who might harm Ruto. Nobody. Hata yeye mwenyewe anasema tu peleka yeye huko, peleka huko, ashtuki. So wewe unataka kuniambia kama hii kitu si choreographed venye wanafanyanga na hii makamera yao, huyo jamaa angekuwa amesimama hapo? I think you've seen there was a day that Trump was campaigning and something happened. It looks like there was commotion kwa
audience. There's something else I don't know if you have noted. Farouk equally came in. Farouk equally, and sasa jamaa ameketishwa chini kabisa, and sasa eventually amekamatwa.
Yeah, this is
That's what
this is
happened.
PR. This is just a PR. This is just a PR. Angalia bodyguard. Hiyo watu wako na uniform unaniambia huko. They are all standing the other side, hata hakuna mtu anashughulika na yeye. You want to tell me this is something that is genuine? Ndio hiyo Faruk Kibet. What is Faruk Kibet doing huko? Hata ni kama
Yes,
ameenda
that's my
kupana.
question. Is he
He
an
looks
a trained army policeman?
that's what you should tell me. Angalia kuna mwingine tena anakamatwa huko ni kama amepelekwa ndani. So let me tell you, wakati unajua hawa watu wa PR, unaona sasa, you see Faruk Kibet is taking back there.
Now,
Sijui
yeah,
anaenda kwenye
now
ni kama
Faruk Kibet is the one now talking to him.
and he's dipping his hand in the pocket. I'm telling you, this was something that was planned very well. Unfortunately, for some of the people who know the Kenya Kwanza administration, utajua hii ni bogus. This is just acting. This is acting, and it is something that we have seen and said for so many months about this government.
Yes,
Yeah,
Julia, what do you make of this?
that is drama, Jake, and he wanted like just like you have said that Makini has said. You know, Uhuru. I was surprised that Uhuru even speaks. You know, Uhuru was literally born in the palace, but Uhuru speaks Kikuyu like a boy from the village. I was impressed at that upbringing by Mama Ngina. That one I attribute to Mama Ngina. I give credit to Mama Ngina, our first lady, and Uhuru is able to genuinely mix with the common man, not to show off. In fact, a lot of times Uhuru has just been caught by camera accidentally. Yani, watu wamemtafuta wamesema ati we found Uhuru driving himself to Bama to eat meat. It is not that he caught them, but now Ruto, just like we said, Ruto is so primitive. Everything he's trying to compete with Uhuru. Even this money minting thing, making so much money and all that, at any compare and compare. This guy is primitive. So I agree with Makia. So I agree with you on the drama.
Alex, what do you make of this video? Even as we now wrap up.
You know, like Chris Kumekucha say, drama, being drama, being drama, being drama. Yeah. You know, this Kenya Kwanza government, if this is truly the way, I'm not sure about the drama, but if that's how Makiadi, I adore some of Makiadi's submissions. And if it's true that it was drama and it was choreographed, it is below the belt. I mean, you don't, because when I look at the president, when such things happen, you don't know if somebody is armed. His security will come, you know, and take him somewhere, whether he likes it or not. Unaelewa? Because that's the work of the security. But the fact that you see people like Faruk Bet are so comfortable, okay, over there, and they are putting their hands on the pocket. I mean, obviously, we agree this is a drama, but it was a bad drama. But otherwise, if honestly you are going towards the president and these people did not, the way they will come unto you and the way they will deal with you, we have seen it before in the media. Boniface Mwangi had a rat. Remember when he was, Uyo Jamali Chapa, if you remember that clip, there is another person that had gone, was it into Kibaki or it was Kibaki. The way he was wrapped up, picked up, taken, you could see that it was a threat. So I don't see the Reke squad acting like that in a manner that I think that was acting as Makiadi said. And it's unfortunate that leaders start acting that way. And it's very unfortunate. That was below the belt. And I don't know if the Kenya Kwanza can stop this kind of, kucheza na intelligence yetu. But I think they have done it over and over and over to a point that they don't understand that, they can take everything. When you read The Meaning of Life, a book called The Meaning of Life, Victor says that you can take everything from a man, but you cannot take his ability to think and his ability to decide. So the ability to think and analyze things can never be taken from us. Even you take the subsidies, even if you fail the economy, we can still analyze things as long as we are alive.
That was drama. Thank you.
Sorry, we're equally joined by Kenya Maandamano, and I think she's very lucky, or she has that ability of an African timer. Anajua kutime mali, anaingia tu hivi na anapewa bahati ile amtende ya kusubmit. Hello Kenya Maandamano, how are you?
I'm glad and I'm happy to see you guys. I'm pleased to hear your arguments or your comments. Nawasalimia wote, Jakes, Cowboy number 2. I have Makiadi, and I have my sister, Julia. And it's nice to hear you guys talking the much you're talking and discussing what is going on and about this person who have really taken our breath away for our Kenya, for people to be happy in their country. We always appreciate that God gives us days as we continue to discuss these matters of our country because it's becoming too much. And I'm happy that I would say that Baba is still with us, our cowboy, that he is still collecting all this information and giving to us. There are things that we look at and we see like they are small, but they are big and they have meaning. Because in our country right now, there are so many small things happening. But when you put them together, you'll see our country is really in shambles. And the sufferings that people are going through right now is too much. Sasa tufanye aje? Kuna wakati unafika mpaka kila mtu sasa anashangaa, anashindwa ni aje hii mambo yote imetuingilia na ikatupata bila hata kujua tutajitoa hapo namna gani. But as much we collect and as much people now at this juncture, they are very smart. We are getting to know which way and how we can take these matters on our own hands and have a solution for this country. Nimeona huyu Ruto bado anaendelea na kufanya vituko kati yetu na wale wengine. And as much as I see him, what he is doing, he is just creating more trouble on himself. And it is good for us because every day that he wakes up, he does a mistake that adds to our stack of what we're going to use against him. Ni furaha yangu kubwa kuona Baba bado ako very strong na hiyo and the way he is doing his things. And I have always believed that Baba, the way he is moving, it might work for us. Because the moment that Baba will decide, today we are going this direction, it will be a massive walk for many people. Because we have seen there's no light at the end of the tunnel with this guy. The other thing I heard you guys mention is about his way of how he presents himself in the world, trying to give those sweet speeches that really people applaud him and see like he's a very smart guy. But I want him to go and look himself on the mirror and say, are there more smarter people than me? Are there people who are getting what I'm doing wrong? Are there people who are seeing me being a liar? Are there people seeing me being a hypocrite? Are there people seeing me an evil person? And that is what it is. The way we sit back and watch this guy, nobody wants to hear or listen or see him. He's already a rotten egg in our country. Na ninasema hivyo nikiwa na sababu kama Mkenya. There is no way that you can be going out to please people and then when you come back to the country, you start torturing your people. Nothing is going to work. And somebody somewhere was talking about Rwanda, how there was genocide. We might be hating this guy called Kagame because of what happened in that country. But in our own country, it's going to happen. Believe me and trust me. That thing, if it continues the way it is continuing, it is going to happen. Why do I say so? Huyu mtu ametuonyesha kabla yake ndio special. Is the precious tribe to work in Kenya and control Kenya. But they forget that other 46 tribes are watching. I may say part of Central is with him, but still I'll count 46 tribes are watching him. What do you think they are thinking? You think they are idiots? We have been given brains to think and decide. And that is what Kenya is doing right now. Na ndio unaona baba akiitisha mkutano hivi kidogo watu wanajaa. Hakuna mtu anawapea pesa ati wakuje kwa huo mkutano. They come with their own will. Why? Because they have reached a point of seeing this is the only point we can follow and get our country back to the right track. And that is what I believe myself. It's a Kenyan woman, lay person, mzalendo, ambaye anapenda nchi yake, my motherland. That is exactly what I'm seeing. Ruto is just having PR. Na hii mambo yote unaona, hata vile sasa tumeona hiyo picha, amesimama hapo ati anajifanya, mleteni, mwekeni pale. Those are, na unajua, let me give you an example. Anybody who has ever done murder, ati anajaribu kuosha hizo damu, isionekane kwa hiyo nyumba yake. It is always caught. Na ni lazima kutapatikana kitu ambacho uliacha ambacho kitakuuza. Na utakuwa a murderer. Kwa hivyo mtu asifanye hiyo mambo yote anafanya hapo PR, afikiria ati sisi tumerudi nyuma ati kwa sababu wenyewe anapenda watu wake. Nothing. Ruto have practiced this and he is continuing to practice, and Kenyans are still dying. Kenyans are being frustrated. They are being devastated and suffering in our country. Languishing in poverty while he is doing these PRs. Who is a leader who is always in the lorry, not in the office trying to draw what else can we do for this complaint that is raised in our country? Or how can I sort this problem? How can I? Those are my take all the time. Kwa sababu najiuliza kiongozi akishachaguliwa ni nini ingine anaenda kutangatanga barabarani? What else are you looking for? You said you are elected. What else are you looking for at this juncture? We still have a long way if he expected that he is going all the way to 2027. We still have a long way. What are you looking on the street? Don't we have those ministries that are allocated all these duties to do on your behalf? Stay in the office, wait for the report. Lakini kwa sababu anaona hii maongeo ya uongo hakuna mtu mwingine anaweza, ni mimi tu naweza. Wacha nitokeleshe, niende nikapee watu uongo. Sababu nilianzisha na ni mimi nitamaliza. That is exactly what it is. Ruto is nothing in Kenya. It's only chaos. And one day it will erupt. Na iki-erupt, hao watu ambao wanaona ni special, ambao wanaona ati sisi kiongozi ni wetu, uongozi ni wetu, one day, they are going to cry. And they will cry and nobody will be able to rescue them. Because these other people are watching. Hawa si viziwi, hawa ni watu wako na akili. Wanaelewa kila kitu. So when I see all these PRs that he is doing, surely you are wasting Kenya's time for them to get the right serve that they deserve. Service the country if you are a leader. Hii mambo yote anatuonyesha, we are not interested. The only thing we want is what we deserve, to have our economy back to the right channel so that we can be able to serve our people who are our own. Our loved ones are suffering. They cannot have food to eat. They cannot go to school. They cannot get medication. Those are the main things that we need right now. It's not about him going to the lorries. And I ask Kenyans, why do you go around this guy? When he goes for the lorry, are you still, even yourself, ask yourself, is this campaign time? Is this the time that he should be coming to do all those fishy things? And if you are aware that those things that he is launching were there before, why do you waste your time? Why do you go there? Why don't you do better things for your own self? because you don't deserve to stand there and in the evening you have nothing to eat. Na hiyo mambo yote anafanya ni upuzi. Mtu ambaye anafanya kinyume cha sheria na kila siku mambo yake yote ile anafanya ni kinyume cha sheria, ni nini anatusaidia? Other leaders are developing their country. They are serious. They have taken care of what they feel that it is really bringing the country down. That is what they are working. Look at Tanzania. Now they are laughing at us. Museveni is laughing at us. Rwanda is laughing at us. And yet, the moment that we were told Kenya is the horn of Africa, and the election was the fairest, I don't know, the best, whatever, by these white people, do we have to sit down and watch our country because of those sweet words that were said by an enemy who have brought us to this status that we are in right now? Those are the questions Kenyans should ask themselves. And the fear they have, what is it? What is the fear of talking the truth? What is the fear? I believe the only channel that we are following is about our Baba. Baba is trying to tell people this is what it is and this is how we are going to do it. That is where people are. I hope that does not break. I hope this continue in the same way until we get to the right track, because we really need somebody to guide us. And if not, Kenyans, we are the people who are suffering. The few who are eating and drinking and enjoying life, they are very few if we decide to do our own way. Huyu mtu amekuwa ni safari back and forth. Like now I understand he is going to Japan. And Mudavadi goes earlier ati ndio amreceive. Uko ni kwao. Is that where he is elected? And the other thing, nyinyi vijana mnaambiwa ati mtapewa kazi America, Germany. Uko ndio mlimchagulia. Mlimchagulia Germany. Mlimchagulia America. Si alichaguliwa Kenya. Then kwa nini hawachukue tena wapeleke huko? Was it blocked that you could not go to America because he has not been elected? Were there no embassies before? These are things that Kenyans, you have to think hard. That this guy is just deteriorating your life and your loved ones, the young ones, that cannot even access school because of the problems that he has created in this country. When I see him stand there and start talking to people, I just see an evil man. Mtu ambaye hana kichwa. Kwa sababu kama wewe ni mtu ako na akili, aibu angekuwa nayo kusimama hapo mbele kuongelesha watu. Ati akiwaeleza nini? What are you telling people? What are you telling people to listen to you while you know when you are standing there how many are suffering and they are not going to school and others cannot even access medication? And you are standing there giving people speech. What for? Hiyo ni mambo ambayo kiongozi ambaye ako na akili hawezi kuwa anasimama hapo sasa ili watu wake wanakufa. Look at Kagame. I will give that example again. Kagame is standing there with his people and he is seriously working. And if you look at his face, you can see a serious man who is really conscious of his country and what he wants to do. That's what it means a leader. I am not teaching him and I'm not telling him to change, but continue. Ngure hujikaanga na mafuta yake. Because where we are right now, Kenyans are really working hard to see that we get this guy out of that office. We are in trouble for one person, one particular person, ambaye hata hatukumchagua. Tuliwekewa tu hapo. And the moment the Western countries see that there is one particular person we want, and we decide seriously with our own mind, I'm telling you, they'll back that person because they don't want to lose what they have found. They'll get away from that one. They'll shy away from that guy. The moment they find that Kenyans, they adore their man who is their Baba, cowboy number one. I'm seriously talking this because I see things will change and we will have another way of change in our country. And Kenya will be great again. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Thank you.
Beautiful. Kama kawa, asante sana. Guys, do I even give you any other time kweli? Because where see 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 you guys mkona how do you call it? Mkona energy mnaweza you can talk another 1 2 hours. But maybe a sentence each. Let me begin with who? Let me begin with Makiadi. Alex will be the last one. Makiadi, your final sentence.
Let me say this. Thank you so much, Jakes, for hosting us tonight here. I think it was a good discussion. I want to believe that this fight has never been won. Um, our country has always been led by people who are not interested in change. We have had leaders who are comfortable with status quo. And I think until we find that leader who is genuinely interested in, making the lives of Kenyans better, then we will still live to struggle and fight for another day. From where I sit, I think we should focus on 2027. Also, as we continue to fight, because we know that we are going to have an election. And unfortunately, for this election that is coming in 2027, the thief is within the house. Like Mama says, the gangster is now in the house. The other time alikuwa nje, aliiba kutoka nje. Sasa saa hii ni kizungumkuti zaidi because saa hizi yuko ndani. So sometimes I have this discussion with the people who are soldiers in this struggle, and I tell them we are probably fighting William Ruto to get an input in the appointment of IEBC. Well, when you look at William Ruto flying outside and anaenda kuprint ballot papers at 2027, like a joke, but it is a possibility. So never underestimate somebody who has lost touch with the ground, somebody who tells you that you do not have to be famous to win an election. That is what William Ruto told his MPs. Don't worry about being famous on the ground. Do your work. Don't listen to the noise of the people. And remember, the people who are told to be making noise are the people who voted for him. So there must be something he is doing right now to probably secure his second term. And from where I stand, I don't think he's even interested in reforming the IEBC. I am very sure he is instigating another coup in 2027. What we have to do is identify what we did wrong last time in 2022 and plan for the future. Thank you.
Beautiful. Paula Mami, I'm giving you your last sentence, but I'll find a way of always making sure unajua mapema so that we have enough time. But all the same, your final remarks, Madam Mandamano.
My final remarks is I think I heard you guys talk about Kalonzo, and Kalonzo has disappeared. And also Gachiede has disappeared. And that guy is really suffering. I think he is nursing his wounds right now. He don't know where he's heading. Kalonzo, I'll ask him, he go to the mirror and look at himself and say, what am I supposed to do in my life? What is good for me? Because the way we have been seeing him swing this side, and then he says, no, I was not doing that. Then he goes again back and forth, back. No, I was not doing that. Please, you are a man. Decide where to stand. Because we cannot keep on doing like a wiper, as they call themselves, wiper. Simply because these are not good things for a gentleman who is in public mirror. And we are watching you, and we are all aware who you are and what you have done in the country. You want to just spill it on the ground just like that? You just don't want people to respect you as honorable as you are? It makes me feel so sick. And I wonder whether also other people who look diplomatic will do the same. Because we might not even think about honorable people living with us simply because of how these people behave from one corner to the other. And with no reason, maybe we'll say it's maybe about money, which is, I don't understand how you can be ruining your life, ruining your reputation because of money. And it's that you don't have, you have it. Please, Kalonzo, think twice, tell us the truth. If you want to move once and for all, and leave people to breathe so that we don't have heartbeats that can make us not to go to the next step. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Madam Mandamano, you should come early because you have said that. So, yes, Alex. Your final remarks. Acha nibaki nikidigest hiyo ya Kalonzo that aende mapema atuache tukifikiria the next. Asante sana Mama Maandamano. All right, yes, Alex.
Yeah, me, I'm saying that this week will be a beehive of activities. A lot will be going on, and there's much that you'll see in court. I don't think these people have left the court alone. There are many people who run to court. Let's wait on Monday tomorrow and see what will happen. The other thing is that we put pressure in Western last time when we went there. They are trying to redeem everything, but I think it's too late for them. The way we handled our meeting was differently. It was not roadside declarations. And I think what we should do is that just leave them to finish with Western. We go maybe to Eastern. I think, I don't know why we are not going to Central. Maybe there's an arrangement between them and that. But then we shouldn't leave going to Northern Eastern. It can be tricky and it can be dangerous. But at least Garissa, we should go there. We should leave Wajir, but at least we should go to Garissa. After that, go back to Western. And so that Ruto can see that what he did is dead on arrival. Utaona vile Ruto atakasirika. He will be throwing tantrums like hell. Baba will start with Kakamega, tuenda tena Bungoma. There's no need of going to Busia or Vihiga. Hiyo tutaenda baadaye. But tutaenda Kakamega, alafu tuende Bungoma, tumalize. Because how can a president go to launch a class? Mr. Sijuni Yegon, Ruto Joffrey, a man like a president, a billionaire, go to launch a class. You know, there was a comedy today I saw in WhatsApp.
Just one moment, Alex. And that class has been built by Safaricom Foundation, not Kenya government.
Yes, you know, that's the funny thing that even Buxton was built by, he went to launch Buxton that was built by what? Habitat for Humanity. You know, that appetite of launching things degenerates somebody to a point that a president goes to launch a class. Makiadi, how low is that? Because in Bungoma, he has launched one road, sijui 7 times. Sasa aliona aibu, he can't launch that road anymore. Because Lusaka has built nothing since he went back to governorship. So there's nothing to launch. At least he goes somewhere else. The governor has done this. But the last launching of Raila Odinga was a water project that was really a water project that is going to serve the community. And you look how it was. Mr. President, do not degenerate to a point that you start launching classes. You are the president of the Republic of Kenya. Your appetite to launch things have made you to go so low. There was a comedy in social media today whereby people wrote I don't know who wrote it, but it was classic, that a hustler was given 500 shillings, and he has done so well. Now he has built a fleet of schools and you could see that man. You know, I like that thing because it was classic. You know, that's how people are abusing and insulting the president. You know, don't degenerate to a place that, you know, now you are making us laugh at you. Even those who did never wanted to laugh at you, like me, we were just fighting you politically, not in any way. But I think now you have degenerated. Na watu wanakupigia kelele kila mahali, Mr. President. Unaenda huku unapigiwa kelele, unaenda huku unapigiwa kelele, unaenda sijui Bungoma unapigiwa kelele, mara umeanza kumake comedy hapo sijui ni ya kushika mtu. I mean, Mr. President, I think your advisors, you should listen to your true nini. I saw a clip whereby Gachagua was talking, and I think David D alikuwa amemseti. He was talking about economics of our country. Alafu Gachagua said something that was so wrong. David D was just laughing from behind. Yani anamcheka tu kama mtu mjinga, because what he said was not true. I think these people do not listen to their real advisors. They listen to some quack advisors because they are afraid, and they are like Makiadi say, they have inferiority complex that above everything else, tribal hegemony. You have to protect yourself with your people. Kwa kila mtu ameweka lazima mtu mwingine akue. Why? Because they have something called inferiority complex. They can never leave somebody like Uhuru used to leave. Matiang'i anafanya kazi yake vizuri, but he produces results because he took people who are criminals. He can't trust them because he can control them. So, Mr. President, up your game. You are the President of the Republic of Kenya. Even though we are fighting you, we still know that you carried that Bible and you became the President of the Republic of Kenya. We cannot deny that fact, but you have brought this country down. And don't bring it further down. Listen to Kagame. Listen to Yorem 7. Listen to Suluhu. Listen to Kir, the Southern Sudan president. These are the people that made Kenya rich, because the goods that we are taking in these countries stabilized our country in some way, because it was guaranteed. We have lost 200 million of Uganda. Our planes can't go anymore to Tanzania. Suluhu said no Kenya Airways can ever stop here in this country. And the trajectory is we have lost some of the biggest trading partners of ours. Thank you, Jex, and it was a very good night, and I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Maandamano kamili. I saw you raise your hand.
Yes, I just wanted to add some comments on Cowboy number 2. That Ruto does not want to spend money. He just want to play about, because if he spend his money, he will not have enough money to buy people. So he will lodge those small things. He's wasting our time. He's showing that he is doing something day by day, but he has taken us like kids, and he's treating us like small kids. Nothing beyond that. So he will not spend money to do the right thing. He will not build roads from where it is stopped. He will not build rail from where it is stopped, or any other reasonable thing, because he wants to grab all the money so that in the end he become the wealthiest African person, and also he will be ready to buy people as he has been buying them like a condo. Me, I'm ashamed of this shanty government, and also the people who agree and accept to be bought like condo. It's very shameful. I have never had or understood how things can go, like buying a human being who have got 5 common sense. Other countries, I don't think they do that. I think they stand where they are, and they continue standing on their ground, that I belong here, and that is where I'll be until the last term, whereby my term ends and then I go home. That is the reasonable person and respective person we can have. But in Kenya, Nothing like that because of this jambazi. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Well, now allow me to really thank you guys for your time. It's always a pleasure really to have you here. I don't take it easy. Asante sana. You guys are just but fantastic. It's always nice having you around, Makiadi, Madam Maandamano Kamili. But I know you as Mary, but nikuite vile umejiita hapa. Equally Julia, Alex, and everyone else who joined, Akina Mr. G, and everyone else who made part of this show, including Akina SG Kamau. Thank you very, very much. Equally, I cannot forget the comment section, guys. Asante sana. Remos Yegon, Ashley M, who was equally in the show. Asante sana, Ashley. Geoffrey Ruto, asante sana. And Goodia, and many who were in the comment section, and many still watching. Asante sana for always making this one fine show. We have done 7.5 hours. Me and Alex tumekaa hiyo masaa yote. I think itabidi we'll have to find a way of being.
And we still have a morning show. We welcome you. The newspaper review. If you are able to come there, it is always a very good place to be, to review our newspaper every morning. That is what time, Jex?
No, it's supposed to happen 2 hours from now. I don't know if I'll be there. It's almost 6 in the morning. I sat here from 9. Now it's 6 in the morning. You can imagine.
And I do, Jex,
So,
unfortunately, some of us are panelists on Spice FM. So if you tune in to Spice FM, utatupata huko pia in the morning. So sijui masaa itapitana namna gani. But we are also panelists there. Tunawapatia mawaidha ya bure. Pia wewe tunakukaribisha huko.
Ukinituma hiyo link nitaingia tu, but for now allow us to rest because you can imagine tumechapa mpaka ukiona mpaka ninasahau swali niliuliza jua it's not easy, but anyway, we thank God for all of you for keeping us company all this. Imagine we are ending the show with still people watching. Still people watching. We are more than a good number. Is that correct, Alex? Yeah, we have a good number watching. So we are really grateful. Thank you that you still stuck around. We began at a high, ending at a high. Now we are grateful. Asante sana. We appreciate. Now, this is Africa 24, and here we really appreciate all of you. Here we invite all of you to come and let us keep the conversation going. Now, I'll leave you with a nice song. Please enjoy, and equally remember to subscribe to Africa 24, where the conversation never truly stops. Stunane kesho. God bless you. Good night.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri. Umefika tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Twaenda mbio kokote, Kenya yaenda mbele kokote, kwa elimu twaenda mbele kokote, matibabuni twaenda mbele kokote, viwandani twaenda mbele kokote, na mashambani twaenda mbele kokote. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Kenya